Meet Leon, our so-called legendary dragon slayer, who, after failing spectacularly at his one job, found himself in the not-so-cozy captivity of the Silver Dragon Queen. Facing certain death, he thought, why not go out with a bang and unleash some forbidden magic to curse her? But, plot twist, this spell didn't exactly go as planned. Instead of eternal pain, the queen lost control and, well, let's just say things got really personal. Leon figured his little act of vengeance would leave the mighty queen humiliated forever. Mission accomplished, right? Fast forward 2 years and Leon wakes up expecting either revenge or oblivion. But instead, what's next to him? A tiny dragon girl with a tail. That's right, folks, surprise! Turns out he's now the proud father of the queen's daughter. Who knew being a dragon slayer would come with diaper duty? The story begins. In the damp, dimly lit confines of the Silver Dragon dungeon, the heavy clank of armored feet echoed as the dragon soldiers guarded the cells. It was a day like any other until she arrived, a shadowy figure cloaked in regal splendor. The soldiers straightened immediately, recognizing her before they could even glimpse her face. "Your Majesty," they stammered, their heads bowing as if her gaze alone might singe their scales. Rossweiss, the Silver Dragon Queen, ruler of all dragons and undisputed queen of sarcasm, merely waved her hand, her voice like honey mixed with venom. "Leave me. I wish to speak with him. Alone." Obediently, the soldiers scattered, thankful they weren't on the receiving end of her attention. Inside, bound in chains, sat the man who had once been humanity's greatest weapon against her kind. Leon Cosmode, the infamous Dragon Slayer. A man who was now, well, let's just say his glory days were behind him, and those chains weren't doing wonders for his pride. Ah, the great dragon-slaying hero. Rossweiss's voice dripped with mockery as she entered the cell, her presence filling the small space with a suffocating weight. How does it feel to be reduced to this? Prisoner of the Dragon Clan? She leaned in, her silver eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "Kill me," Leon spat out, his voice hoarse but defiant. There wasn't much dignity left in him, but what remained was stubborn as hell. Rossweiss laughed, a sound that was more dangerous than joyful. "Oh, how predictable. A quick death? No, darling, that won't do." She grabbed his chin, tilting his face up to meet her eyes. "You're far too handsome for such a boring end, and so resolute." Her sharp nail traced down his cheek before scratching just deep enough to draw blood. "I think a few more scars would make you perfect." Leon winced, feeling the sting of the wound. "Stop humiliating me," he growled, his voice cracking under the weight of his frustration. "If you're going to kill me or chop me into pieces, then just get on with it. Do it fast." The Dragon Queen released his chin, licking the blood from her finger with a smirk. "If you hadn't been framed by that conniving villain, you wouldn't be here in this pitiful state, would you?" Her voice was soft, but her words cut deep. "Tell me, Leon, have you considered joining the Silver Dragon Clan?" Leon's eyes narrowed. "Are you even worthy?" His voice was laced with disdain, and his expression said it all. "I'm still better than you, even like this." Her response was quick, faster than he could process. She kicked him so hard his chains shattered, sending him crashing into the stone wall, blood spraying from his mouth as he gasped for air. She wasn't playing around anymore. "How dare you talk down to me, prisoner?" Rossweiss seethed, stepping on his chest, pinning him to the cold ground. "Do you still think you're some great hero of humanity? Praised by thousands, admired by all." She leaned in closer, her voice dripping with mockery. "Do you still dream of wiping out the Dragon Clan, leaving behind your oh-so-noble legacy?" Leon wheezed, blood dribbling from his lips. "Don't underestimate humans," he rasped. Rossweiss's tail snaked around his body, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "Humans," she scoffed, tightening her grip as Leon struggled. "You're all so stubborn. How adorable." She lifted him higher, her tail constricting like a snake ready to strike. "But this time you've met your match." Leon gritted his teeth. "Your Majesty," he hissed. Rossweiss paused, curious. "Oh, finally ready to beg for mercy?" "No," Leon said, glaring at her. "You made two crucial mistakes." She raised an eyebrow, amused. "Do tell." "First," he coughed, "you should never be alone with the most powerful dragon slayer trained to kill your kind." He paused, letting the tension hang in the air. "Second, you should never have tasted my blood." Before Rossweiss could react, Leon's eyes glowed with a strange light. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through her body. A blood curse, one she hadn't anticipated. She gasped, her grip on him loosening as she stumbled back, clutching her chest. What have you done?" Leon fell to the ground, breathing heavily but grinning. "That's what happens when you try to play with magic you don't understand. Soon you'll be tormented by soul-crushing pain. Forever." Rossweiss's eyes widened, her breath becoming ragged. Her entire body burned as if flames were licking at her skin. She fell to her knees, her face flushed, her body trembling uncontrollably. What is this feeling?" she gasped, her breath coming in heavy pants. Leon watched, confused. This wasn't the reaction he expected. Was she enjoying this? Rossweiss suddenly lunged at him, pinning him to the floor, her flushed face hovering just inches from his. Her eyes were wild, her breathing even heavier. You bastard!" she growled, but her voice had lost its sharpness. It was almost desperate. Leon's heart raced. "Wait, what's going on?" he thought, his brain struggling to keep up with the absurdity of the situation. As he looked into her eyes, he saw something unexpected. Desire? No, that couldn't be it. But her face was definitely flushed. Before he could process it, Rossweiss leaned in and kissed him. Hard. Her lips crashed against his with a force that left him completely stunned. He froze, his mind going blank as she deepened the kiss, her body pressing against his. Leon's face turned red, his brain short-circuiting. This is not what I signed up for. But there he was, caught between a rock and, well, the Silver Dragon Queen. An hour later, the dungeon floor is an utter battlefield of discarded clothes, betrayal, and bad decisions. Rossweiss, the Silver Dragon Queen, stirred awake, her vision still blurred, her head still spinning. With a furious roar that shook the very walls of the dungeon, she whipped her head toward Leon. Leon, ever the cool-headed type, blinked, unfazed by the hurricane of dragon rage aimed at him. "Relax, it's the blood curse," he explained, his voice flat like he was reciting a grocery list. "A forbidden technique that can only be used once in a lifetime." He shot her a deadpan look. "Once I die, the curse will cause you endless pain." Rossweiss's eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenching. "Endless pain? That's what you're worried about? What about this?" She gestured wildly at the two of them, her rage growing hotter with each word. "What just happened?" Leon, still groggy and clearly regretting everything, rubbed the back of his neck. "Oh, that." He cleared his throat, the faintest blush coloring his face. "That was an accident." "Accident?" Rossweiss's voice was now at a pitch that could probably break the glass. "I believed the curse's pain would only manifest after my death," Leon continued, trying to remain composed, despite the fact that he was very much at ground zero of a dragon-shaped bomb. "But, I didn't anticipate certain side effects." Rossweiss blinked at him, her fury boiling into something far more dangerous. "Side effects?" she hissed. "Which apparently caused your arousal," Leon added, wincing at the last part. He immediately wished he could take those words back. Rossweiss's face went from furious red to mortified scarlet in the blink of an eye. "Shut up!" She spat the words through gritted teeth, desperately trying to preserve what little dignity she had left. Leon, however, decided now was a great time to go for broke. "As far as I know," he began slowly, his voice maddeningly calm, "dragons follow the rule of monogamy, correct?" He arched a brow. "That means you're stuck with me now." Rossweiss's eyes blazed. She was 2 seconds away from incinerating him on the spot. Leon continued unbothered. "After my death, the great silver dragon queen will not only be unable to find a new mate, but also unable to bear offspring." He shrugged as if this were a minor inconvenience. "Good luck explaining that to the dragon clan." Rossweiss's mouth opened, but no words came. She was absolutely speechless, truly a first for her. Meanwhile, Leon, oblivious or perhaps just suicidal, kept going. "And let's not forget," he added, his voice low and mocking, "you said earlier I would have no successor." He gave her a knowing look. "Looks like you won't either." "Go ahead," he said coolly, meeting her eyes without flinching. "Kill me, but you don't need to do it yourself. I'm going to die soon anyway. You can spend the rest of your life hating me, living in agony. That's my curse to you?" Rossweiss paused, her hand trembling as the aura around it dimmed. Her breath came in ragged bursts as she stared down at him, torn between killing him on the spot and letting him die in the slow, miserable way he had promised. After what felt like an eternity, she withdrew her hand, taking several steps back. She turned her expression one of cold disdain. "You humans," she muttered, her voice dripping with venom. "Always so despicable. You think this is revenge?" Rossweiss scoffed, her fury only barely contained. "You want to die. You want the easy way out." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "How can it be that easy?" With a flick of her wrist, she cast a spell, her hand glowing with powerful magic. Leon didn't even have time to react before she slammed her palm onto his chest, sending a shock of energy straight into his body. Once upon a time, Leon Cosmode was hailed as the ultimate dragon-slaying hero. His legend began not at the age most heroes are swinging swords, but at a tender 5 years old, when he ripped his neighbor's vicious dog to shreds with his bare hands. That little outburst of violent heroism caught the ear of a renowned dragon slayer, who thought, "Ah yes, this murderous child will do just fine," and promptly made him his apprentice. By the time Leon turned 10, he had entered the Imperial Dragon Slayer Academy. By 14, he had graduated at the top of his class, a prodigy who held the illustrious title of the youngest and most highly evaluated student in history. At 15, Leon was unleashed onto the battlefield, killing dragons left and right, recapturing territory like he was on a leisurely Sunday stroll, and collecting more military accolades than he knew what to do with. He was the Empire's brightest beacon of hope, their poster boy for victory in the Dragon War. Then he got captured by the Dragon Clan. Fast forward 2 years, and Leon, who up until now was probably enjoying a long and undisturbed nap, wakes up gasping for breath, clutching his chest as if he'd just narrowly escaped death itself. He sits up, bewildered, eyes darting around the unfamiliar room. Where the hell is he? Heaven, maybe? That's when he notices her peeking from behind the door, a little girl with black and white hair, watching him like he's some kind of exotic zoo animal. Surprised, Leon's face flushes. Cute, he thinks, before immediately wondering if he's dead and this is his reward for all those heroic deeds. After all, with all the dragons he sent to an early grave, he must have secured himself a spot in the VIP section of the afterlife. "You finally awake?" the girl asks, her voice innocent and curious. Leon rubs his head, trying to piece it all together. "Heaven," he mutters. "I must be in heaven." He points dramatically at her. And you, little one, must be an angel. The girl tilts her head, completely baffled. What's an angel? Leon, completely buying into his own delusion, grins. Ah, how lovely. A pure, innocent angel who doesn't even know what she is. He sits up straighter, offering her a gentlemanly bow. My dear little angel, what is your name? Moon, she replies, smiling. Moon, what a lovely name for an angel. Leon beams, though inwardly he's wondering why this celestial being has such strange hair. Might I ask, why is your hair so unusual? Mama said it means moon, Moon explains, clearly proud of this fact. Leon pauses, frowning. Do angels have mothers? Before he can untangle that mess, Moon cheerfully adds, Mama also said Leon means a leon. Wait, what? Leon's shock is palpable. Who told you that? Mama, Moon Diane chirps. Leon's brain freezes for a moment. And your mother is... Rossweiss, Moon replies as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Leon's face falls into utter devastation. Rossweiss? Then that means... His words trail off, horror creeping in. He looks at the innocent little girl, his voice barely a whisper. I'm your... Moon, delighted, claps her hands. Yep, you're my dad. Leon's world shatters. His jaw drops, his head spins. Dad? He clutches his head as if the sheer weight of this revelation is going to crush him. I'm her dad? This child? Rossweiss's child is mine? Before he can properly process his impending existential crisis, Moon suddenly runs toward the door, shouting gleefully, Mom! Dad's awake! Leon looks up, feeling a wave of dread wash over him as Rossweiss, the Silver Dragon Queen herself, steps into the room. She's as cold and distant as ever, her eyes boring into him with a mixture of disdain and amusement. Moon hugs her mother tightly. Mom's been visiting you every day, she says happily. She must be so happy you're awake. Rossweiss gives Leon a long, icy stare before turning to Moon. Yes, darling, she says with a faint smirk. I know. Now go play outside. I need to talk to your father. Moon skips off, leaving the room far too cheerful for the disaster that's about to unfold. Leon, still grappling with this absurd reality, can barely form words. Is she really mine? Rossweiss narrows her eyes. What else could she be? Her voice is laced with venom as she confirms Muon's parentage, her tail slowly closing the door behind her with an ominous thud. Leon grits his teeth, anger bubbling up inside him. You hate me. Why did you give birth to our child? Why did you even save me? Rossweiss's gaze hardens. You've been asleep for 2 years. Did you think I'd simply forget what you did to me? Leon clenches his fists, his voice rising. You think I wanted this? You and I, we're different. We could never coexist if it were any other time. I never would have touched me. Rossweiss interrupts, her lips curling into a smirk. So touching me is torture for you, is it? Of course it is, Leon snaps. In a flash, Rossweiss's tail wraps around Leon's leg, pulling him down onto the bed with force. She climbs on top of him, her movements deliberate, her expression deadly. And now, she asks, her voice a dangerous whisper. Leon's heart races. What are you going to do? Without answering, Rossweiss tears open his shirt and begins casting a spell, her hand glowing with ancient magic. I'm going to carve my dragon mark into you, she says coldly. Stop, Leon protests, but it's too late. The spell takes hold, a searing pain erupting in his chest as the mark of the Silver Dragon Queen burns into his skin. Rossweiss watches as the mark also appears on her own chest, a twisted reflection of their bond. This will be your shame, she says, her voice icy. From now on, you will be my prisoner. You'll never leave me. When your fellow humans see this mark, they'll wonder, are you still a great dragon-slaying hero, or a traitor who surrendered to the Dragon Clan? Leon grits his teeth, barely containing his fury. Why are you doing this? Rossweiss places a finger on his lips, silencing him. Don't you understand? For us dragons, revenge is an art form, a concept that surpasses human comprehension. You wanted to destroy me, Leon, but now you'll live the rest of your life in my shadow, humiliated by me at every turn. Leon's face turns red, his body burning with shame as he realizes the full weight of her revenge. For the Silver Dragon Queen, there could be no greater honor than turning the greatest dragon slayer in human history into a prisoner, her plaything, her closest and most reluctant companion. Leaning in close, her lips just inches from his, Rossweiss smirks. Now, Leon Cosmode, she whispers, her breath hot against his skin. It's time to get started. In the grand halls of the Silver Dragon Castle, the air was unusually light. Two maids, their tails swishing lazily, whispered to one another. The queen seems to be in a good mood today, one remarked with a conspiratorial grin. Don't you know? The other asked, eyes wide with gossip. Her husband woke up. Leon pressed against the cold stone wall just around the corner, nearly choked on his own indignation. Husband? He gritted his teeth, fists clenching at his sides. That female dragon actually announced to the public that I'm her husband. Oh, if only they knew. If only they had a clue how terrifying the Silver Dragon Queen really was. I will never stay here and become her plaything, Leon vowed silently, fists tightening even more. Never. He peeked around the corner, eyes darting to the side door. 4 dragons were stationed there, their massive figures making any thought of slipping past them laughable. Damn. Why was it so quiet today? Something wasn't right. The entire castle felt off. Then he spotted it, a small hole in the wall. A hole here? He squinted. It was suspicious. Too convenient. It's gotta be a trap. But what choice did he have? I'm not staying another night here, he resolved. Even if it was a trap, he'd have to try. He crouched down, muttering to himself as he squeezed through the gap. Farewell, perverted mother dragon, he muttered. Moon's cute, sure, but she's all yours, Rossweiss. Unbeknownst to him, Moon had been quietly watching from a distance. Mom, she called out excitedly, running up to her mother. Dad's digging a hole. He's so cool. Rossweiss, her cold gaze softening for a moment, acknowledged her daughter with a smirk. He is pretty awesome, isn't he? Moon, eyes wide with awe, asked innocently, When are you going to fish him back? Rossweiss's smirk twisted into something more sinister. Moon, darling, we don't fish him back. It's rude to say that about your father. Then what should I say? Moon tilted her head in confusion. Rossweiss's tail flicked in amusement. We catch him back, my love. That's the proper term. Meanwhile, Leon had finally squeezed himself through the hole, adrenaline pumping. He bolted into the forest, running as fast as his legs would carry him. Just a few more mountains, he thought, and I'll be back in human territory. Surely, if he got far enough, Rossweiss wouldn't be able to catch up. Right? As the wind whipped around him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Something wasn't right. He glanced up and immediately regretted it. There she was, Rossweiss in her full dragon form, gliding effortlessly through the air above him. Her massive wings blocked out the sun as she caught up to him in mere moments. Leon's heart sank, and he let out an exasperated scream. Oh, come on! Rossweiss's voice boomed from above, amusement dripping from every word. You're quite the runner, Leon. Panic surged through him, but he kept running, legs burning, lungs screaming for air. He wasn't stopping. Not now. Not after all this. Rossweiss swooped down, effortlessly landing in front of him, cutting off his path. She tilted her head in mock curiosity. Do you think this little game is fun, Leon? You don't find it too easy, do you? Leon, panting and seething, glared at her. "What's your point?" he spat. She flicked her tail playfully. "Don't you wonder who helped you? Who diverted the guards and left that little escape route for you?" His heart sank. Of course, it had been a setup. He'd known, deep down, but what choice had he had? "Even if I knew it was a trap," he growled, "I had to try." Rossweiss's eyes sparkled with twisted satisfaction. "And yet, here I am, catching you so quickly. Tell me, Leon, what do you think will happen if you return to human territory with my mark on your chest?" Her voice was sweet, but the threat was unmistakable. "Do you think they'll still see you as the great dragon slayer?" Leon gritted his teeth. "I'd rather live as an ordinary person than be tortured by you." Rossweiss laughed, a deep guttural sound that echoed through the trees. "You really don't appreciate my kindness, do you?" With a powerful sweep of her tail, she wrapped it around him, lifting him effortlessly into the air and placing him on top of her head. "Where are you taking me?" Leon shouted, struggling uselessly in her grip. Rossweiss's voice was calm, almost teasing. "Since you're so eager to leave, I'll help you. Let's go back. Together." 3 hours later, the crisp air near the Empire's border was shattered by a loud thud as Leon crashed into a tree, courtesy of Rossweiss's elegant aerial drop. He groaned, rubbing his head where it had collided with the ground. "Ow! Damn dragon!" he muttered, his body aching all over. As he turned his head, a flicker of light caught his eye. In the distance, a small town was illuminated by the erratic flashes of lightning. For a brief, hopeful second, he thought, "Is that a human town? Am I free?" But his hopes were dashed as Rossweiss, now back in her human form, stepped gracefully beside him. "Yes, it's the human empire," she confirmed with an air of smug satisfaction. "But stepping over that line doesn't mean you can return to your precious little human world." Leon stared at her, confused and uneasy. Then, to his horror, he saw the dragon mark on her chest begin to glow. A split second later, his own mark responded, sending a burning sensation through his body. Rossweiss grinned mischievously. "Oh, did I forget to mention? When one person with a dragon mark desires to be close to the other, the marks react. Can't you feel it, Leon?" His face twisted in disbelief. "Wait, what? You mean—" Before he could finish his sentence, Rossweiss had already pinned him against a tree, her breath hot against his neck. "Feeling a little warm, aren't you?" she whispered. "Unable to resist?" Leon's mind was racing. "Here?" He was incredulous and a bit mortified, though that feeling was becoming increasingly hard to maintain under the circumstances. His body betrayed him, and he cursed the damn dragon magic. Rossweiss's voice dripped with sarcasm as she leaned in closer. "I thought it would be fitting for you to experience the shame right here. So close, yet so far from home." Her tail coiled around him and her grin widened. Leon, clutching his chest, tried to regain control. "If you think this is going to break me, you're wrong," he declared, voice firm despite his current predicament. "I'll wait patiently. When the time comes, I'll repay you double for all the humiliation you've put me through." Rossweiss paused, her expression unreadable for a moment before she closed her eyes and nodded. "I look forward to it, Leon. Whether you return alive or dead, I'll be waiting." Afterward, Rossweiss stretched with a satisfied sigh. She dressed herself casually and turned to Leon, who was now lying in a heap on the ground, utterly drained and feeling like he'd been run over by a wagon. "Well," she said cheerfully, "I'm very pleased with your performance. It exceeded expectations." Leon, barely able to move, muttered, "I'm glad one of us is pleased." Rossweiss knelt beside him, patting his cheek like he was some overexerted pet. "How about I bring you here every month to visit your hometown? Wouldn't that be sweet?" Leon's eyes snapped open in horror. "No thanks." She smiled, amused. "Oh, you're catching on. You've seen through my plans." With a casual flap of her wings, she was ready to take off. "Come on, let's go home. Our daughter is waiting." "Wait," Leon said through gritted teeth, struggling to sit up. "I'm a dragon slayer, not some pet. I can walk on my own." Rossweiss raised an eyebrow, half amused and half curious. "Walk? It takes me 3 hours to fly to the castle. For a human like you, it would take, what, 10 days? 2 weeks?" Leon, mustering the last of his defiance, stood up shakily. "I may be human, but don't underestimate my endurance." "I'll make it." She chuckled, clearly entertained by his stubbornness. "Oh, this should be good. Let's see how long you last." And so Leon trudged through the forest, each step more laborious than the last. After what felt like hours, he could barely move, his legs trembling under the strain. Rossweiss, floating lazily above him, finally called down, "You look like you're struggling, Leon. Need a ride back?" "I'm not tired," he panted, refusing to admit defeat. "Who said I was?" Rossweiss smirked. "The only thing tough about you is your mouth." She twirled in the air, clearly enjoying his misery. Before Leon could reply, he noticed a group of armored figures approaching. His heart leapt. Dragon slayers! This could be it, he thought, suddenly hopeful. Maybe they can help me get rid of... He glanced back at Rossweiss, who was watching the approaching army with a dark, murderous gleam in her eyes. His hope vanished instantly. If he called for help, she'd slaughter them without a second thought. The head of the group, a rugged man in armor, noticed them and waved. "Hey there, you two lost?" Leon, scratching his head awkwardly, forced a smile. No, just hanging out. You know, in the forest." "Yeah, great cover, Leon. Real smooth." The man dismounted his horse, eyeing them curiously. "Unusual place to hang out. There are dangerous creatures out here." He extended his hand. "Walker, captain of the Imperial Dragon Squadron. You're welcome to join us." Leon, mentally screaming for Walker to turn around and run, forced another smile. "Oh, thanks. But we're fine. We know some self-defense." Walker studied Leon for a moment. "You look familiar. Have we met before?" Leon froze, his eyes darting to Rossweiss, whose expression had darkened significantly. "Oh no." He acted quickly, grabbing Rossweiss by the hand and pulling her close, wrapping an arm around her waist. "Haha, must be mistaken," Leon said, flashing a forced grin. "I've got one of those faces. Even my wife confuses me sometimes." "Right, darling." Rossweiss, eyebrow raised but playing along, smiled. In a low voice, Leon whispered, "Help me get rid of them, and I'll go back with you." With a sickly sweet smile, Rossweiss leaned into him. "Of course, dear." She looked back at Walker and waved dismissively. "We're just a happy couple. No need to worry." Walker chuckled, clearly convinced. "I see. Well, I won't disturb you two lovebirds any longer. Take care." He mounted his horse and rode off with his men. As soon as they were out of sight, Rossweiss stepped back, folding her arms. "Did you enjoy that little hug?" Leon glared at her, still catching his breath. "Don't think this means anything," she smirked. "You were smart not to call for help, but let's be clear, Leon. Just because we have a child together, it doesn't mean you're my husband." Leon scoffed. "Trust me, I never considered it." With a flick of her tail, Rossweiss turned away. "Good. Now let's get going. We still have a long way to go." Leon's hand throbbed with a sharp, burning pain as he trudged through the forest. He gritted his teeth, feeling the wounds on his palm reopen, blood trickling through his fingers. His vision blurred and the ground beneath him seemed to sway. "Damn it," he muttered, stumbling forward. But the pain intensified, and before he knew it, everything went black. He collapsed onto the dirt with a dull thud. Hearing the noise, Rossweiss halted in mid-flight and turned around, sighing dramatically. Humans. So fragile, she remarked, rolling her eyes. She casually released her power, transforming back into her magnificent dragon form, her scales gleaming in the moonlight, scooping Leon up with her mouth and tossing him into the air like a rag doll. He landed with a soft thump on her back, still completely unconscious. Rossweiss flew gracefully toward the Silver Dragon castle, glancing back at the limp figure sprawled across her back. This whole ordeal? Just a pathetic plea for mercy, she mused, half amused, half bored. By morning, Leon was back in the Silver Dragon castle, still blissfully unaware of his predicament. Slowly, he regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open to the sight of a bright, beaming face. "Dad's awake," Moon chirped cheerfully, bouncing on her toes beside his bed. Leon groaned, holding his aching head as he sat up. How did I end up back here?" he muttered, trying to shake off the fog. "Mom brought you home," Moon explained, practically glowing with pride. Leon's face darkened at the mention of Rossweiss. "Of course she did. Caught me like prey," he grumbled under his breath, glaring at the ceiling. As he noticed the bandage wrapped around his injured hand, Leon raised an eyebrow. "What's this?" he asked, gesturing toward the white cloth. Muen's eyes lit up and she grabbed his hand enthusiastically. "I did it! I bandaged your hand, Dad!" She beamed, clearly proud of her work. Leon stared at his daughter, feeling an odd mix of disbelief and warmth. Dragons are supposed to be ferocious. Yet, this little one, she's as innocent as they come. He recalled what a dragonologist had once said about dragons being born into violence, raised on blood. Yet, here was Muen, half dragon, half human, treating him like the most important person in the world. "You're awesome, Muen," Leon said, patting her head with affection. Moon smiled so sweetly it almost hurt. Carefully, Leon added, "But listen, when you grow up, you must not become like your mother, okay?" Moon blinked up at him, her innocent eyes filled with confusion. Before she could respond, a cold voice came from the doorway. "And what's wrong with being like me?" Rossweiss asked icily. Leon froze, caught off guard. He glanced at her, then quickly looked away, pretending to focus on something else. "Nothing," he muttered, feeling like a schoolboy caught talking back to the teacher. Moon, oblivious to the tension, proudly held up Leon's bandaged hand for Rossweiss to see. "Look, Mom, I did it just like you told me to." Rossweiss, her face expressionless, nodded. "Good. That's what you should do." Moon, eager to please, Denise, nodded vigorously, agreeing with her mother. Leon watched the interaction, his irritation growing. Strict, way too strict. He knew Rossweiss was a harsh mother, but Muen was just a kid. She didn't need this kind of pressure. Patting Muen's head again, Leon smiled down at her. "Hey, why don't you go hide in the garden, huh? I'll come find you when I count to 100. Sound good?" Moon's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really, Dad? We're gonna play hide and seek?" Leon nodded, smiling broadly. "Of course. I'm not like your mother, now go. Hurry." Giggling with delight, Muen dashed off toward the garden, calling back, "Don't count too fast." Leon chuckled as he watched her go, his smile fading as he turned to Rossweiss. His expression hardened. "We need to talk." Rossweiss raised an eyebrow, her gaze cold and calculating. "About?" Leon stood, facing her fully. "You're being way too hard on Muen. She's not like the other dragons, and besides, she's so cute. Can't you bear to be a little gentler?" Rossweiss's eyes narrowed. "She's a dragon. Cute is not a compliment. It's an insult." Leon smirked, crossing his arms. "Well, for what it's worth, you're pretty cute, too." Rossweiss's eyes flared with anger. In a flash, she grabbed Leon by the collar and yanked him closer, glaring at him. You're just a slave for me to vent my frustrations on. Don't get ahead of yourself." For a moment, Leon put on a cute, exaggeratedly pathetic face, his eyes wide with mock innocence. Rossweiss, her anger still simmering, softened slightly and pulled him into a rough hug. "It's good that you understand." She leaned in close, her breath tickling his ear. "Remember, Leon, I'm the queen of the Silver Dragon clan. I have government affairs to deal with. The task of taking care of Muon falls to you." Leon blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in her tone. "What?" Rossweiss pulled back slightly, a wicked smile on her face. "The kid likes you. You're her favorite, after all." Gathering himself, Leon headed toward the garden. As Leon strolled through the garden, Rossweiss's words echoed in his mind. "I'm the Dragon Queen, and I'm busy." He chuckled bitterly to himself. "Of course. Who better to leave with the kid than the Dragon Slayer? Makes perfect sense. Not like I have anything better to do. Like slay dragons, maybe." He sighed, feeling the irony heavy in his chest. The Queen of Dragons was too occupied with her royal duties, so naturally the terrifying, battle-hardened Dragon Slayer had to play nanny. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Moon hiding, not very well, mind you, behind a pillar peeking at him. Her tiny body was barely concealed, and her tail swayed behind her like a flag in the wind. Leon smirked. "Cute. Too cute. Does she really think I can't see her?" He pointed at her dramatically. "Found you, Moon," he announced in his best dad voice, expecting a giggle or at least some kind of reaction. But nothing. Not a sound. Muon simply stared at him with an unnervingly cold expression, her eyes void of the usual playful warmth. The silence dragged on, the wind whistling through the garden as if mocking him. Leon felt a pang of awkwardness, scratching the back of his head. "Uh-oh, did I screw this up?" He cleared his throat and tried to make amends. Hey, sorry for making you wait." His voice faltered as he watched her unblinking stare. And then, without a word, Moon bolted, her little feet carrying her away like a gust of wind. "Wait, what? Moon?" Leon called after her, confused. "Why are you running? Come on, kid." He sprinted after her, trying to catch up. What's with the sudden mood swing? Kids are like dragons, completely unpredictable. Moon turned the corner, and by the time Leon reached the spot, she was gone. He stopped, breathless, looking around in bewilderment. Where the hell did she go?" he muttered to himself, spinning around. He had just seen her dart past, but now it was as if she'd vanished into thin air. Leon sighed, wiping his brow. "This is why Rossweiss stuck me with this job. She knew I'd be running circles around this garden, trying to figure out how a child's mind works." He shook his head, half amused, half frustrated. Just as he was about to call out again, Moon reappeared, seemingly out of nowhere, beaming with delight. She rushed up behind him and hugged him tightly around the waist. "Gotcha, Dad," she squealed, her cheerful voice cutting through his confusion. Leon blinked in surprise, turning to look down at her. Wait, hold on. Didn't you just run past me? Why were you running?" Moon looked up at him with innocent confusion, tilting her head. "Run? I didn't run, Dad. I was looking for you because you couldn't find me," she explained, her voice so sincere it made Leon second-guess his own memory. Leon furrowed his brow. "What do you mean I couldn't find you? He paused, realizing he was trying to win an argument with a child. "Did I imagine that of me?" He glanced around the garden, still trying to piece together what had just happened. "Am I losing it? I swear I saw her, but..." Before he could spiral further, Moon grabbed his hand, tugging at him with all the enthusiasm of a child with a secret. "Come on, Dad, I have something to show you. You have to see it," she chirped, dragging him along. Leon, still puzzled but unable to resist her excitement, allowed himself to be pulled forward. All right, I'm coming," he grumbled, though the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. What could possibly go wrong now? As they walked deeper into the garden, however, Leon wasn't aware of the other Muen standing silently behind him, watched him with a mix of determination and hesitation. Her small hands clenched into tiny fists, and though she didn't make a sound, it was clear she wanted to approach him. Yet something held her back, something deeper in her nature, colder, harsher. In the peaceful serenity of the dragon's garden, Muen, Leon's adorable half-dragon daughter, hums away joyfully as she sketches with intense focus. Leon, sitting nearby, watches her with that soft, mushy expression only a father can have. For a moment, this hardened dragon slayer, the man who once dreamed of only slaying these creatures, feels his soul inexplicably healed. Who knew having a daughter could be so heartwarming? It's almost suspicious. As Muen proudly finishes her drawing, Leon's mind races. Clenching his fist with determination, he resolves to save his sweet Mumu from the clutches of the Silver Dragon Queen. Sooner or later, he thinks, we'll escape this scaly overlord. Muen bounces over, holding her masterpiece. "Dad, look, I drew a family portrait." She beams at him with those innocent, dragon-sized eyes. Leon's chest swells with pride. "You're awesome, Muen. Truly worthy of being your daddy's daughter," he praises, convinced that his bloodline has produced sheer artistic genius. But then, his eyes narrow. Wait, what's this? Why are there 4 people in the drawing? His heart skips a beat. Pointing to the extra child, he asks, "Muen, why are there 2 kids here?" Without missing a beat, Muen cheerfully replies, "That's my sister." Leon's world screeches to a halt. Sister. The realization crashes over him like a tidal wave of regret. He didn't just hit the target once. Nope, he apparently knocked out a 2-for-1 deal. Holding his head, he groans internally. That child I saw in the garden. That's why she looked ready to incinerate me when I called her the wrong name. Muen, completely unfazed by her father's internal meltdown, observes him with curiosity. Muen thinks her sister isn't mad. She's just shy when she sees Dad. Leon, wearing a look of utter disbelief but trying to hold it together, nods. Yeah, totally normal. We haven't exactly had the best meet your long-lost father moments, huh? As he glances toward the massive dragon castle in the distance, his thoughts turn darker. It's all the dragon's fault, hiding one of my kids from me. Typical dragon behavior. This has gone on long enough. With newfound fury, Leon decides he's getting answers. Now. Minutes later, the door to Rossweiss's study slams open with enough force to shake the whole room. Startled, the little dragon perched on the desk lets out a tiny squeak, while Rossweiss calmly places a document into an envelope, barely batting an eye at Leon's dramatic entrance. "Rossweiss," Leon growls, fists clenched, eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and confusion. "Why didn't you tell me I had another daughter?" The Silver Dragon Queen raises an eyebrow, her lips curling into an amused smirk. "You didn't know already?" she asks, with the tone of someone asking if he'd forgotten his own name. Leon slams his fist onto the desk, the sound echoing through the room. "You've been hiding her, I have to thank you, what a shock. Giving birth to 1 kid is hard enough, but you went ahead and gave me 2. Such dedication." His voice drips with sarcasm. "When I return to the Empire, I'll make sure your name's carved into our family tree for this hard work." Rossweiss, clearly enjoying this, folds her arms and tilts her head. "And do you know why I didn't tell you about our eldest?" Her eyes glint with amusement. Leon, still riding the wave of righteous indignation, snaps, "Because you're jealous of how close I am to Muen. You've been keeping Noah from me out of spite, haven't you?" Rossweiss, still smirking, leans forward. "Oh, so now you're eager to meet her?" "Of course," Leon shoots back arrogantly. What kind of father wouldn't want to meet his own daughter? Unlike you, I'm not some cold, stern dragon mother. I want to bond with my child. Rossweiss lets out a low chuckle. Very well, I'll show you, but don't come crying to me when you regret it. Her eyes gleam with a cryptic challenge. In the cozy chaos of the kitchen, Leon laughs heartily, brandishing a knife like he's starring in a cooking show. Rossweiss, he shouts with a grin, expertly slicing vegetables like he's auditioning for Dragon Chef. Oh yes, today's the day he'll impress her. The mother of his children, and more importantly, his eldest daughter. His grand plan, winning her over with a delicious home-cooked meal. Because, of course, nothing says, "Please love me, daughter, I never knew I had," like a hearty cream stew. As he stirs the pot, memories flood back. He used to make this very stew for his old team, back when he wasn't juggling fatherhood and dragons with killer side-eyes. Everyone said it was good back then, he muses, tasting the stew and nodding in satisfaction. Still got it. He imagines Noah, the eldest, the cold one, taking a bite, her icy demeanor melting away as she declares, "Dad's cooking is the best." Outside the kitchen, the maids peek in through the window, clearly baffled. "The prince cooking again?" one whispers. Didn't he just recover from a near-death experience? And now he's whipping up a 5-course meal. He's a good male dragon, though, caring for his family like that. Her friend nods. Good dragon, but is it just me, or is he too eager? Before they can theorize further, the regal figure of Rossweiss approaches with their 2 daughters in tow, Moon, bubbly as always, and Noah glaring like she's already plotting world domination. The maids bow deeply, addressing her as Your Majesty, while Moon waves like she's on a parade float. Noah predictably stares at them as if they are beneath her notice. Rossweiss dismisses the maids, telling them to take the night off. "Go rest," she says, her voice cold as ever. "We won't need you for dinner tonight." The maids bow in gratitude, practically fleeing the scene. Something tells them this meal won't be a typical family dinner. Inside the kitchen, Leon finishes setting the table, beaming with pride as Rossweiss and the girls enter. "Perfect timing," he says, rubbing his hands together. Moon runs up to him with a big smile. "Dad, it smells so good." Leon grins, patting her head. "I heard you both love meat, so I made stew and steak, just for you." He beams even more as he glances at Noah, trying to gauge her reaction. Surely his culinary skills will break through that icy exterior. Right? Wrong? Noah doesn't smile, doesn't blink. Heck, she barely looks at him. Instead, she stares coldly for a moment, then turns away without saying a word. Leon's grin falters. His jaw drops as his hopeful fantasy shatters into a million pieces. Wait, what? He thought this would be the moment. He made stew, for crying out loud. How could she resist the stew? Glancing nervously at Rossweiss, who stands there with her usual smug expression, he clenches his teeth. Of course, it's her. She must have planned this. That dragon has always had the upper hand, and now she's using their daughter to hit him where it hurts. "Introduce yourself, Noah," Rossweiss commands coolly, clearly enjoying the tension. "This is your first formal meeting." Noah steps forward, arms folded, mirroring her mother's stoic posture. "I'm Noah K. Melkver," she says flatly, like a disinterested secretary reading off a grocery list. "The eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen. I'm 1 year and 2 months old." Leon, still trying to salvage the situation, extends his hand with a forced smile. "Leon Cosmode, your father," he says, hoping for some spark of connection. "Come on, just say something nice," he pleads internally. "Just one little, 'Hi, Dad.'" Noah stares at his hand as if it's a dead fish. "Oh," she replies, giving him absolutely nothing. No warmth, no recognition, just a single syllable of pure indifference. Leon awkwardly chuckles, but inside, he's dying. Why does she hate me? Is it the stew? Is she allergic? What is happening? Meanwhile, Moon, ever the mediator, leans over to whisper in Noah's ear. Don't be so cold. Dad worked really hard on this, she hisses. Noah folds her arms tighter, narrowing her eyes at Leon. He seems weak, she says bluntly. Is he really our father? Boom. The words hit Leon like a thunderclap. He stumbles back, clutching his chest dramatically as if she'd just stabbed him with a sword. Weak. Me? He coughs, half choking on the pain. This child is merciless. His pride, his dragon slayer pride, is in tatters. This is worse than any battle wound. As Leon grimaces, trying to process this emotional beatdown, he thinks bitterly, what a filial daughter. His career as a father has officially entered its first major crisis, and it's not looking good. As Leon finishes setting the table, he feels the familiar knot of dread tightening in his stomach. Family dinners, once a peaceful sanctuary, have become a battlefield where his soul is roasted more than the meal itself. He takes a seat, plastering on a strained smile as he looks at his two daughters, especially Noah. Maybe this time she'll compliment his cooking. Maybe pigs will fly. The food is served, and before Leon can even exhale, Moon asks Noah to help her cut the meat. Of course, Noah does it without a word. She's always been the spitting image of her mother, cold, distant, and terrifyingly efficient. Meanwhile, Moon's like sunshine wrapped in innocence, a stark contrast that only makes Leon's life more complicated. As Noah slices the meat, Leon, with an almost hopeful tone, asks, "Do you like the food today, Noah?" Without even blinking, Noah spits out her answer, "Disgusting." Leon feels the blow like a punch to the gut. The word echoes in his head as if she just set fire to his entire culinary dream. Disgusting. Ouch. Rossweiss, his wife, sitting across from him, finds it hilarious. Her laughter rings out like a bell, amused by her daughter's brutally honest critique. Moon, ever the curious one, turns to Rossweiss. "Mom, why are you laughing?" With a sweet yet sharp smile, Rossweiss replies, "Because your dad's so happy to be reunited with the family. Isn't that right, dear?" She throws Leon a look that could freeze hell over. "Why aren't you smiling?" Leon, trying not to die inside, forces a grin so fake it could be sold on eBay. "Of course I'm happy. So happy." Moon, her innocent eyes shining, asks, "Daddy, can you have dinner with us every day?" The question catches Leon off guard, and internally, he screams, "Every day? With this dragoness?" God, no. But for Moon's sake, he manages a smile and is about to give a diplomatic answer when Noah, in her usual icy tone, cuts in. "No." Moon looks shocked. "Why not?" "Because," Noah replies without a hint of hesitation, "I want to study in the Young Dragon Department of St. Heath Academy." Rossweiss raises an eyebrow, her smile turning a shade darker. "The Young Dragon Department. Isn't that for dragons 4 or 5 years old?" She leans forward, locking her eyes on Noah. "Why are you so eager to go?" Noah, with all the grace of a nuclear bomb, drops her reason. "Because I want to defeat more dragon slayers." Leon, mid-sip, chokes. "Dragon slayers?" He stares at Noah, feeling the creeping realization that she's talking about him. She wants to defeat him, her own father. What a hallmark moment. Swallowing his surprise, Leon tries to be the voice of reason. "Dragon slayers are very brave, and you're still so young. You could get hurt." Noah crosses her arms, a cocky smirk forming. "Don't treat me like a child." Leon, blinking, can only think, "You are a child." But there's no winning here. His daughter has clearly inherited her mother's deadly self-confidence. Rossweiss, ever the enabler, smiles like she's watching a soap opera. I think Noah's idea is excellent. The sooner she learns to fight, the sooner she can take on the dragon slayers. Leon glares at her. Oh, he sees it now, clear as day. This dinner isn't just a meal, it's a setup. Rossweiss is using their daughter to torment him. She's weaponized family dinner. And then, as if reading his thoughts, Rossweiss smirks. "Isn't that right, Leon? Or do you have a reason to stop Noah?" Leon grits his teeth, feeling the trap close around him. If he says no, Noah will hate him more. If he says yes, he'll be feeding Rossweiss's monstrous ego. Stuck between a rock and a dragon, he sighs. "No reason. I have no objection." Noah studies him with that same icy stare, while Leon quietly stews in his frustration. He shoots a death glare at Rossweiss, who is sitting there, smug as ever. In his mind, he imagines her as a towering demoness, fork and knife in hand, her plate adorned with a tiny roasted version of himself. As rage simmers inside, Leon thinks, "Just you wait, Rossweiss, your ass is getting kicked later." As Rossweiss smiles, she turns to Noah and declares, "Since your father is okay with it, it's happily decided." Her tone has that finality only a queen dragon could command. The entrance test for St. Heath Academy is in a month, and during this time your father will personally help you prepare. Noah clenches her fists with determination, her icy exterior giving way to a brief glimmer of excitement. "I'll train harder than ever," she says, as though preparing for war instead of school. Later, as the dinner winds down, Moon, always the cheerful one, draws everyone's attention to her round belly. "Noah, look," she says excitedly, poking her own stomach. "It's so big." Noah, trying her best to look interested, reaches out and gently touches Muen's belly. Leon watches the moment from across the table, his eyes drifting to Rossweiss. He clears his throat, a wicked thought crossing his mind, and calls her by name. Not wife, not dear, but Rossweiss. Rossweiss raises an eyebrow, a dangerous glint in her eye as she turns to face him. Leon points to the pile of dirty dishes with a smug grin. "These plates haven't been cleaned yet." Rossweiss narrows her eyes. "So?" she replies, her tone icy. "Well," Leon says, stepping closer, "how about you and I clean up and wash the dishes together? You know, like a real family, creating that harmonious atmosphere you love so much." His smile is drenched in sarcasm, even if it's fake. Rossweiss's lips curl into an irritated smile, her eyes darting to Muen, who is practically bouncing in her seat with excitement. No way out of this one. With a sigh, Rossweiss finally relents. "Fine." Muen, of course, jumps at the opportunity. "I want to help too." Before she can get too excited, Noah grabs the back of Muen's dress, pulling her out of the room with the usual deadpan look on her face. "Come with me." Muen, now making the most pitiful crying face, whines, "But where are we going?" Noah says nothing, dragging her along. Meanwhile, Rossweiss tosses the plates into the sink with more force than necessary. She picks up the apron, looks at Leon, and with that thin, stretched patience she reserves just for him, asks, "When are you going to help?" Leon's folded and grinning like he's won a victory, replies coolly, "Did you forget what I said 2 years ago?" He leans closer, his eyes flashing mischievously. "You should never be left alone with a highly trained dragon slayer." The atmosphere shifts immediately. Rossweiss's body tenses, her dragon mark glowing faintly beneath her skin. At the same moment, Leon's own mark begins to burn on his chest, a deep connection flaring to life between them. Rossweiss's face hardens as she glares at him. "What are you trying to do?" Her voice is laced with both anger and something else, something much more dangerous. Leon steps even closer, his grin growing wider. "Back then, I was exhausted. I'd traveled a long distance, and you took advantage of that, using your dragon pattern to control me. But now..." His eyes gleam. Now things are different. Rossweiss wastes no time. Her aura flares to life, wrapping around her body like a living flame as she lashes out with her dragon tail. The strike is aimed right at Leon's face, fast and brutal. But Leon catches it effortlessly in his hand. The aura-covered tail trembles in his grip, but Leon's eyes remain locked on hers, amused. "You think I'm running away?" he asks, holding her tail tightly. Rossweiss's eyes widen as a moan escapes her lips. Her breaths grow heavy, her face turning red as the mark on her chest pulses with power. The once powerful and fearsome dragoness collapses to the ground, moaning softly, her body helpless beneath Leon's touch. He kneels down beside her, pinching her tail playfully. "What's wrong, Your Majesty? Can't handle a little tail pinch." His voice drips with arrogance. Rossweiss's chest heaves, her breath ragged as she stares at him, eyes wide with shock. Leon smirks, enjoying her reaction far too much. "Turns out that your tail's as sensitive as a kitten's when it's pinched," he taunts, leaning in closer, his breath hot against her ear. "I found that little tidbit in one of your precious dragon books." Rossweiss's body trembles, her power utterly drained as she lies there, helpless. Leon watches her closely, his expression cocky, enjoying every second of his sudden advantage. "You dragons love to conquer everything, don't you?" he whispers, his voice like a cruel caress. "But tell me, Rossweiss, have you ever been conquered?" Her eyes widen in disbelief as his words sink in. And for the first time in a long time, Rossweiss, the fearsome dragon, is at a loss for words. But Leon, ever the smug conqueror of the moment, wasn't about to comply. His grip on her tail tightened and he gave it a pinch, sending shivers through her entire body. And Leon couldn't help but watch her, with an arrogant smirk plastered on his face. "Oh? Now you want me to let go? Since the day I woke up, you've done nothing but stomp on my pride. Treated me like your little pet, a toy for your amusement. What do you think about switching things up tonight?" Rossweiss glared at him, her eyes burning with fury even as her body betrayed her. "You... a bastard," she growled, struggling to free herself from his hold. But Leon had her firmly in his grasp, enjoying every second of her helplessness. Just as things were reaching a boiling point, they heard a sudden burst of laughter from outside the door. Both Leon and Rossweiss froze, their expressions shifting from passion to panic in an instant. They turned toward the door, eyes wide as they listened to the familiar voices of the two maids responsible for the kitchen duties. "Oh, do you think Her Majesty's family time is over yet?" one of the maids asked, her voice dripping with playful curiosity. The other maid giggled in response, clearly enjoying the gossip. Suddenly, they open the door and guess what? They see the room sparkling clean. "I wonder if the prince has helped out this time," she mused. "Maybe that's why everything's so clean. His Majesty did mention getting his hands dirty, didn't he?" The two burst into a fit of giggles, completely oblivious to the scene unfolding just behind the closed door. Leon, his smirk fading, quickly dragged Rossweiss behind a nearby counter, pulling her close as they both crouched down to avoid being seen. With one arm wrapped around her waist and the other lifting her chin, Leon leaned in close, his breath hot against her ear. "You don't want them to find us, do you, Your Majesty?" His voice was dripping with mockery, each word like a dagger aimed at her pride. "Imagine." As the maids finished their conversation and finally closed the door, Leon let out a low chuckle. He tilted her face toward his, their eyes meeting as he spoke with that insufferable arrogance of his. "See, you did well, didn't you?" 3 days had passed, and once again, Leon found himself in a familiar position, comatose in the Silver Dragon Castle. Moon and Noah, his ever-vigilant daughters, sat by his bedside waiting. Moon, her innocent face filled with concern, looked at her father and whispered, "Dad hasn't woken up for 3 days. Is he dead?" Noah, ever the cold and pragmatic one, didn't miss a beat. "Just wait and see," she muttered, before casually kicking Leon in the face. Leon, still half-conscious, groaned, "It hurts so much." His words came out as if from a bad dream, but clearly he wasn't fully gone yet. Noah, stepping on her father's face as if testing his durability, crossed her arms, completely indifferent. "He's not dead yet," she declared, as if delivering a clinical diagnosis. Leon, battling his way back to consciousness, thought to himself, "No one should treat their father like this." As his eyes slowly opened, the first face he saw was Moon's, her wide eyes filled with innocent cheerfulness. "Dad's awake!" Moon practically shouted with joy, spinning around to announce it. "Mom, Dad's awake again!" Leon sat up groggily, his body aching from a familiar source of torment. "When did I faint?" he asked, his voice weak, already sensing where this was going. Rossweiss, casually tying her hair back with a graceful movement, glanced over her shoulder. "Do you need help remembering?" she asked with a smirk. "Ah, right." The memories came flooding back like a bad hangover. That night. The night when he, after somehow conquering Rossweiss's formidable strength, had enjoyed a brief moment of victory. Of course, Rossweiss had quickly turned the tables, as dragons tend to do. That final blow had sent him flying across the castle, straight into the deep, comforting arms of unconsciousness. Leon rubbed his aching head, recalling the moment she hit him so hard that the dragon pattern that once worked in his favor had been invalidated. His body still felt like it had been run over by a herd of dragons. As he sat there, he stole a glance at Rossweiss, who was now elegantly doing her hair. Her face glowed with an almost ethereal beauty, and Leon, for a brief, baffling moment, thought to himself, "She really is quite pretty, for someone who's over 200 years old." Lost in thought, he stared at her, captivated by her radiant appearance. Moon, ever the concerned daughter, looked at him with wide eyes. "Why isn't Dad moving?" Noah, as cold as ever, folded her arms. "He's just staring at Mom like an idiot." Suddenly, a hairpin slipped from Rossweiss's hand, clattering to the ground near Leon. He blinked out of his daze and instinctively picked it up. In an uncharacteristic moment of affection, he gently placed the hairpin back in her hair. For the first time in what felt like forever, he smiled at her genuinely. "This one suits you," he complimented her, surprising even himself. Rossweiss raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at her lips. Well, well, didn't expect you to be so considerate. Tell me, have you done this for other women before?" Leon's response was classic. Without missing a beat, he said, "When I was a kid, I used to comb the hair of my master's donkey. Got pretty skilled at it." Moon, her curiosity piqued, asked with wide-eyed wonder, "Dad, what's a donkey?" Leon, ever the jokester, grinned as he mimicked the stubbornness of a donkey. "Well, Moon, donkeys are a lot like dragons, you see. They've got 2 big ears, a tail, and they're very stubborn. And when they're unhappy, they like to hum and grumble, just like your mother." Hearing that, Rossweiss's eyes flashed dangerously. "Excuse me," she growled, her smirk long gone. With a deadly serious expression, she punched Leon square in the chest, making him yelp in pain. Clutching his chest and wincing, Leon gasped, I'm fine, don't worry about me." His attempt to reassure Moon, who was now reaching out to him in a panic, didn't really do much to soothe her. Meanwhile, Noah, as cold and detached as ever, didn't even flinch. Arms folded, she watched the whole scene unfold without so much as a blink. Rossweiss, ever the queen of surprise assignments, turned to Moon and Noah with a calm smile. "Your task today is to learn how to write your names, and your father will teach you." Leon, his eye twitching in frustration, snapped, "You assigned me another task without my permission." His voice carried that familiar tone of disbelief mixed with the resignation of a man who knew he was powerless in this situation. Moon, on the other hand, could not contain her excitement. She bounced with joy, clapping her hands together. "Yay, Dad will teach us how to write." Noah, ever the Frost Queen, barely blinked. "I already know how to write," she said coldly, clearly unamused by the idea of being taught anything. Ignoring Noah's deadpan reaction, Moon, still bubbling with energy, grabbed her sister's hand and led her out of the room. "Come on, let's go to the study room and find a pen with nice colors," she chirped, her optimism undeterred. "Which color do you want?" Without skipping a beat, Noah replied, "Purple." As the two girls skipped off, Rossweiss, in a casual tone, dropped her next bombshell. "Oh, by the way, my sister is coming to visit today. I don't want you appearing in front of her." Leon froze, caught completely off guard. His jaw hung slightly open as he blinked at her. "Wait, you won't even let me meet your family?" he asked, incredulous. Rossweiss, stepping closer to him, lowered her voice to a whisper, her breath tickling his ear as she spoke. "In the story I made up, you're now a male dragon who married into the Silver Dragon clan. You've been in a coma for 2 years due to some disease and have just woken up recently." She tapped his chest with her index finger, a smug smile playing at her lips. "So, if it comes to the point where you have to meet her, you'll have to play along with the identity I created." Leon wanted to argue. His brain screamed at him to counter this absurdity, but somehow no words formed. He just stood there staring at her as the ridiculousness of the situation sunk in. Finally, defeated, he muttered, "I got it. Your Majesty." Rossweiss, clearly pleased with herself, simply shrugged and said, "Whatever you want," before turning to leave. Watching her walk away, Leon's eyes narrowed, his expression a storm of silent rage. "Female dragon," he thought bitterly, as if the words themselves were a curse. He ground his teeth, fists clenched at his sides. "If she thinks I'm just going to listen to her obediently—" Suddenly, his lips curled into a wicked smirk. A dangerous, mischievous glint flashed in his eyes as he watched Rossweiss disappear down the hallway. "I'm going to embarrass her in front of her sister." The thought alone was enough to warm his soul, and he chuckled to himself as he started plotting his petty revenge. Let the games begin. In the cozy study of Silver Dragon Castle, Leon finds himself in an entirely different kind of battlefield, teaching his 2 daughters, Moon and Noah, how to write their names. It's a task that should be simple, but, of course, it's Leon we're talking about, so nothing ever goes according to plan. "All right, girls, watch carefully," Leon says with fatherly pride, drawing the letters on 2 small pieces of paper. Moon, with her wagging little tail and bright eyes, watches her father like he's revealing the secrets of the universe. Noah, on the other hand, crosses her arms and glances at the paper as if it's beneath her dignity to even acknowledge this primitive scribbling exercise. Typical Noah, expressionless, cold, but definitely judging. Handing each of them their papers, Leon instructs, "Just copy what I wrote. Practice it a few times." Moon, her excitement barely contained, stares at her name like it's a masterpiece, eagerly nodding. Noah? Well, she's looking at the paper with the same intensity she'd reserve for a speck of dirt on her shoe. "Not as good as what Mom wrote," Noah declares, her voice icy enough to freeze the ink. Leon blinks, caught off guard by her brutally honest critique. Before he can even think of a witty comeback, he quickly stands up. "Oh, right. I forgot to give something to your mother." He waves at them cheerfully as he heads for the door. "I'll check on your progress later." Moon, ever the sweet one, waves back at her dad with a smile so warm it could melt a glacier. Noah, meanwhile, shoots a cold glare his way. "Is he stupid?" she mutters, deadpan. Moon giggles at her sister's remark, enjoying the rare moment of snark. Noah, clearly flustered by being caught with a hint of emotion, denies any joy. "I'm not laughing, just hurry up and write," she grumbles, folding her arms even tighter. But as Noah turns back to the paper, her usual icy demeanor softens just a little, her cheeks faintly pink. Blushing. Surely not. Or maybe, just maybe, her father's bumbling charm got to her after all. At the gates of Silver Dragon Castle, Rossweiss is buzzing with excitement as she sees her elder sister, Isha Melkfe, the Red Dragon Queen, enter. Ross dashes over, throwing her arms around her sister in a rare moment of unguarded cheerfulness. "Long time no see," she exclaims, her usual stern demeanor replaced with warmth. Isha, taking in her sister's newfound rosiness, raises a brow and remarks, "You look glowing, Ross." Caught off guard, Rossweiss blushes and self-consciously holds her cheek. "Do I? No way. I don't think that's true at all," she stammers, obviously flustered, but trying to maintain her cool exterior. Isha's sharp gaze surveys the surroundings before she changes the subject. "I heard your husband woke up. Why isn't he here to greet me?" she asks, her tone laced with curiosity. Ross bursts into a small, awkward laugh, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, Leon's not feeling well today. Otherwise, he would definitely be here." Of course, she leaves out the part where Leon's illness was more like a strategic retreat from Isha's intimidating presence. Aisha's disappointment is clear. "That's too bad. I was looking forward to seeing the Dragon King who kidnapped you." She leans closer, lowering her voice. "Is it true that the bond between you two was purely political? No love at all?" Rossweiss freezes at the implication. "Political? Who said that?" she huffs, turning her head away, blushing deeply. "Just because we had kids doesn't mean we're in love or anything. Not now, not in the future," Aisha chuckles knowingly. "Still trying to act tough, huh? Just like always," she teases. But Ross, unwilling to admit defeat, changes the subject in her typical Ross fashion by clinging to her sister's arm and suggesting they visit the garden, a classic diversion tactic. As they walk towards the garden, completely unaware of the periscope sneaking up from the shadows, Leon, being Leon, is spying on them from the castle. He watches them closely, mentally cataloging everything. "So that's her sister, huh? Let's see just how far this dragon business goes," he mutters to himself, already plotting some ridiculous scheme. Down in the garden, the air grows more serious. Isha mentions the instability in the dragon clans lately, especially with the Red Flame Dragon King making moves. "Constantine's been more active recently," she says, her tone grim. Rossweiss stiffens at the name, her expression shifting to one of concern. "Constantine. He's been off the radar for years," Ross mutters, her worry creeping in. Isha shrugs. "Who knows? He's always been a hothead, and maybe he's trying to expand his territory again." As the words settle, Ross feels a sudden, unwelcome sensation. The dragon mark on her chest starts to glow. Her eyes widen in shock. Isha, ever the observant sister, notices Ross's brief distraction. "What's wrong?" While Isha continues talking about border defenses and sending Xinlong for updates, Ross is desperately trying to suppress the burning sensation coursing through her. Her face reddens, her body trembling, and she's wrapping her arms around herself in a futile attempt to control the dragon mark's influence. Barely able to focus, Ross thinks to herself, "If this keeps up, I'm going to lose it." She lets out a soft moan, her control slipping. Isha, now genuinely concerned, turns back to Ross and asks, "Little Rose, are you sure you're okay?" Ross, blushing furiously and struggling to maintain her composure, quickly comes up with an excuse. "I just remembered something urgent. I'll be back in 20 minutes, she blurts out, spinning on her heel and storming off before Isha can say another word. Isha watches her sister retreat and sighs knowingly. "Ah, the dragon mark. Young people these days, always playing with fire." She chuckles to herself, amused by the situation. Leon, lounging in his corner, smugly contemplates the chaos he set in motion. "Let's see how long Rossweiss can keep her cool," he muses to himself, imagining the fireworks when she finally snaps. The thought brings a smirk to his face, but his little victory is cut short when the door flies open and an absolutely furious Rossweiss stomps in, slamming the door with the force of a dragon. "Leon!" she shouts, her voice filled with fiery wrath. Oh, he knows that tone. Still, he plays it cool, acting completely oblivious as he tilts his head lazily. "Oh, back already? What's the rush?" he asks, feigning innocence, though the wicked glint in his eyes betrays him. Ross doesn't waste a second. In a blur of motion, she's right up in his face, grabbing him by the collar with enough force to make him stumble. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Making the dragon pattern resonate, embarrassing me in front of my sister like that." Her face is flushed with rage, her grip tightening with each word. Leon, sensing the storm coming, realizes it's time to play his trump card. Time to be pathetic. His favorite strategy. His eyes go wide with fake hurt, and he puts on his best puppy dog expression, as though her accusation has wounded his tender soul. "Is it wrong for me to want you?" he asks softly, voice trembling with mock vulnerability. The moment the words leave his mouth, Rossweiss freezes. Her grip loosens, and before she knows it, her hands fall from his collar, her face turning redder than her namesake. The embarrassment hits her like a tidal wave, and she quickly hides her face with one hand. How did he do that? 1 second she was about to throttle him, and the next she's as flustered as a schoolgirl. Leon can barely contain his grin. It worked, he thinks, genuinely shocked. The woman who could crush him in her sleep is blushing like a tomato. He half expects her to kill him on the spot, but instead she glares at him, sputtering, "You're shameless. A defeated prisoner talking nonsense like that." Leon just keeps smiling, watching her try to regain her composure. There's something hilarious about the sight of Rossweiss, feared by all, squirming under a few soft words. "Dirty thoughts. Put them away, right now," she snaps, her voice quivering more from embarrassment than anger. He stays quiet, still grinning like a cat who got the cream. Rossweiss huffs and spins on her heel, muttering about how lucky he is this time. "Do this again, and next time, I won't let you off so easily," she warns, storming out with a flustered look still plastered on her face. The door slams shut behind her, leaving Leon grinning like a madman. "Scared? Me? Ha!" He scoffs internally, marveling at how easily he made the terrifying Rossweiss flustered with just a few words. He chuckles to himself. This dragon pattern really is something. And then a sudden thought hits him. Why is his heart racing? Why does thinking of her blushing face make him feel giddy? "Get a grip, Leon." "You're going soft," he mutters, shaking his head as if to clear the thoughts. But before he can reflect too much on his strange reaction, reality kicks in. His daughters are still waiting. Moon is probably slacking off, and Noah's probably still grinding away like the overachiever she is. With a deep breath, he snaps back to his usual self. Time to get back to being a dad. Meanwhile, in the study room, Noah scribbles away with intense focus, while Moon, tail wagging impatiently, sighs dramatically. "Why hasn't Dad come back yet?" she grumbles, clearly more interested in mischief than writing practice. The night sky over Silver Dragon Castle glowed faintly under the moonlight as Isha Melkve, the Red Dragon Queen, waved goodbye to her sister, Rossweiss. Her massive dragon wings stretched as she prepared to fly back to her own castle. "Take care on the road," Rossweiss called out, waving, as if her sister could just stroll back rather than flying with a battalion of knights. Isha, already transformed into her majestic red dragon form, paused. "Next time, let me meet your husband," she said, her voice carrying a teasing edge. Rossweiss forced a smile. "Sure, we'll talk more next time," she lied smoothly, masking the dread bubbling up inside her. As Usha and her knights took to the air, Rossweiss stood there, watching them disappear into the night sky. The castle's silence returned, but it wasn't the peaceful kind. Her expression darkened. The smirk left her face, replaced by an intense, simmering look that could melt stone. Turning toward the castle, her lips curled in frustration. "Damn dragon slayer," she muttered under her breath. "I still haven't taught him a proper lesson." But tonight, her thoughts grew more dangerous, her anger sharpening. Leon was in for it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, Leon, blissfully unaware of his incoming doom, sneezed loudly. He chuckled to himself, wiping his nose. "Is the female dragon scolding me again?" he wondered. Deciding to ignore the ominous feeling in his gut, he turned back to more important matters, his daughters, Moon and Noah. Leon sat by their bed reading a storybook called The Story of the Young Dragon as their eyelids grew heavy. Both girls looked angelic as they slowly drifted off to sleep, their tiny snores filling the room. "They're cute when they're not demanding snacks or plotting my demise," Leon whispered to himself with a grin. He gently closed the book and carefully tucked them in, making sure every inch of their adorable selves was covered by the blanket. "Don't catch a cold," he whispered softly before tiptoeing toward the door. Just as he reached to close it quietly, the door behind him slammed with a thunderous bang. Leon jumped, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. He turned around to see none other than Rossweiss, her face set like stone, eyes burning with a seriousness that sent shivers down his spine. "Where do you think you're going?" she demanded. Her voice was a low growl, the kind that made Leon wish he could just vanish into thin air. With a sheepish smile, Leon scratched the back of his head. "So, is your sister gone?" he asked, clearly trying to deflect whatever impending doom was heading his way. Rossweiss's lips curled into a smirk, but it wasn't the friendly kind. "Oh, she's gone, but we still have things to take care of tonight." Without another word, she grabbed Leon by the collar, yanking him forward with the strength of, well, a dragon. Leon's face twisted in panic. Wait, no. "I'm too fragile for this," he protested, trying to pry her hand off his shirt as she dragged him through the hallways. "Can't we discuss this rationally? How about over tea or something?" In the dimly lit Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom, steam rose from the small tub of hot water that Leon had just slammed down with a thud. His face twisted in frustration as he looked at Rossweiss. "The water's ready," he said with forced politeness, his words barely masking his irritation. "Now, what exactly do you need it for?" Rossweiss, lounging arrogantly on the bed, extended her feet toward him as if this were a royal command. "I've been walking all day, and I'm very tired." "Wash my feet," she demanded, her tone dripping with entitlement. Leon blinked at her in shock, his face hardening. "Excuse me?" His mind raced. He was a dragon slayer trained in battle, not foot washing, but here he was, at the mercy of this overbearing, infuriating woman. Rossweiss, completely unfazed by his visible disbelief, gave him a condescending smile. "Stop talking nonsense and do as you're told. This is your punishment for what you did today." Grumbling under his breath, Leon bent down and removed her heels. Dragon slayer? More like a foot-washing servant now, he thought bitterly. His eyes briefly flickered to her feet. How many dragon slayers have these feet stomped on, he wondered, his thoughts filled with sarcasm as he tried to stifle his pride. Rossweiss noticed his lingering stare and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What's with that weird smile on his face, she thought, her cheeks turning slightly pink. Could it be some disgusting foot fetish? The idea made her shudder. Suddenly, Leon snapped back into action. With a playful smirk, he grabbed her feet and dunked them into the hot water without warning. "Get down here," he muttered, not bothering to hide his irritation. Rossweiss yelped, startled by the sudden heat. "Ow, that's too hot, you idiot!" she shouted. kicking Leon hard in the chin. The impact was swift and painful. Leon's head snapped back and he coughed up blood, his body crashing to the ground like a rag doll. Before he could recover, Rossweiss was standing over him, one foot pressing down on his chest, her cold eyes narrowing. "Are you trying to take revenge on me?" she asked, her voice sharp as ice. Leon, even through the pain, managed a smirk. "Who told you to make me wash your feet?" Her face reddened as she glared at him. "Seems like you still don't have a long memory, Leon." Slowly, she dragged her foot from his chest down to his lower body, her touch making Leon's face flush despite himself. "Never thought you'd be stepped on by a dragon, huh?" Rossweiss teased, pressing down just enough to make him squirm. Leon's face reddened both from anger and something else he didn't care to acknowledge. In a broken voice, he gasped, "Stop!" But the discomfort, no, the humiliation was getting to him. Leon's mind raced. "I'm a dragon slayer, damn it, not a footrest." Rossweiss grinned wickedly. "Let's see how long you can endure this." She pressed harder, her arrogance practically suffocating him. Leon, frustrated beyond words, glared up at her. "I can't lose to this damn female dragon." Gathering his remaining strength, he caught her leg in his hand and stood up, shakily but determined. "You know," he said with a gleam in his eye, "I've eaten pigs' trotters, cows' trotters, even goats' trotters, but never dragon trotters." Rossweiss's face flushed deeper as she processed his words. "What the hell are you?" she began. But before she could finish, Leon bent down and bit her leg, grinning as he declared, "Tonight's snack, raw dragon claws." Rossweiss let out an ear-piercing scream, her face twisting in fury and disbelief. You bastard, I'll kill you!" she shrieked, shaking her leg frantically to free herself from Leon's ridiculous grip. The next morning, the sun barely peeking through the windows, Moon and Noah slowly wake up. Noah, sharp as always, is already fully alert, while Moon, still tangled in sleep, rubs her eyes groggily. As they blink into wakefulness, Rossweiss enters the room with a noticeable limp, her leg wrapped in fresh bandages. Moon, half awake but already curious, squints at her mother. "Mom, why are you limping?" she asks, her small voice filled with sleepy confusion. Rossweiss, her face the picture of calm despite the bruising, waves it off with a casual, "It's nothing." She doesn't bother to explain further, her usual stern demeanor in place. On the other side of the room, Leon stands with his arms folded, trying to look nonchalant. The large patch on his cheek, however, tells another story. Moon's eyes widen when she spots it. "Dad, why do you have bruises on your face?" Leon, mirroring Rossweiss's cold indifference, crosses his arms tighter and replies with a shrug, "It's nothing." Moon, standing between her mysterious-looking parents, furrows her brows. She places both hands on her hips, her tiny mind working overtime. Her eyes flick from Rossweiss's bandaged leg to Leon's bruised face, her concern growing. The gears in her little brain turn slowly, but then a light bulb goes off. Suddenly, her face brightens as if she's solved the world's biggest mystery. With excitement bubbling over, she raises her hand triumphantly, her eyes sparkling. "I know! You two must have played some really fun games without telling me." Rossweiss's expression doesn't flinch, though her lips twitch slightly, while Leon fights the urge to facepalm. Noah, always the composed one, crosses her arms and casts a blank, almost judging stare at Moon. The scene shifts to the garden outside Silver Dragon Castle, where the air feels awkward enough to cut with a sword. Rossweiss strides ahead, arms crossed, her gaze fixed downward as if contemplating the meaning of existence, or how to kill someone without leaving evidence. Behind her, Leon trails, hands shoved in his pockets, wondering just how he ended up in this weird, silent parade. The two are like two mismatched puzzle pieces that someone's forcing together for the aesthetic. Meanwhile, from the distance, two maids are spying on them like undercover agents who've watched too many soap operas. One of them gasps dramatically, "Look, Queen and the Prince are dating." The other grins, nodding in agreement. What a lovely couple. But why do I feel like Her Majesty Queen and the Prince don't seem very familiar with each other? Back in the garden, Rose remains as silent as a stone dragon, while Leon matches her energy with his own "I'm too bored to care" vibe. Internally, though, Leon's mind is racing. Why did it become like this? He grumbles to himself, remembering the horror from earlier. Flashback. Leon, looking like he's just been asked to clean the entire castle, shrieks in disbelief. "Ha! Take a walk! Why should I take a walk with you?" Rose, with all the enthusiasm of someone forced into small talk at a family reunion, replies with a straight face. It is also your job to maintain a false appearance of family harmony in front of outsiders. And also because walking with you is less annoying than explaining to people why you're still alive, her tone suggests. Present day, Leon stares at Rose's back, his brain buzzing. There is something wrong with Rossweiss today. She's not usually this proactive. What is she planning? His paranoia is starting to feel like a conspiracy theory forum come to life. Across the garden, hiding behind a tree, Moon and Noah, his ever-observant daughters, are peeking at this train wreck in real time. Moon, with an exasperated sigh, mutters, "Hey, Dad is so stupid he can't even hold hands." Her disappointment in Leon is so palpable, you can almost hear it thudding to the ground like a dropped boulder. But suddenly, Moon's eyes light up with the kind of determination reserved for main characters in dramatic anime. Moon is going to help them, she declares, like a tiny general ready to launch a full-scale mission. Noah, horrified by her sister's ridiculous plan, grabs her arm, whispers shouting, "Wait, leave them alone!" But Moon, with all the grace of a child who knows she's right, brushes Noah off and dashes toward the awkward deuce. Like a mini Cupid wielding chaos instead of arrows. Suddenly, Moon appeared out of nowhere, her tiny voice piercing the awkward silence. "Mom, Dad," she called out with all the innocence of a child who has no idea she's walking into a tense battlefield. Both Leon and Rossweiss visibly flinched in surprise. Leon, clearly caught off guard, asked, "Moon, why did you follow me?" But before he could process any answers, Moon, in her childlike wisdom, grabbed his hand. Without hesitation, she reached for Rossweiss's hand too and squished their hands together. "When taking a walk, you should hold hands together," she declared, like a love guru dispensing relationship advice, then promptly darted off, shouting, "Moon, we'll go play with sister." Leon stood there, eyes wide, internally spiraling. Where did this child learn all this knowledge? He thought, bewildered. Clearly, no one had warned him that Moon had been watching way too many romance dramas. Cut to behind the tree, where Noah was pinching Moon's cheek in frustration. Moon, her bravado now replaced by tears, cried, "Moon was wrong. Moon won't dare to do it again. Sister, please let go." Meanwhile, Leon and Rossweiss were clearly onto them, their gazes locked onto the duo's hiding spot with all the annoyance of parents who know their kids are up to no good. Leon, his face suddenly tinged with a blush he hadn't felt in years, turned to Rose with a teasing smirk. "This is a bit unexpected. What should I do?" Rossweiss, clearly embarrassed but doing everything in her power to hide it, shot back in a tone that was more flustered than angry. "Okay, it's okay. Just hold it like this." Her usual Ice Queen demeanor had cracked, and Leon wasn't about to let that slide. "Wow, you seem to be extra docile today," Leon quipped, raising an eyebrow. "I'm a little uncomfortable with this new side of you." Rose, her cheeks still red, but her pride kicking in, scoffed, "It seems that you have been tamed by me. Now, when I get along with you well, you're not used to it." Her voice had an edge, but it was clear she was just as thrown off by the situation as he was. Behind the tree, Moon watched her parents with the pride of a matchmaker who thinks she's just saved a marriage, while Noah stared in awe, half amused, half amazed. Moon's bright-eyed excitement was palpable, while Noah muttered, "I can't believe that actually worked." Leon, however, wasn't done with his internal monologue. Rossweiss has always been the image of a queen in front of others, but I didn't expect that she would be shaken by something as small as holding hands, he thought, narrowing his eyes slightly as he glanced at her. Maybe her image as a strict mother is simply because she doesn't know how to get close to her children. Suddenly, Leon, in that casual tone that always precedes trouble, asked, "By the way, Moon and Noah always call you Mother in front of you, huh?" Rossweiss, her voice dripping with sarcasm and annoyance, snapped back, "So, is there a problem?" Her eyes narrowed as if daring him to continue. Leon sighed dramatically, clearly enjoying himself. "Well, you see, according to the normal way of calling, Dad is always paired with Mom. Moon always calls me Dad, but she calls you Mother. Doesn't it seem like she's, I don't know, more distant from you?" Rossweiss's annoyance deepened, but her eyebrow twitched, betraying the tiny seed of doubt Leon had planted. "Is there a big difference between Mother and Mom?" she fired back, her pride fighting to stay intact. Leon, with that warm, infuriatingly charming smile of his, replied, "Of course there is. Why not try to get them to call you Mom instead? I bet they'll definitely be closer to you if they do. Think about it. It's like you're the serious teacher and I'm the cool parent. It's a balance, but maybe you should try being the fun one for a change." And for the first time in what felt like ages, Rossweiss looked genuinely shocked. Her face flushed red, clearly caught off guard. She quickly masked it by grabbing Leon's arm and pulling him along. "Got it. I'll try next time," she mumbled, but not before Leon noticed the faint blush. "Oh, hey, why are you walking so fast all of a sudden?" Leon wobbled, trying to keep up, half laughing, half bewildered. It was rare for Ross to show any affection without the threat of violence involved. Without slowing down, Rossweiss asked out of nowhere, "Hey, Leon, are you homesick?" Leon blinked, confused. "Why are you asking this now? It's not like you'll let me go back home anyway." He gave a knowing smirk, expecting the usual cold retort. But instead, Rossweiss surprised him again. "I can't make you go home," she admitted, her voice softer than usual, "but there's something that might help ease your homesickness a little." Leon's face lit up like a kid promised candy. "Really? You're not messing with me, right?" The scene shifted dramatically to the castle's warehouse, a massive, almost mythical place that Leon had never seen before. The giant, ancient doors loomed in front of them like some forgotten relic. Leon, still in awe, asked, "What is this?" Rossweiss, holding a massive set of keys, gave the slightest shrug. I didn't give it a name. You can call it a warehouse, a utility room, or whatever, it doesn't matter." As she twisted the key in the lock, the doors opened with a dramatic creak, like something straight out of a gothic horror novel. Leon followed Rossweiss, still trying to make sense of what was happening. He muttered under his breath, "The dragon's treasure trove. Okay, seriously, what kind of weird dragon surprises are you hiding in here?" His eyes darted around the massive storage space, taking in the array of strange and expensive-looking items. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a bracelet gleaming in the dim light. His jaw nearly dropped as he exclaimed, "If this were placed in the Empire, it could be sold for at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins." But Rossweiss, ever the Ice Queen, casually replied, "Oh, that's the bracelet my grandmother gave me when I was a child." She folded her arms, her posture as rigid as ever. "In addition to the spoils, there are some things in here that hold sentimental value to me." Leon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, I haven't heard you talk much about your family, except for your sister. Rossweiss's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes. I've never seen my father or mother. My sister and I were raised by our grandmother. Leon sighed, feeling a strange kinship in the coldness of the room. Ah, that's similar to me. I grew up in an orphanage and never met my parents either. I was adopted by my master and his wife. Rossweiss didn't respond immediately, her arms still crossed, her gaze distant. Leon, sensing a shift, asked with sudden seriousness, "So why exactly did you bring me here? What is it you want to show me?" Without a word, Rossweiss knelt beside a massive chest that looked like it could hold the secrets of the universe. She opened it with a dramatic flourish, revealing something that glinted ominously in the light. "I just had something that can temporarily make you forget your troubles." Leon's eyes narrowed in confusion, but before he could speak, he froze in shock. His mouth hung open as his gaze fell on the object inside. "My black gold armor!" His voice cracked with disbelief. Rossweiss tilted her head, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Leon, you've always wanted to get this armor back, right?" Tears welled up in Leon's eyes. "Yes, actual tears. I'm not dreaming. Are you really going to give it to me?" His voice was thick with emotion, a rare moment of vulnerability. But Rossweiss's smile shifted into something more devilish, a grin that sent shivers down Leon's spine. That's right." The moment Leon touched the armor, a dark purple energy surged from it, wrapping around his body like a snake tightening its grip. His eyes widened in horror as the energy formed a seal that pushed him backward. He stumbled, gasping, "Enchanted dragon mark? My black gold armor, my good brother, how come you have fallen too?" His gaze whipped back toward Rossweiss, teeth clenched in realization. But Rossweiss stood there, arms crossed, her smile twisted into something sinister and triumphant. "You finally fell into the trap, Leon." As Leon steadied himself on a formation that sprang up under him, he scowled at Rossweiss, his eyes dark with suspicion. "What the hell did you do, Ross?" His voice was low, edged with frustration, as the dragon mark on his chest flared up, glowing brighter with each second. Rossweiss, watching with the satisfaction of a cat tormenting a mouse, smirked. Her own dragon mark pulsed in response, like they were sharing in some romantic, revenge-driven link that Leon never signed up for. "Oh, didn't I mention, dear?" she began in that faux innocent tone that somehow managed to feel threatening. "I just attached a little dragon pattern to your armor." She traced a delicate finger along his chest, her smirk deepening. "The moment you touched it, the mark activated, enhancing its effects. Think of it as my contribution to our relationship." The pressure from the mark hit Leon like a hammer, and he crashed to the ground, groaning as it burned into his chest. Every cell in his body was screaming in protest, and all he could do was clutch at the mark, glaring up at the smug dragoness standing over him. Rossweiss leaned down, arrogantly tilting his chin up to meet her amused gaze. "Oh, my poor dragon slayer, can't handle a little dragon magic." Leon could practically feel his sanity slipping as he glared at her through gritted teeth. "Rossweiss," he growled, his voice taut with hatred and, somehow, an annoyingly inconvenient thrill. Rossweiss laughed, the sound entirely too smug for Leon's taste, as she pushed him down further. His cries of frustration only made her smirk. And to his horror, that damn mark wasn't just igniting pain, it was lighting a flame in him that his pride absolutely did not appreciate. Seeing his flushed face, Rossweiss's grin grew sharper. "Oh, did you think I didn't have a grudge after that last time? Believe me, I've had 3 whole days to think this one through." She lifted herself onto him, eyes glinting. "And look at you, letting your guard down so easily." Her teasing words only fueled the growing flame of frustration in Leon. "Damn it, female dragon," he muttered, half enraged and half begrudgingly. Well, let's call it captivated. Rossweiss, noticing his shifting expression, raised her eyebrows, her face taking on a mischievous flush. "What, you didn't like my little act?" Leon yelled at her, frustration giving his voice an edge. "So, all that talk about letting Moon call you mom, about never meeting your parents, was all a lie?" Rossweiss tilted her head, amused. "Oh, that's all true, darlings, but it doesn't change what I'm about to do now." Finally, much later, Leon lay on the floor, staring up with the expression of a man who just survived something incomprehensible. His eyes still wide, face flushed, he felt like he'd just been run over by a mythical beast. With an exhausted glare, Leon broke the silence, his voice cold. "What are you doing?" Rossweiss traced a finger along his jaw. "You know, Leon," she murmured, 2 years ago the scars on your face were much worse. They've faded a bit now. You have a more mature look about you." Unimpressed, Leon shot back, "Oh, don't start with the flattery, Weiss. I know your tricks." Rossweiss merely laughed, a soft, mocking sound that somehow still managed to catch him off guard. "Oh, my dear, it seems you have gotten a bit smarter." Suspicious now, Leon met her gaze with an uneasy frown. Her face flushed again as she chuckled. "Ah, poor Leon. Your health isn't quite what it used to be." The words hit Leon like a boulder, and he felt the world tilt beneath him. That simple phrase seemed to tear his entire reality apart. Was she saying he was? No, surely not. His face went pale, his jaw falling open wider and wider as the implications spiraled out of control. In a final act of betrayal by his own mind, he realized he might not be as good as he once was. The next morning, Leon drags himself into the living room at Silver Dragon Castle, looking like the living dead, complete with dark circles, bags under his eyes, and a face that practically screams, "I didn't sleep." He pushes the door open, muttering, "I'm here," only to find Rossweiss and Noah already waiting inside. Rossweiss stands there, arms folded, and greets him with a smug, "Good morning," paired with a smirk that tells him she's already savoring the joke she's about to make. "Oh, didn't sleep well last night?" she adds, her tones so dripping with mockery that Leon has to grit his teeth to keep from combusting on the spot. "Gee, I wonder why," he fires back, voice shaking with indignation. "It's all because of what you said." Rossweiss just laughs, feigning innocence. "Oh, did I say something?" she asks sweetly, as if she hadn't shattered his pride in one fell swoop. Noah, silently watching this exchange, sighs, clearly thinking, "Here we go again." Without missing a beat, Rossweiss casually shifts the conversation, informing Leon about the upcoming entrance exam for St. Heath Academy. She mentions that he should start tutoring Noah on dragon knowledge and leans in close enough that he can feel her breath. With a whisper and a glint in her eye, she taunts him. "After all, teaching is the one place you can still prove your value, Because we both know you're not exactly useful elsewhere." Leon's face turns red, anger flaring as he snaps, "Oh, please, I was just having an off day." Determined to salvage his pride, he points a defiant finger at her and declares, "Just watch. I'll make sure Noah passes the test with flying colors, and I expect something of equal value from you in return." Rossweiss arches an eyebrow, looking amused. "Oh, fine, but don't go overboard with that request, dear," she chuckles, strolling toward the door. Pausing to glance back, she smirked, "And don't overdo it. Wouldn't want you getting too tired." She waves dismissively as she exits, a little too pleased with herself. Leon shouts after her, "That's it! You're done, you female dragon!" But she just keeps walking, not even bothering to look back. Once she's gone, Noah speaks up, eyeing Leon curiously. "Why are you always arguing with Mom?" Leon crosses his arms, huffing, arguing, "Ha, this is just our usual communication." He's about to brush it off when something Noah said finally hits him. He turns to her, looking puzzled. "Wait, did you just call her Mom?" Noah looks away, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Yes, Mom." Stepping closer, Leon studies her face, half surprised, half pleased. "Did she tell you to start calling her that?" When Noah nods slightly, he asks, "Do you like calling her that?" With a barely there smile and her eyes still averted, Noah mumbles, "Yes, I like it." Leon's face lights up with a smile, one he hasn't worn since last night's ordeal. "I knew you'd come around to it." Noah just blinks, taken aback by his sudden cheerfulness. Trying to compose herself, she turns and says, "So, when are we starting my studies?" Leon, not expecting her to switch gears so fast, stammers, Right, soon, just wait for me." The Silver Dragon Castle lay silent in the night, but in the children's study room a lone light flickered. Leon sat hunched over his desk, eyes glued to a stack of ancient Dragon Clan tomes, deep in thought. The rest of the castle was already sleeping, including his kids. In the midst of this peace, Rossweiss swept into the room. She raised an eyebrow, spotting Leon still poring over his books. "Oh, you're still awake this late?" she asked, her voice carrying that knowing mix of surprise and pride. Leon didn't even bother looking up, instead tapping his temple with his pen in thought. "Noah's quick to grasp concepts," he muttered, half to himself, half to Ross. "Typical teaching methods won't cut it for her. I need to prepare a whole curriculum of key concepts and test questions. Looks like I'll be pulling an all-nighter." Ross's lips curled with pride as she stole a glance at her sleeping daughter. "Of course," she preened, lifting her head, and naturally her chest. "After all, Noah is like me." Leon smirked, finally glancing up from his book to meet her gaze. "Is she, though?" he challenged, with a glint in his eye. He rose from his seat, standing tall, folding his arms with a grand, almost exaggerated flourish. "I was the top dragon-slaying genius every year, you know," he said, sounding almost as proud as Ross. "Top of my class in exams, undefeated in field training, awarded every scholarship they had. The school pretty much ran out of ways to praise me," he boasted, tossing her a smirk over his shoulder, as if daring her to top that. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with a playful taunt. "So, Your Majesty, what were your accomplishments?" For once, Rossweiss looked stumped. Her dragon-slaying record spoke for itself, and there was no question of her military prowess. But academics? She faltered, her brow creasing with a hint of irritation. Had she underestimated him? This was Leon, after all, the same man she'd always assumed was all brawn and zero brain. She felt her pride take a hit, realizing he might be a little sharper than she'd given him credit for. With a disdainful smirk, she countered, "So powerful, yet still my captive, aren't you?" Leon's face darkened. "Damn it, I only lost one time," he spat back, his pride visibly wounded. A dragon slayer of his caliber, felled by none other than the Silver Dragon Queen herself. And now? Reduced to a near-constant cycle of defeat and exhaustion under her relentless watch. He slumped back down, muttering bitterly, "One mistake, and now I'm stuck, a tiger in the plains, bullied by a dragon." Ross, smiling smugly at his brooding, leaned in closer, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Afraid of being ridden by a dragon, aren't you?" Suddenly, her gaze immediately fell on the bright yellow peppers, eyebrows arching in suspicion. "What are you doing with these?" she asked. Leon blinked as if just noticing them himself. "Oh, those. Brought 'em from the kitchen to help keep me awake." Ross's expression shifted from confusion to genuine concern. "Those are Dragon Clan yellow peppers. You're a human. There's no way you can." But it was too late. Leon had already popped a pepper into his mouth, chewing confidently. For all of 2 seconds, his face instantly turned as red as the fire in a dragon's belly. "So spicy," he gasped, his eyes bulging as his mouth became a lava pit. He began pacing, patting his face and darting around the room, frantically looking for water. Water, water! Ross, with a mixture of sympathy and amusement, shook her head. Watching Leon run around, she couldn't help herself. She stepped forward, catching his face in her cool hands. Their eyes met, and both froze, Leon's cheeks blazing, though this time perhaps not just from the pepper. Ross looked away, clearing her throat in a half-hearted attempt at nonchalance. "My hands are cool. It might help." As her fingers rested against his cheeks, Leon's panic melted into a strange, surprising calm. Her touch was gentle, cooling the pepper's searing heat in a way that didn't sting or shock, but soothed. He closed his eyes, letting the coolness of her fingertips ease the burn. Despite himself, Leon felt an unexpected sense of comfort from the simple gesture. "Thank you," he murmured, reluctantly pulling back, though the warmth remained on his face, now mixed with an undeniable blush. Ross dropped her hands and stepped back, her expression unreadable as she turned away. "Get some rest and try not to eat the peppers again. If you burn your mouth, you'll have to teach Noah in sign language," she said, sarcasm slipping in as she moved toward the door, her back to him. Leon nodded, muttering a half-hearted, Yeah, got it." But his gaze lingered on her as she left. When she was gone, he groaned, fanning his cheeks, feeling as if the memory of her touch might be hotter than the pepper itself. But then reality crashed in as he recalled her usual treatment. His arms crossed defensively. "Don't be fooled, Leon. She's the same evil dragon who corners you, squeezes you dry, and then blames your lack of endurance when you can barely stand. You can't go soft on her or you'll end up bedridden." Determined, he grabbed a book, flipping through the pages for a solution to his problem. After browsing for a few minutes, his eyes lit up. Black Dragon Pill, a highly effective body-strengthening elixir, nourishing and stabilizing the core. Jackpot. "Perfect," he muttered, looking at the entry like he'd found treasure. A broad grin spread across his face. With a renewed sense of hope, Leon prepared to work on his resilience. The next morning was unusually bright and sunny, and outside the window a pair of birds, a small yellow one and a large white one, sat on a branch, chirping back and forth like they were deep in conversation. Inside, though, the same could not be said for the atmosphere between Leon and his daughter, Noah. He sat across from her, grading her test with a carefully suppressed grin. "Noah," he began, trying to keep a straight face, "I just finished grading the test you took. Out of a possible score of 100, care to guess what you got?" Noah fixed him with her usual deadpan stare, not a hint of emotion breaking through her whole exterior. 50, Leon snorted, pulling out the test paper with exaggerated drama. "A whole 62, actually. You underestimated yourself." Noah stared down at her test, eyes narrowing as she scanned the answers. Her small hands tightened around the paper, and her brows furrowed just slightly. Clearly, she wasn't thrilled. Leon softened, watching her. He could see how serious she was, mature even for someone her age. While her younger sister, Moon, was probably outside chasing butterflies or counting clouds, Noah had taken on her studies with a tenacity he hadn't expected. She could be so painfully hard on herself, almost like her mother. Reaching out, he placed a hand on her head, tousling her hair a bit. "For a first try, 62 is pretty impressive, kid." Noah glanced up, her cheeks barely coloring at the rare compliment. "Thanks," she mumbled, a touch of pride slipping into her usually stoic tone. But just as Leon leaned in to encourage her further, he was hit with an unexpected coughing fit. He quickly turned away, wincing as he rubbed his throat. "Sorry about that," he managed to croak, voice rasping. His eyes watered a bit as the irritation settled in, and he instantly remembered the pile of yellow dragon peppers he'd munched on the night before. Why, he wondered, did I think wake-up peppers were a smart idea? Just then, Noah's expression shifted slightly as if something dawned on her. She reached into her pocket, rummaging around until she produced a round tin, small and unassuming, with "Dragon Throat Lozenge" scrawled across it in elegant script. She held it out to him in her usual reserved way. Leon blinked, surprised. "Is this for me?" Noah's face didn't change, but there was a barely there flicker of embarrassment. "Mom said to give it to you," she said, voice just a little colder than usual, as if distancing herself from the kindness. A grin spread across Leon's face as he popped one of the lozenges into his mouth, the soothing mint cutting through the scratchiness in his throat. "Well, tell your mom thanks from me." He gave Noah a meaningful look. Like mother, like daughter, he thought, amused. Cold on the outside, but with small gestures of warmth that slipped through when they thought no one was watching. The lozenge melted away in his mouth, bringing relief to his poor, pepper-ravaged throat, and he turned back to Noah, his energy restored. Now, where were we? Noah's gaze grew sharp again, her serious side kicking back in. "You said we'd go over the questions I got wrong." Leon laughed, feeling a surge of pride as he watched her. "Right you are, Noah." The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Castle kitchen, where the air is heavy with the scent of herbs and the awkward presence of a clueless king trying to act like a master alchemist. One of the maids cautiously approaches Leon, her expression hovering somewhere between curiosity and dread. "Your Majesty, what are you looking for?" "All the medicinal materials are here," she asks, trying to sound helpful but clearly worried he's about to blow something up. Leon, flashing a grin as if he's about to unveil a culinary masterpiece, replies, "Okay, put them all here." In his head, though, his thoughts are far less composed. "Perfect," he smirks internally. "I specifically asked them to grab a bunch of unrelated materials so they won't suspect what I'm really up to. Misdirection at its finest." But as the maid neatly arranges the materials, Leon's smirk starts to waver. His thoughts spiral into confusion. Configure Long Dali requires such basic medicinal materials. Why does the manual insist that even the most outstanding pharmacist of the Dragon Clan has a low success rate? He squints at the instructions like they're mocking him. It's not even that complicated. Determined not to let the manual win, Leon begins the process, grinding the materials with an enthusiasm that could only be described as chaotically confident. As he works, he mutters under his breath, like a mad scientist. "Take the medicine you want to use first. Materials crushed and mixed. Next, Leon dumps the pulverized mess into a pot with the grace of someone pouring cereal at 3 a.m. He continues his murmured monologue, sounding increasingly like he's narrating a cooking show in a parallel universe. "Take these medicines, put materials in order, boil in the pot." The scene shifts to 1 hour later, where Leon is the very picture of frustration, clutching his head as if it might help him squeeze out some answers. "Ah, failed again. Sure enough, it's not that simple," he mutters bitterly. He glares at the alchemy flask in his hand and like it's personally offended him. "I followed the book's method to the letter. Every single time it's the same story. The purification and separation fails at the last step. High-temperature separation. Who writes this stuff? If it's too hot, the whole concoction goes kaput." Grumbling, he shakes the flask, watching the liquid swirl in mocking defiance. "Just shaking, it won't do anything. I need professional-grade instruments, something to keep the temperature just right. Ugh, if only there were some magical solution." He sighs, exasperated. "Master always said, no path is a dead end. Just look for other roads." Well, great advice, Master. Where's this other road I'm supposed to find? As if the heavens themselves are tired of his whining, a loud crack of thunder explodes outside, rattling the windows. Leon squints at the storm clouds gathering, muttering to himself, "Thunder? Of course, great timing. Is it about to rain?" He moves to shut the window, still staring absently at the darkening sky, when something clicks. Lightning, thunder. Wait, thunder. His eyes go wide as he recalls a distant memory from his alchemy class. The teacher once mentioned that sometimes impurities are better removed with electrolysis rather than roasting them over a flame. A higher success rate. Suddenly, he's bolting back to his alchemy desk, his mind racing. If the book forgot to mention this a little detail, maybe it's time to try the thunder element. His lips curl into a confident, slightly manic grin. Thunder elemental magic. My specialty. And now that my magic powers had some time to recharge, with a surge of determination, he places his hand under the alchemy flask, feeling the crackle of energy at his fingertips. He focuses, channeling his magic into the flask in careful, controlled pulses. But I have to do this subtly. More control, Leon. More control! His voice trails off as he concentrates, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The scene shifts to half an hour later, and Leon finally holds his masterpiece, the infamous black pill, in his hands. He grins triumphantly. Success, he declares, as though he's just unlocked the secrets of the universe. Carefully, he places the pill in a small box, puffing up with pride. Refining dragon medicine. Child's play. Just then, little Muon seems to appear out of thin air like a pint-sized ninja. "Dad, what are you doing?" she chirps, her innocent smile nearly making him drop the box. Leon freezes, his mind short-circuiting at the sight of his cheerful daughter catching him red-handed. After a few awkward beats of silence, he forces out, "Oh, Muon, didn't see you there." Hastily, he slams the box shut and awkwardly pats her head, a nervous grin plastered on his face. "Oh, it was nothing," he says, praying she doesn't ask any more questions. But Muon, being Muon, blinks up at him with wide, curious eyes. "Dad, is it sugar?" she asks, her innocence practically piercing through his soul. Thinking quickly, he clutches the box like it's a national treasure. This is medicine for Mom," he blurts out, hoping that sounds somewhat convincing. Muon's brow furrows. "Medicine for Mom? Is she sick?" Leon slips the box into his pocket with practiced stealth. No, she's fine," he assures her, voice all too eager. "Mom's been working hard lately, so this is just to help her, replenish her energy. Nothing to worry about." He smiles, trying to exude calm, but Muon just looks even more puzzled. Then, as if a light bulb flickers on in her tiny head, Muon beams up at him, her eyes full of newfound wisdom. "Then, Dad, you must take good care of Mom," she proclaims, brimming with pure-hearted determination. Leon gives her a warm, fatherly smile. "Of course, sweetheart. That's exactly what I plan to do." But inside, his grin turns just a shade darker, his thoughts anything but fatherly. "When my body recovers, oh, she's going to look so good." The scene shifts outside to the Silver Dragon Castle, where the storm rages on, thunderclaps echoing through the sky. Inside his dimly lit room, Leon paces nervously, the box containing the infamous Long Dali pill clenched tightly in his fist. Rain pelts against the window, matching his stormy thoughts. "So, I made the pill, but will it work on humans? Or am I about to dose someone with a time bomb?" He eyes the box suspiciously. "Ugh, maybe I should just let this one slide for now." Suddenly, a knock on the door makes him jump. His heart nearly stops when the door swings open, revealing the imposing figure of Rossweiss, her hair slightly damp from the rain, her presence as commanding as ever. Your Majesty, Why are you here? Leon stammers, his panic plain as day. He clutches the box behind his back as though that'll help. Rossweiss smirks, crossing her arms. I heard from one that you made something special for me. Medicine like chocolate candy, she said, for my body. Care to explain? Leon freezes, his thoughts racing. Moine, my sweet, treacherous little spy. She leaks info faster than a broken faucet. He forces a nervous laugh, sweating bullets. Oh, that. It's nothing serious, just a little experiment. Nothing major. Rossweiss raises an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to interrogate you, yet. I'm just surprised you managed to refine medicine so easily. Refining in this kind of environment. It's almost like a blessing. Leon blinks, utterly dumbfounded. She's not mocking me. This has to be a trap. Rossweiss steps closer, her tone shifting to a demand. So, let me see it. What did you make? Leon sighs in defeat, pulling the box from behind his back. Fine. Even if I refuse, you'll just beat me up and take it anyway. She smiles warmly, a rare and disarming expression. Good. Let's see. The color is perfect. A black pill? You've really outdone yourself, Leon. Both civil and military talents, huh? A compliment shocks him so deeply he almost drops the box. Wait, she's not insulting me? Am I dreaming? Rossweiss shuts the box and tosses it back to him with unexpected grace. Oh, you can keep it, she says casually, but you can't eat it. Leon fumbles the box, catching it just in time. Huh? Why not? He asks, confusion written all over his face. She folds her arms, her expression stern. Because it's a Dragon Clan drug. For humans, the effects are too potent, it'll likely kill you. Leon's brow furrows. Potent? What do you mean? I've defeated countless Dragon Kings. You're saying a tiny pill can take me down? Or are you trying to save this candy for yourself, Rossweiss? Afraid I'll eat it first? He smirks, daring her. Before she can reply, Leon pops the pill into his mouth with the flair of a man who's never read a warning label in his life. Courage is the human him, he declares, chewing like he just won an award for stupidity. Rossweiss's eyes widen in horror. Leon, you idiot! Don't… But it's too late. Leon swallows the pill, grinning like a fool, until, of course, the effects kick in. His entire body starts trembling violently, his vision blurring as if the room itself is spinning. Pain shoots through him and he clutches his chest, gasping for air. Leon! Rossweiss yells, panic flashing in her eyes. She places her hands on him, channeling her magic in an attempt to stabilize him. How are you feeling? I'll try to break down the pill's effects. Hold still. Leon, in true Leon fashion, ignores her. Instead, he grabs her arm, his lips curling into a manic grin as lightning crackles around him. Take a good look, Silver Dragon Queen, he exclaims, his voice filled with both determination and delirium. This is human courage and resolve. Rossweiss is about to retort when suddenly, Leon's entire demeanor shifts. His cheeks flush a deep red, his eyes softening as he grabs her tail, gently but firmly. With an unexpectedly sultry tone, he blurts out, I want another child, sweet wife. Rossweiss freezes, her face turning beet red. What? The storm outside howled like a beast denied its meal, with wind and rain battering the castle walls as if vying for entry. Inside, Leon sat cross-legged, lit by the wild dance of blue lightning crackling around his body. Without warning, Leon slammed his palm onto his chest, casting a thunder elemental spell on himself. As the raw electric power surged through him, he screamed, a primal sound that could have been mistaken for either a battle cry or the anguished howl of a man realizing his life choices were a terrible mistake. Rossweiss, watching this unfold with increasing alarm, widened her eyes. What in the world? She gasped, her tone oscillating between shock and exasperation. The very notion that Leon thought this was a good idea baffled her. What is he doing? Electrocuting himself? Is this some male human's midlife crisis ritual? Leon, to his credit or detriment, let go of Rossweiss's hand mid-lightning frenzy, a chivalrous yet utterly idiotic move to protect her from the spell's effects. The thunderstorm within him fizzled out as quickly as it began, leaving him smoking, singed, and utterly drained. The mighty dragon slayer fainted like a delicate flower, his body swaying precariously toward an unceremonious date with the cold, hard floor. "Of course," Rossweiss muttered with a sigh, rushing forward to catch him. With a surprising gentleness that belied her earlier exasperation, she cradled him in her arms, carefully placing him back on the bed. Her actions were so tender they could have been mistaken for those of a newlywed bride caring for her injured husband. "He's really crazy," she whispered under her breath, her tone a mix of begrudging admiration and weary acceptance. With a resigned sigh, Rossweiss stood, muttering, "You wait here, I'll fetch the palace physician." As she turned toward the door, ready to leave the room and, hopefully, his chaos behind, Leon's eyes fluttered open. His face was flushed, not with the after-effects of magical exertion, but with a childlike giddiness that was as endearing as it was absurd. His hand shot out, catching Rossweiss mid-stride. Startled, Rossweiss spun around. "Leon?" she asked cautiously, a hint of surprise in her voice. Her surprise deepened when she saw what exactly he was holding, her tail. Leon, now grinning like a drunk fool at a festival, gently wagged Rossweiss's tail in his hand, his expression one of pure, unfiltered joy. The refined, stoic demeanor he had displayed mere moments ago had been obliterated, replaced by the goofy smile of a man who had just discovered the world's most fascinating fidget toy. "Wife," he murmured dreamily, still clutching her tail, "where are you going?" Who is your wife?" Rossweiss stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson as her voice betrayed a nervous tremor. For someone who had fought countless battles and weathered centuries of life, she was thoroughly unprepared for this particular kind of chaos. Leon, however, was completely unfazed. Giggling like a child who had discovered a shiny new toy, he clung to her tail with a level of enthusiasm that bordered on lunacy. "I don't want to let go," he declared with glee. "I won't let my wife leave." Rossweiss's eye twitched. "Wife?" she thought incredulously, her frustration mounting. "Let go of me," she demanded, pushing at his face in a futile attempt to free herself. But Leon held on stubbornly, his grip tightening as if he believed the tail was the key to his very survival. "Wife, wife, wife," he chanted with unabashed delight, his tone as giddy as it was grating. Rossweiss, pulling and tugging in vain, finally let out a resigned sigh. Clearly, brute force wasn't going to work here. Instead, she stopped struggling and turned her head away, her face an exasperated mask of speechlessness. Why am I even entertaining this? She wondered. She tried to make sense of the situation. The black dragon pill is supposed to strengthen the body, not turn someone into a lovesick fool. Did the thunder magic mess with his brain? Her gaze fell back on Leon, who was now gleefully nuzzling her tail like a drunk man serenading a mop. At least he's not dying. Though at this rate I might. Watching him cling to her tail, Rossweiss felt her cheeks warm again. Against all logic, she found his idiotic persistence endearing. No, don't go there, she chastised herself, but the faint blush betrayed her inner conflict. Feigning impatience, she crossed her arms and sighed. Okay, I'm here. What do you want now? She asked, hoping to humor him just long enough to end this madness. Leon perked up immediately, his face lighting up with the pure, innocent joy of a child about to ask for a second scoop of ice cream. His gaze locked onto her with a mixture of sincerity and mischievous intent. Then, in a tone that somehow combined playful innocence with utter absurdity, he declared, "I want a two-berth, my wife." The room fell silent. Rossweiss froze, her brain screeching to a halt as she tried to process the sheer audacity of what she had just heard. What?" she finally managed, her voice a mix of shock and indignation. Her blush deepened to the color of ripe cherries as her eyes widened in disbelief. "You haven't even taken care of the twins from one birth," she snapped, her tone veering dangerously close to hysteria. "And now you're talking about a two-birth. Don't overthink it." But Leon, ever the man-child, wasn't deterred. Rolling back and forth on the bed, still clutching her tail, he whined with the persistence of a toddler, denied his favorite snack. "I want a two-berth! I want a two-berth!" Rossweiss groaned, pressing a hand to her forehead as if to physically hold back the headache rapidly building in her skull. Closing her eyes, she took a long, deep breath. Why did I ever marry this idiot? She wondered, though deep down she knew the answer. Rossweiss, ever the epitome of stoicism, looked at Leon with the expression of someone who'd just been handed an infant and told, "Good luck." Her tone dripped with sarcasm as she humored his latest request. "Okie. Not just a 3-child, but let's aim for a 4 and 5-child, too," she said, her words like a verbal eye roll. Leon's face lit up like a toddler promised infinite candy. He nodded enthusiastically, giggling with the kind of delight that made Rossweiss question every life choice that had brought her to this moment. "You're the best, wife." But of course he wasn't done. Not by a long shot. "Then you have to come back to my hometown with me." Rossweiss, her patience hanging by a thread, sighed deeply. "Fine, we'll go back when we're settled. Oh, if I don't kill you first," she thought. That was all Leon needed. He finally released her tail and launched into a gleeful dance around the room, arms flailing like a deranged lightning rod. Rossweiss watched this spectacle with a mix of exasperation and reluctant fondness. At least he was happy. She made a mental note to update her list of ways Leon is more annoying than usual. But just as she thought she had calmed the storm, Leon, beaming like a drunken fool, stumbled toward her with a look of pure mischief. "Wife, you're so good," he declared, leaning in with puckered lips aimed squarely at her. Her mind froze for a split second. Surely he's not... Oh, but he was. Rossweiss's instincts kicked in, her hands shot out, firmly planting themselves on his face as she pushed him back. "Don't even think about it, idiot," she snapped, her voice teetering between fury and embarrassment. Leon, clearly mistaking her resistance for an invitation to persist, grunted in surprise but continued to press forward against her hands. "Why hasn't this fool snapped out of it yet?" she hissed internally. And then her patience broke. Rationality took a back seat as she balled her fist and delivered a clean punch to his face. "When will this medicine wear off?" she roared. The impact sent Leon reeling. He clutched his face, now kneeling on the bed like a kicked puppy. His groans of pain were muffled but pitiful, and Rossweiss felt an immediate pang of guilt. Her fist still tingled from the blow as she awkwardly retracted it. I couldn't stop myself," she murmured, trying to mask her regret. She reached out hesitantly, patting his back in what she hoped was a comforting gesture. "Are you okay?" Leon didn't respond. His head remained bowed, his breathing uneven. Rossweiss felt her unease deepen until suddenly Leon grasped his chest, his face flushed red as he began to pant. "Wife, I feel a little uncomfortable," he choked out, his voice trembling. Rossweiss blinked, her concern overriding her earlier annoyance. She glanced down at herself and her heart skipped a beat as she noticed the dragon pattern on her chest, glowing with an eerie, pulsating purple light. "My God," she whispered, realization dawning like a thunderclap. Rossweiss, now fully alarmed, climbed onto the bed with a swiftness that belied her earlier frustration. Her hands moved with urgency, peeling away Leon's shirt to confirm her suspicion. Sure enough, the dragon pattern on his chest glowed just as brightly, casting an otherworldly hue across the room. Rossweiss stared at the pulsating mark, her mind racing. Why now? She wondered, her brows furrowing. The black dragon pill should have been straightforward. Brutal, yes, but predictable. Yet here was Leon, glowing like a broken magical artifact, completely out of it. Why did it activate? She muttered aloud, her voice tinged with frustration and dread. Suddenly, Leon pressed Rossweiss down onto the bed. Rossweiss, already uncomfortable, glared up at him with fiery indignation. "Leon, you bastard, what are you doing?" she snapped, her voice dripping with both anger and embarrassment. Before she could shove him off, Leon's antics took a turn for the even more ridiculous. With the grace of a drunken cat, he leaned down, his lips brushing against her tail as he cooed, "My wife's tail smells so good. I love it the most." Rossweiss froze, her face a perfect picture of horrified disbelief. "Leon!" she shrieked, shoving at his face with all the dignity of a warrior queen who just discovered her crown was swappied for a clown hat. "My tail drags on the ground all day. Don't you think it's dirty? Get off me, you idiot." But Leon was undeterred. Even with her hand smooshing his face, he managed to grab at her tail like it was the most precious treasure in the world. His persistence was both baffling and infuriating, a testament to his complete lack of self-preservation instincts. Just as Rossweiss was about to resort to more drastic measures, Leon suddenly shifted. His hand moved to her lips, silencing her protests with an unexpected gentleness. The morning sunlight poured through the windows of Silver Dragon Castle, the storm from the night before a distant memory. The air was fresh, and the chirping of birds served as a stark contrast to the chaos that had unfolded just hours earlier. Leon lay on his side in bed, groggy and disoriented. His eyes fluttered open, the world around him blurry and unfocused. He blinked a few times before the figure lying next to him sharpened into view. "Wait, what?" Leon stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. He groaned as a dull ache spread through his body, his muscles protesting even the slightest movement. "Why do I feel like I've been hit by a dragon's tail? Everything hurts." Rossweiss glanced over her shoulder, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Don't tell me you've already forgotten, Dragon Slayer." Leon froze. The term Dragon Slayer carried a weight of mockery now that it was paired with the evidence etched across Rossweiss's back. "Oh no," he groaned, shaking his head as if that would erase the memories. "What did I do?" Rossweiss turned, her smile widening as she began to mimic him, her tone dripping with exaggerated sweetness. Leon's face burned red. "Stop it!" he cried, covering his ears. He began pulling on his clothes, his movements jerky and awkward as he tried to salvage what was left of his dignity. "I only made that damn black pill to help my body recover," Leon muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "I never expected it to have such exaggerated effects." As he glanced at Rossweiss, now brushing her hair with a nonchalant air, guilt flickered across his face. "Did I hurt you last night?" he asked hesitantly. Rossweiss raised an eyebrow, her expression calm and regal. "Hurt me? Don't flatter yourself. I'm not so fragile." She tossed her hair back with a casual elegance that made Leon feel even smaller. Her composed demeanor made him recall how, not long ago, she had teased him about his body's decline. With newfound confidence, he crossed his arms and smirked. "Well, now you know how my body's holding up?" Rossweiss's eyes narrowed slightly and she leaned in, her face inches from his. Leon blinked, unsure whether to be smug or terrified. "What?" he asked, his voice wavering. Rossweiss grabbed his chin with one hand, tilting his face this way and that as if inspecting him. Her crimson eyes gleamed and a satisfied smile curved her lips. "You exceeded expectations, Dragon Slayer," she said, her voice soft but firm. Leon felt his soul leave his body. "Am I her personal toy now?" he muttered under his breath, completely defeated. After teasing him to her heart's content, Rossweiss sat back down, suddenly remembering something. "By the way, about that bet you mentioned earlier," she said, her tone shifting. Leon paused mid-buttoning his shirt. "The bet?" Rossweiss blushed slightly, reverting her gaze. "You win. Have you decided on your demand?" Leon scratched the back of his head, his embarrassment momentarily replaced with sincerity. "Yeah, I have." He looked her in the eye, his tone uncharacteristically earnest. "I'd like you to send someone to visit my master and his wife in the Empire. I haven't seen them in ages, and they probably don't even know what's happened to me." Rossweiss was taken aback by the request. She lowered her head, thinking, "Infiltrating human territory isn't exactly easy for the Silver Dragon clan," she said slowly. "But it's not impossible." Leon's face lit up. "Thank you," he exclaimed before catching himself. Clearing his throat, he added more formally, I deeply appreciate your assistance, Your Majesty." The morning sun bathed the Silver Dragon Castle's garden in golden light, highlighting the lush, vibrant flowers and perfectly manicured lawn. It was the kind of idyllic scene that would make anyone forget they lived in a world of warring dragons and overly dramatic queens, except, of course, Leon. Dressed in a fresh outfit to mask the evidence of last night's adventure, Leon sat at a stone table, slouching with exhaustion. His body ached in ways he didn't know it could, and he closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh. Nearby, little Manhwa played with her toys, her cheerful giggles a stark contrast to Leon's silent misery. But she was observant, too observant. Noticing her dad's uncharacteristic lethargy, she stopped her play and approached him. "Dad, are you sick?" she asked, tilting her head with genuine concern. Leon's eyes snapped open. Sick? If Rossweiss had drilled anything into him, it was that a man's pride came first, even when he felt like he'd been trampled by an army of wyverns. He straightened up in his chair, feigning energy like a second-rate actor in a community play. "Sick? Me? Absolutely not," he declared, puffing his chest slightly. "Why would you even ask that?" Muon dropped her toy and crossed her arms, her expression morphing into one of smug certainty. She wagged her little finger at him like a parent scolding a naughty child. Hey, Mom already told me everything," she said, her voice brimming with mock wisdom. "You took that medicine yourself yesterday, and Dad is a man. A man can't say he's sick." Leon froze. Rossweiss told her. His jaw clenched as he gritted his teeth. Internally, he was screaming. Of course she told her. Why not drag me through the mud a little more, huh? Public embarrassment wasn't enough? Meanwhile, Muen tilted her head, clearly trying to process something. She walked closer, looking at Leon critically. "Dad, if you're not better yet, is it because the medicine isn't strong enough? Or did you not take enough of it?" Her innocent questions hit Leon like arrows to the chest, each one reminding him of last night's humiliation. He forced a smile, though it was clear he was mentally crumbling. "Sweetie," he said through gritted teeth, "it's really impolite to ask these kinds of questions." But Moon wasn't done. She gasped dramatically, pointing at his mouth. "Dad, you're bleeding." Leon instinctively touched the corner of his mouth. He wasn't bleeding, but before he could correct her, Moon rushed forward, throwing her tiny arms around his waist. Her wide, tearful eyes looked up at him. "Dad, don't die. Moon can't live without you." Leon blinked, his brain short-circuiting. He gently patted her head, desperately trying to soothe her. "I'm not dying, really. I'm fine," he reassured her. As he comforted her, a bitter thought crossed his mind. She's definitely her mother's child. Sharp tongue, dramatic tendencies, and zero mercy. Wanting to change the mood, Leon crouched down to her level and forced a grin. "Hey, how about I make you a new toy today?" At the mention of toys, Moon's eyes sparkled like polished gems. Her tears vanished as she clapped her hands in excitement. "A toy? Yes, Moon loves toys." With newfound determination, Leon gathered some wood, spare gears, and leftover paint. He spent the next hour cutting, assembling, and painting a small mechanical puzzle, a Rubik's Cube, his mind conjuring it up from some long-forgotten lesson in alchemy mechanics. Once it was ready, he handed the toy to Moon, who squealed in delight. "This is called a Rubik's Cube," Leon explained, watching her twist the colorful sides with fascination. Moon was utterly captivated, her tiny hands working furiously to solve the puzzle. Leon sat back, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Maybe I should have been an inventor instead of a dragon slayer. But his moment of peace didn't last. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. A familiar instinct honed through years of fighting dragons. He felt watched. Leon's eyes darted to the garden's edge. No one was there. "Dad, what's wrong?" Moon asked, noticing his sudden shift in demeanor. Leon kept scanning the area, his body tensing. "It's nothing," he said quickly. But in his mind, he pieced it together. The subtle presence, the faint energy. It had to be a dragon. And not just any dragon. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the training grounds. Noah. Leon sighed, rubbing his temples. "That kid wouldn't join us voluntarily, even if I invited her. She's probably sulking somewhere." Looking at the scattered blocks and leftover paint, an idea sparked in his mind. He glanced at Moon, happily playing with her new toy, and smirked. "Fine," he muttered to himself. "I'll make her one too. Let's see if she can resist joining us when she sees what I've got." The moonlight bathed the silver dragon castle in a pale glow. Moon had already drifted into a world of dreams, her little frame tucked snugly under a blanket, leaving only the faint sound of her breathing in the air. But just as the tranquility settled, the bedroom door creaked open. Noah slipped in like a shadow, her movements precise and calculated. With her usual expressionless face, she glided past the sleeping Manhwa and toward her bed. Then something caught her eye. A small, scrambled Rubik's Cube on the table, a note pinned beneath it. Noah paused, staring at the note as if it had personally insulted her. Slowly, she picked it up, her cold eyes scanning the childish scrawl. "This is a toy for Noah. Find a way to restore it." A scoff escaped her lips, sharp and dry. "Idiot," she muttered, glaring at the cube. "I'm not interested in this child's toy." And yet, despite her proclaimed disdain, her fingers twitched. Before she knew it, she was twisting the sides with precision, her sharp mind easily working through the puzzle. Click, click, twist. Moments later, the Rubik's Cube was back in its original state, its vibrant colors perfectly aligned. Noah stared at it for a moment, her icy exterior melting just a little as a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. It wasn't much, a fleeting expression, but it was enough to betray her thoughts. "Thank you, Dad," she whispered softly. The scene shifts. Moon, ever the curious little detective, had been noticing Noah's odd behavior for days. Her sister was always hiding things under the bed, sneaking in and out with a suspicious air. It was a mystery that begged to be solved, and Moon couldn't resist the call. Tonight, the opportunity had presented itself. Noah wasn't in the room. Dressed in her self-proclaimed detective gear, which mostly consisted of a scarf and a magnifying glass pilfered from the study, Moon tiptoed across the floor. Her heart raced with excitement as she crouched by Noah's bed. Detective Muan is on the case, she whispered dramatically, her tiny hands reaching under the bed to pull out a small, unassuming box. With a sly grin, she pried it open, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. Inside, she found scraps. There were fragments of Leon's black gold armor, pieces of a Rubik's Cube, likely one Noah had fixed, and a folded piece of paper with Noah scrawled on it in Leon's handwriting. Moon frowned, scratching her head. It seems like everything here is related to Dad, she mumbled, tilting her head in confusion. After a moment of deep thought, she gasped as though she had solved the riddle of the universe. I understand now, she declared with a knowing nod. Noah loves Dad too. Unfortunately, Moon's triumphant moment was short-lived. A shadow loomed over her, and a familiar, icy voice broke the silence. You're not allowed to peek. Moon froze, her heart skipping a beat. Slowly, she turned to see Noah standing behind her, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Noah snatched the box from Moon's hands with the precision of a seasoned thief and calmly closed the lid. A good child shouldn't rummage through other people's things, she said in her typical deadpan tone. Moon tried to protest, but before she could utter a word, Noah took action. In the blink of an eye, Moon found herself bundled up like a squirming caterpillar. In the illustrious St. Heath Academy, reputation wasn't just a perk. It was the golden ticket. This noble institution for dragonlings demanded proof of a loving, harmonious family. Because, apparently, only in a picturesque, storybook family could a young dragon become qualified. Naturally, this spelled trouble for a family where harmonious often meant no one actively threatening murder that day. Ross, ever the cunning Silver Dragon Queen, decided to stage the ultimate act, a family photoshoot trip to Sky City, the floating paradise. The plan, pretend they were the epitome of dragon family values. The execution, utter chaos wrapped in picturesque scenery. Ross, in her gleaming dragon form, landed gracefully on an open field just outside the floating city. She set her family down with the air of a queen casually dismounting her throne. Leon, clutching Noah, looked half-dazed as Moon slid gleefully down Ross's back like it was the world's fanciest playground slide. Slow down, I'll hold you, Leon called, arms outstretched. Moon landed squarely in his arms, giggling with delight. Dad, why didn't you turn into a dragon? I want to see Dad as a dragon, she chirped, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity. Leon froze, his forced smile stretching across his face like a bad painting. Well, you see, he muttered, grasping for an explanation. What do I tell her? That I'm a professional dragon slayer, not a part-time dragon cosplayer. Before Leon could spin a tale, Noah, ever the observant one, crossed her arms and added fuel to the fire. Are you unable to transform into a dragon? Her calm, serious tone was laced with just enough suspicion to make Leon break into a cold sweat. The combined power of Muin's innocent gaze and Noah's piercing stare left Leon floundering like a fish out of water. He glanced at Ross, silently screaming, "Help me!" Ross, who had transformed back into her human form, sauntered over with a knowing smile. "Your father's body hasn't fully recovered yet," she explained smoothly. "Once he's better, he'll show you." Leon exhaled, relief washing over him. Close call. Too close. "Dad, you have to recover quickly," Muen declared, clenching her little fists in determination. Leon gave her a weak smile, nodding. I'll try my best," he mumbled, "as if I'm growing scales anytime soon." The gates of Sky City loomed ahead, a towering marvel of architecture set against a stunning azure sky. The streets bustled with dragon folk of all shapes and sizes, their scales glimmering in the sunlight. Ross took Noah's hand while Leon held on to Muin, who practically vibrated with excitement. "Wow, Noah, look at all the dragons! Moon squealed, darting forward with the energy of a caffeinated squirrel. "Slow down," Noah said coolly, trailing after her. "Don't run too fast." The crowd turned to watch the two little dragons, their curiosity piqued by the adorable duo. Moon's excitement and Noah's stoicism made them an entertaining sight. Meanwhile, Leon and Ross followed behind, their tension palpable. Leon's steps slowed as his head dipped, his body trembling ever so slightly. Ross noticed his odd behavior, arching an eyebrow. Trembling? Is he scared? She wondered. "Are you scared?" she teased, leaning in with a smirk. Leon snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with manic excitement. "Scared? I'm thrilled." Ross blinked, taken aback. Leon pointed into the crowd, his voice rising with uncontainable glee. "First-class merit, second-class merit, achievements everywhere." His finger darted from one dragon person to another like a kid spotting candy. "The streets are full of merits. I'm going to get rich." The nearby dragons, utterly baffled, exchanged confused glances. Ross buried her face in her hands, groaning inwardly. Why did I ever think bringing him here was a good idea? Meanwhile, Leon marched ahead, his steps brimming with confidence and a twisted sense of purpose. "Bring them all back, and I can trade them for a fortune," he muttered gleefully, his voice barely containing his dragon-slaying enthusiasm. Ah, the photo studio, a charming little establishment draped in faux elegance. Ross, determined to polish her family's image for St. Heath Academy, led her motley crew inside, the jingling bell announcing their arrival. At the front desk, a middle-aged dragoness named Selena greeted them with a polite bow, her assistant following suit. "Welcome, Your Majesty," Selena intoned, her tone laced with just enough reverence to make you wonder if she practiced it in the mirror. The place reeked of sophistication, ornate decor, soft lighting, and walls plastered with portraits of dragons in every conceivable pose. Muen, bursting with excitement, dragged Noah forward, gawking at the photos. "Noah, look! There are so many pictures of dragons here!" Moon exclaimed, eyes sparkling with awe. Noah, of course, maintained her stoic demeanor. She replied, barely sparing the photos a glance. Meanwhile, Leon, ever the skeptic, leaned closer to Ross, his voice barely above a whisper. "So, let me get this straight. You're the Silver Dragon Queen, but you still need to come here in person for a family photo? Shouldn't you have minions for that?" Ross's smile didn't waver, but her eyes sharpened dangerously. "The dragons in Sky City don't belong to any tribe," she explained. "They're independent. That's why I'm here myself." Leon snorted. "So, Queen of Silver Dragons, huh? Seems like your title doesn't hold much weight up here." That was it. Ross's patience snapped. Without missing a beat, she stomped down on Leon's foot with her pointed high heel. "Ow! What was that for?" Leon hissed, hopping on one leg and trying not to scream. Ross flipped her hair over her shoulder, looking back at him with a smirk. "My status may be low, but it's still higher than yours." She left him to nurse his wounded pride and foot as she approached Selena for a pleasant conversation. Selena was halfway through a flattering comment on Ross's impeccable taste when her eyes drifted toward Leon, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Your Majesty," Selena began hesitantly, "your, husband's tale?" Ross froze, her diplomatic smile plastered firmly in place. Leon, oblivious to the question, was busy admiring the photos on the wall and plotting how many of these dragons he could harvest for first-class merit. "Oh, he's a little self-conscious about it," Ross said smoothly, forcing a laugh. "He prefers not to show it off. Please just select a tailored suit for him." Selena nodded, accepting the explanation for now. What Ross didn't mention was the epic battle it had taken to convince Leon to even consider wearing a fake dragon tail. "Absolutely not," Leon had declared earlier, his arms crossed in defiance. "I'd rather die than wear that ridiculous thing. My dignity is not for sale." Ross had eventually relented, muttering under her breath about his stupid human pride. The family was ushered into the fitting rooms, where Selena's assistant worked her magic. First out were Moon and Noah, their outfits perfectly tailored to their personalities. Moon twirled happily in her white dress with a blue bow, looking like a little ray of sunshine. "Dad, look, I'm so pretty." Noah emerged in a sleek black dress with a purple bow, her calm exterior betraying none of the quiet satisfaction she felt. Leon stepped out next, his white suit tailored to perfection, his hair styled just enough to look both dashing and slightly roguish. His eyes widened with admiration. "Wow, Dad, you look so handsome." Even Selena blushed slightly. "You wear that suit exceptionally well," she said, pushing up her glasses. "You must have been very popular before." Leon scratched his head, clearly baffled. "Is that so? The last time I wore a suit was my academy graduation." His gaze shifted to Noah, searching for her approval. "What do you think, Noah?" Noah's cheeks turned a faint shade of red as she averted her eyes. "It's fine," she murmured, barely audible. Leon grinned like he'd just won a prize, reaching out to ruffle both girls' hair. "You both look adorable." Finally, the curtain of another fitting room swept aside, and out stepped Ross. She wore a sleek black dress with purple accents, perfectly tailored to highlight her regal elegance. Her every step radiated authority and mystique, turning heads even in their small party. Moon gasped in delight. "Mom, you're so beautiful." Leon, however, stood frozen, staring at Ross like a deer caught in headlights. His face turned beet red, though he quickly looked away, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "What's wrong?" Ross asked, arching an eyebrow. "Nothing," Leon muttered, failing to meet her gaze. "It suits you." Ross's cheeks turned pink, though she quickly masked it with a teasing smirk. "If only you had a tail, you'd look even better," she quipped. Leon's pleasant expression immediately soured. "Bah, over my dead body," he thought, grumbling internally about the absurdity of dragon fashion. The photo studio, under Selena's expert direction, was bustling with awkward energy as the Silver Dragon Queen's harmonious family awkwardly shuffled into position for the shoot. Noah and Moon were already in place, Mon excitedly waving her little hands. "Dad, Mom, hurry up," she called, her innocent joy making the tension between Ross and Leon even more noticeable. Selena, oblivious to the undercurrent of passive aggression, clapped her hands cheerfully. "All right, Your Majesty King, please step closer together." Ross and Leon exchanged strained glances before grudgingly stepping closer, though they still left enough space between them to park a small dragon. "Closer," Selena encouraged, her voice filled with misguided optimism. Leon sighed, and Ross rolled her eyes as they closed the gap by the barest of inches, their faces like two kids forced into a group project. Selena's finger hovered over the camera shutter. "Smile, 3, 2, 1. The click of the camera captured what could only be described as a facade of familial bliss. The first shot looked surprisingly convincing. Ross and Leon stood behind their daughters, their faces plastered with expressions as serious as a funeral procession. Moon's joyous grin and playful wave saved the photo, while Noah's calm, almost bored demeanor provided a contrast that oddly worked. Selena beamed. "Beautiful. You look like the perfect family." Leon muttered under his breath. "Yeah, if you ignore the fact we'd rather be fighting a war than standing next to each other." The next click captured Noah and Moon. Moon flung her arms around Noah, beaming like she'd won the dragon lottery, while Noah stared directly into the camera with her signature poker face. "This is adorable, Sai," Selena gushed, adjusting the lighting. "You two are so close." Close, huh? Noah muttered, barely audible. She hugged me so hard I can't breathe. Selena's directions grew bolder as the session progressed. Your Majesty and King, how about a loving pose next? Ross and Leon froze mid-step, turning slowly to face Selena like she'd suggested, setting the studio on fire. Come on, Selena coaxed, unfazed. Let's show some warmth. Lean sideways against each other and make a heart gesture. Ross and Leon reluctantly complied, leaning just enough to form a heart shape with their hands and tails. Their blushes weren't from love, but rather a mutual desire to strangle Selena for her creative ideas. The next pose, staring into each other's eyes, was even worse. They held their breath and glared, trying to look romantic without combusting into arguments. Selena sighed dreamily, entirely missing the tension. Such a lovely couple, Leon whispered to Ross through gritted teeth. Are we done yet? Ross replied with a saccharine smile. One more pose, dear. After the photo shoot, as the family prepared to leave, Leon was struck by a memory of his academy graduation, a time when he was blissfully unaware of how to deal with social interactions. Flashback to Leon, a dashing young graduate standing tall among his peers. Girls swarmed him like moths to a flame, their voices overlapping with invitations. Leon, can we take a photo together? Leon, have dinner with me tonight. Please accept this gift. Leon's response was swift and brutally direct. Please allow me to refuse. I need to go home and mail the hooves of my master's donkey. Without waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel and left, leaving a trail of broken hearts in his wake. Behind him, Leon's master, an elderly and weathered figure, face-palmed dramatically. Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? The skies over Sky City were the kind of cheerful blue that mocked anyone having a bad day. The streets teemed with dragons of all shapes, colors, and temperaments, bustling between the vibrant stalls lining the road. For Leon, Rossweiss, and their daughters, it was a rare moment of pretending to be a normal family, whatever that meant. Having wrapped up their family photo ordeal, Moon gleefully waved goodbye to Selena, the studio's overly enthusiastic manager. Remember, Selena chirped, your photos will be ready in 6 hours. Have fun exploring Sky City. Leon muttered under his breath. 6 hours of what exactly? Bonding? The word tasted bitter. As they meandered down the street, Moon tugged Noah ahead, her face alight with excitement. Noah, let's go look over there. Noah, in her usual stoic fashion, allowed herself to be dragged along. She didn't complain, but her expression said, I'm only tolerating this because you're my sister. Leon and Ross trailed behind at a more measured pace, their body language screaming mutual irritation. Leon broke the silence first, unable to resist the urge to poke the bear. Never thought I'd be out for a stroll with you. Feels kind of novel. Rossweiss didn't even glance his way. Her eyes remained fixed ahead as she responded in a frosty tone. This is for the family image. Noah cares deeply about this entrance exam, and you've been working hard for a month. Consider this a rare moment of relaxation. Leon rolled his eyes. Oh, how benevolent of you, Your Majesty. Moon and Noah abruptly stopped in their tracks at a shooting stall. Moon's eyes sparkled as she spotted a pair of ridiculously adorable toy bears on display. Dad, look at those bears. Noah, less expressive but equally fixated, picked up a toy gun and stared down the line of balloons plastered to the wall. Determined, she raised the gun and fired, and missed. Repeatedly. Bang, miss, bang, miss. The vendor, a sly dragon with a toothy grin and a bag jingling with gold coins, chuckled. What a pity, kid. You'll definitely hit it if you try a few more times. Noah's lips pressed into a thin line, her small face etched with frustration. She handed the toy gun to Leon, her eyes silently saying, Fix this mess. Leon inspected the gun with an expression of mild amusement. Ah, a classic scam. The bullets are enchanted, tricky little things requiring precise magical control. No wonder the kids can't hit a thing. Rossweiss leaned in, her analytical mind instantly dissecting the mechanics. The magic energy gathering is deliberately destabilized. It's a clever design, hard for amateurs to manage. The vendor, sensing an opportunity, put on his best, charming smile. Would the parents like to try? 10 shots, all balloons, and you win the bears. Only a small fee. Ross frowned, already reaching for her purse. This is a waste of time. Leon cut her off, a mischievous glint in his eye. Hold on. Let's see what the kids want. He crouched down to Noah and Moon's level, asking softly, Do you want the bears? Noah turned red and looked away. No. Moon fiddled with her fingers, stammering, Moon doesn't want them either. Leon smirked. Liars. Their eyes gave them away completely. He stood up, pointing dramatically at Rossweiss. She'll pay for the bullets. Ross's jaw tightened. You're unbelievable, she muttered, handing over the money with a glare that could melt steel. The vendor, thrilled at his victory, handed Leon the toy gun. 10 shots, good sir, good luck. Leon adjusted his stance, his face suddenly serious. It's been a while since I've held a gun. The last time was at the Dragon Slaying Academy. Ross crossed her arms. Please spare me the dramatics. After meticulously adjusting his stance, Leon fired his first shot at the balloon. The sound of the gun echoed dramatically, only to be followed by absolutely nothing. The balloon remained perfectly intact, smug in its survival. Leon stared at the toy gun as if it had personally insulted him. He squinted, flipped it in his hands, and even tapped it a few times. Faulty equipment, he muttered, the universal excuse of anyone who just missed a shot. Behind him, the vendor barely contained his glee, his grin so wide it threatened to split his face. He fell for it, the vendor thought, practically salivating at the pile of gold coins this family was about to waste. The gun was rigged, of course it was. No one ever hit the balloons on the first try. Then 5 gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Pop, 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 pop. Leon had turned the tide in one swift move, obliterating 5 balloons in less time than it took the vendor to blink. The vendor's smile froze mid-gloat, his jaw hanging open as his eyes darted from the balloons to Leon and back again. This can't be possible, the vendor stammered, his once confident swagger replaced by panicked disbelief. Leon, now thoroughly enjoying himself, took aim at the remaining balloons. One by one they burst with precision. Pop, pop, pop. By the time the final balloon met its demise, the vendor looked like he was contemplating a new career path. Oh, how lucky, Leon said, spinning the gun theatrically in his hand. The first shot was just a test. Yes, I got the hang of it after that. Moon was practically bouncing with excitement. Dad is amazing, she exclaimed, clutching her sister's arm. Noah, ever the stoic one, still managed a tiny smile, her admiration evident in her eyes. That was incredible. Rossweiss, standing to the side, actually allowed a soft smile to cross her usually impassive face. Not bad, she muttered, though her tone betrayed a hint of genuine appreciation. The vendor, now visibly deflated, reluctantly handed over the pair of toy bears. His expression suggested he'd rather be eaten by a lesser dragon than face another customer like Leon. Congratulations, here's your prize, he said, barely disguising his contempt. Leon, the picture of gracious victory, accepted the bears with a flourish. Thank you, kind sir. Your generosity will not be forgotten. He then crouched down and handed the bears to his daughters. For you, my champions of cuteness. Moon hugged her bear immediately. Thank you, Dad. Noah, ever composed, still managed a soft heartfelt thanks. Ross, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel a twinge of warmth. Leon's usual antics may have been insufferable, but when he got serious, there was a charm to him she couldn't quite deny. As they strolled down the street, Moon and Noah skipped ahead, clutching their bears like trophies. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at Rossweiss, who marched behind them, bear in hand, her cheeks still faintly pink. A little dragon pointed at her, tugging on his mother's sleeve. "Mom, I want one of those." Leon, walking just ahead, laughed triumphantly. "Did you see the vendor's face? Priceless. That's what he gets for being a cheat." Ross shot him a glare. "If it were up to me, we wouldn't have wasted time on such a childish game." "Yeah, but then they wouldn't have had fun." Leon gestured toward their daughters. "And you wouldn't be holding that adorable bear." Ross tightened her grip on the bear, her blush deepening. "I said I didn't want it." Leon grinned. Sure, whatever you say." Ross suddenly leaned toward Leon, her voice low but firm. "After dinner tonight, come to my room." Leon stopped dead in his tracks, staring at her with wide eyes. "Huh?" After dinner, Leon had reluctantly changed into his nightwear, a casual tunic and loose pants. As he made his way to Rossweiss's room, his mind churned with thoughts that ranged from nervous excitement to outright panic. She invited me to her room, late at night, just the two of us. This can't be anything innocent. He tried to steady his nerves, but memories of past awkward encounters with Ross surged forth unbidden. Why does it always end with me, either humiliated, injured, or both? He muttered under his breath. He stopped in front of her door. The dim hallway lighting made the gold accents on the silver frame gleam mockingly, as if daring him to proceed. If I go in, I'll be uncomfortable all night. If I don't go, I'll be uncomfortable for a week. Damn it, I lose either way. With a deep breath and a dramatic inner monologue about the perils of dragons and women, sometimes interchangeable, Leon mustered his courage. Damn it, I'll fight her if I have to, he growled, his voice barely above a whisper. He raised his hand to knock, but noticed a faint glow coming from the door's crack. Unlocked, he thought, furrowing his brow. Leon pushed the door open cautiously, peering inside. The room was a blend of sophistication and warmth, bathed in silver and gold tones. Bookshelves lined one wall, their volumes meticulously arranged, and the toy bear he'd won for Ross earlier in the day sat neatly on her bedside table. It was almost cozy. Then he heard it, the faint sound of running water. His gaze shifted to the side where the bathroom door stood slightly ajar, faint steam curling into the room. She's still in the shower, Leon realized aloud, his voice tinged with both relief and dread. Through the frosted glass, he could vaguely make out a figure moving inside. His face immediately turned crimson. "Calm down, Leon," he whispered, shaking his head violently as if trying to dislodge the inappropriate thoughts bubbling up. "You're a noble dragon. Sort of. Act like one." Just as he was beginning to convince himself to flee, the bathroom door opened with a soft creak. Rossweiss stepped out, wrapped in a purple halter nightdress that clung to her figure like it was tailored by the gods themselves. "You're here," she said simply, her tone cool but with an edge of expectation. "Let's get started." Leon's mind went blank, completely, utterly blank. Started with what? Oh no, no. Is this how I die? Extra story time, the photos and the mystery card. The next morning, the developed family photos arrived. Noah and Muin eagerly tore into the envelopes, their little claws careful not to damage the pictures. "Mom and Dad look perfect together," Muin squealed, holding up a picture of Ross and Leon. Her enthusiasm made Noah glance over, nodding slightly in agreement, but keeping her thoughts to herself. Leon, still recovering from the previous night's psychological ordeal, lazily flipped through the photos. Then something caught his eye. "Hey, there's a card stuck to this one." Ross leaned over, her curiosity piqued. "Let me see." They both moved closer to read the handwritten words on the card. "I hope silver radiance will forever shine in the eyes of those I love." For a moment, silence filled the room. An awkward, suffocating silence. Leon's face turned beet red, while Ross's usual composure cracked, a faint blush creeping up her neck. They immediately took a step away from each other, the tension palpable. "Who's in love with her?" Leon blurted out, his voice a panicked squeak. Ross spun around, clutching the photo with exaggerated indignation. "There must be something wrong with this card. Let me handle it." "Exactly. A printing error. Happens all the time," Leon added hastily, looking anywhere but at Ross while scratching the back of his head. Rossweiss, clad in a stunning purple halter nightgown, approached Leon with a calm, collected demeanor. "Where do you want to do it? The living room or the balcony?" she asked smoothly, her voice as serene as a placid lake. His eyes darted nervously toward the balcony. The moonlit expanse beyond was quiet and still, the perfect recipe for public mortification. He stuttered, "On the balcony. That's not good, right? What if someone sees us?" Ross, oblivious to the storm of thoughts in Leon's head, simply turned and grabbed something from her dressing table. "The living room will do. It's the same anywhere." Leon sighed deeply as though preparing himself for an inevitable doom. He plopped dramatically onto the sofa, eyes squeezed shut, and declared, "All right, come on, let's get it over with." Ross paused mid-step, staring at him like he'd sprouted a second head. With a roll of pink paper in her hand, she raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Leon cracked one eye open, his confusion morphing into realization as he noticed her utterly puzzled expression. "Wait, aren't you—" He stopped himself, his face flushing a deep crimson. Ross's lips curved into a teasing smile as she sauntered over to the sofa. "Mr. Cosmode," she said with mock seriousness, "you're quite the pervert. But tonight isn't about that. Let's reschedule your interests." Leon's embarrassment hit a new peak as he coughed and sat upright, pretending that he hadn't just humiliated himself. Of course. I mean, that's not what I thought at all." Ross, still amused, spread out the roll of paper she'd been holding onto the table. It was a stack of test questions, thick, intimidating, and completely mundane. Leon stared at it, dumbfounded. "What is this?" he asked cautiously, already regretting the question. "These," Ross began with a straight face, "are the test questions from the previous evaluations by St. Heath Academy. They assess the compatibility of families, especially between partners. We need to prepare answers in advance to ensure Noah's admission isn't compromised." Leon picked up a sheet and scanned it, his expression quickly souring. "These are just boring couple questions. What's your partner's favorite color? Where was your first date? What phrase does your partner say most often?" Seriously, this is like a glorified couples quiz from a cheap romance magazine. Ross didn't bother dignifying his complaints with a response, instead picking up her own sheet. She pointed to the first question. "What's your partner's favorite color?" Leon didn't miss a beat. "Silvery. Yours?" "Black," Ross answered just as quickly. They exchanged a brief glance, then another, their eyes flickering up toward each other's hair. It hit them both at the same time. Leon's jet-black silver hair and Ross's silver locks. A heavy silence filled the room. The realization was too embarrassing to acknowledge. Both of them turned their heads sharply in opposite directions, faint blushes creeping up their faces like guilty stains. Ross broke the silence first, her voice tinged with irritation. It's just a coincidence." Leon nodded furiously, desperate to regain some semblance of composure. Yeah, just a coincidence. Nothing to it. The night continued with the two seated at a table, armed with pens, papers, and a shared sense of tension, albeit for wildly different reasons. Leon and Rossweiss dove into the understanding your partner compatibility test, a seemingly innocent task that quickly morphed into a minefield of awkward truths, unspoken thoughts, and a sprinkle of competitive spite. Two moths fluttered near the candle, their erratic movement like an uninvited metaphor for the chaos brewing between the Dragon Queen and the self-proclaimed King of Survival. After what felt like an eternity, to Leon anyway, they both set their pens down and exchanged papers. Leon wasted no time grading Rossweiss's answers. "All right, I've corrected your exam," he announced smugly, revealing her score. 45 points. Ross raised an eyebrow but remained silent, grabbing Leon's paper with a sharp motion and correcting it with mechanical precision. "Done," she finally said, sliding his paper back toward him. "The score? 58 points." Leon's face lit up like a child who had just been told there was an extra dessert after dinner. "Here, my score is higher than yours. Looks like I know the queen better." Ross's face darkened slightly, though she managed to maintain her regal composure. She picked up Leon's paper again, examining it closely. To her surprise and mild annoyance, Leon had nailed even the tiniest details about her daily habits. "He knows my favorite sitting position, the way I like to place my tail," she thought, her expression softening into something resembling quiet wonder. "He actually observes me this closely?" But then her gaze shifted to the questions Leon had flunked, especially one glaring red X. "Has your partner ever been particularly disappointed in you?" Leon's answer: "She must have been disappointed in me a lot." Ross crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and pondered. She had always kept her disappointments and frustrations locked inside, never sharing them with anyone. As queen of the Dragon Clan, she bore her responsibilities alone, a habit formed out of necessity. Opening her eyes, she stole a glance at Leon. Maybe, she thought, maybe I could try sharing my thoughts with him. Just then, Leon noticed her staring and immediately assumed the worst. "She's been glaring at me since I beat her score. She must be holding a grudge." Before he could spiral further into paranoia, Leon stood, walking over to Ross and placing a hand on her shoulder. She stiffened at the unexpected contact, her thoughts abruptly interrupted. "Hey," he said with a relaxed smile. "It's normal that we didn't score super high. We haven't known each other that long. But for Noah's sake, let's both make an effort, all right?" That smile. It wasn't the smirk of triumph or the grin of mischief she was used to. It was genuine. Her heart gave a strange, unfamiliar thump, and her face betrayed her with a slight blush. Realizing she was teetering dangerously close to showing vulnerability, Ross quickly slammed Leon's test paper into his face, hoping to erase the moment entirely. "Stop talking nonsense and fix your answers," she barked, her voice sharp enough to shatter the mood. Leon, caught off guard, flailed in surprise. "Hey, what's your problem?" He pulled the paper off his face, half embarrassed and half annoyed. Scanning the corrections she'd made, he pointed to a specific question, his voice incredulous. "Wait, you mean you've never been disappointed in me?" Rossweiss remained calm, her voice steady. "No. If I had to be disappointed in something, it's that there weren't enough Black Dragon Great Force pills, refined last time." Leon's face fell. "That's it? You're disappointed about medicine." He crossed his arms, pouting like a child. "Fine. I'll eat nothing but Black Dragon Great Force pills from now on. Don't regret it." Ross gave him a gentle, teasing smile. "I look forward to it." The night was suffocatingly still, save for the occasional sound of Leon scribbling answers on yet another test paper. His companion, Rossweiss, the ever-dignified Silver Dragon Queen, was slumped on the table like a warrior defeated, not by battle but by bureaucracy. Their goal? To ace the family examination the next day, a gauntlet designed to test their compatibility, understanding, and patience with each other. Spoiler alert, patience was running dangerously low. Seeing her so defeated, Leon decided it was time to retreat. He stood, gathering the test papers into a neat stack. "All right," he said, trying to sound casual. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." But just as he turned to leave, Rossweiss's hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. "Wait," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Leon turned, eyebrows raised in confusion. "What? Do you have more papers, for me to grade?" Rossweiss raised her head and, with the gravitas of someone delivering a royal decree, pointed to the bathroom in her room. "My bathroom has a bathtub. Go take a shower before you leave." Leon blinked. Shower?" he repeated, his brain scrambling to process the bizarre command. "Yes," she said simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, and before he could protest, she was shoving him toward the bathroom with surprising force for someone so tired. "Go. Now," she ordered, her tone brooking no refusal. Leon stumbled into the bathroom, the door clicking shut behind him. The weather, smugly perfect, bathed the sprawling St. Heath Academy in golden sunlight, as if mocking the nervous wrecks about to enter its hallowed halls. The academy itself? A leafy paradise of Gothic teaching buildings where nature and architecture pretended to be best friends. From afar, the place looked like a castle straight out of a dragon-themed fairy tale. Up close, it just screamed, "We are too fancy for your nonsense." Leon, ever the peacock, strutted in a sharp brown suit. He gawked around like a tourist who had stumbled into a billionaire's backyard. "Oh, so this is St. Heath Academy," he said, clearly impressed and not remotely subtle about it. Rossweiss, in contrast, exuded maternal grace in a white dress with brown accents. She clung to Noah, her nerves cracking through her usual regal composure. Her furrowed brow and clenched jaw practically shouted, "I'm fine. Totally fine." Spoiler, she was not fine. Leon noticed her tense aura and, being the expert in ill-timed humor that he was, leaned in with a devilish grin. "What's up? Last night's stress relief therapy didn't stick," he whispered, oh so helpfully. Ross's mind flashed back to said stress relief activity, and her cheeks erupted in a volcanic blush. Embarrassment quickly turned to violence. She smacked Leon on the back with a curse under her breath. "Damn it, Leon!" Leon, ever the masochist, just laughed. "Haha, let's go. Don't want to be late for the festivities." His carefree swagger managed to lighten the mood, at least for a moment. The trio marched into the ground floor of the office building for Noah's final information check. At the front desk, a staff member skimmed through Noah's enrollment details, her eyebrows inching upward like they were trying to escape her face. The staff muttered, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Noah K. Melvick, Silver Dragon Clan. Age, 1 year and 3 months?" She glanced down at Noah, whose deadpan expression was pure, "Why are you like this?" Leon, blissfully unaware of the brewing tension, asked, "Is there a problem?" The staff smiled nervously. "Oh no, nothing wrong. Just surprised. Most young dragons enrolling are around 4 to 6 years old. Isn't she, a little, young?" Ross's maternal instincts kicked in like a switch. Her serious expression and protective stance could have melted glaciers. "Noah is very smart," she said coldly. "Her age is not a problem. We respect her choices." Translation: "Doubt my kid one more time and I'll end you." The staff, sensing she was a wing beat away from being roasted alive, wisely dropped the matter. Instead, she gestured toward the entrance. "Please proceed this way. Specialized staff will take her to the written test. Accompanying parents, you'll need to go to the 4th floor for the home assessment." Leon and Rossweiss were ushered into the 4th floor arena, a meeting room, for their family assessment. The office assistant, all smiles and efficiency, led them to a plush sofa, plopped down 2 cups of tea like offerings to appease the gods, and retreated into the background. Across from them, 3 examiners sat like a tribunal, each radiating their own flavor of authority. Rossweiss, poised in her elegant white dress, was doing her best impression of calm, but her fingers clenching Leon's arm betrayed her nerves. Leon noticed and wisely chose silence, though the faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth screamed, "This is going to be fun." Ross leaned in, her voice a tense whisper. "Based on your experience, do you think these 3 are easy to deal with?" Leon gave the examiners a once-over, his sharp eyes cataloging every detail. 2 were already engrossed in flipping through the assessment materials. The third, an older man with a monocle and an air of, "I know everything because I do," was sizing them up like a hawk circling prey. Leon whispered back, feigning deep contemplation. "Easy to kill. Before you captured me, I could have taken his head in 50 rounds." Ross blinked, caught between incredulity and mild horror. Of course, this lunatic would fantasize about assassinating examiners. Leon doubled down, leaning closer with a murderous glint in his eye. "If they don't agree to let Noah into this school, I'll bring a knife. We'll see who's assessing who." Ross stared at him, her earlier nerves now replaced by surprise. Is he actually serious right now? Unbeknownst to them, Leon's subtle aura of murderous intent wasn't quite as subtle as he thought. The examiners exchanged uneasy glances, silently noting, "This parent looks like he's about to declare war on the academy." Finally, the elder in the middle cleared his throat, commanding the room's attention. His crisp white hair and beard framed a monocle that looked like it could double as a laser pointer for frying misbehaving students. "I am Walter Wilson, Vice Principal of St. Heath Academy. Today I am responsible for your assessment. Please relax and answer our questions." Relax. A hilarious suggestion, considering Ross's death grip on her teacup and Leon's not-so-subtle fantasies of decapitation. But they tried. Oh, they tried. Both slapped on polite smiles that said, "We're not nervous at all. Nope, not us." Wilson, with the air of someone who's about to casually drop a bombshell, scanned the sheet in his hand before asking the first question. His serious gaze landed squarely on them. "Do you remember when your wedding anniversary is?" Ross and Leon froze. Their smiles twitched. Panic flickered in their eyes. They turned to look at each other in perfect synchrony, a silent conversation passing between them. "You remember, right?" "Me? I thought you would. You're the one who's supposed to keep track." It had been one of those nights, a cozy evening spent reviewing exam papers on Rossweiss's bed. Amid discussions of tricky questions and dubious answers, Ross suddenly veered off script, her brow furrowed in thought. "How should we answer if they ask about our wedding anniversary?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. "After all, we've never been officially married. And, well, I was pregnant before we even got engaged." Leon, ever the strategic thinker, closed his eyes, mentally rifling through the timeline of their chaotic lives. There was only one date that stood out. That day. But before he could utter a word, Rossweiss answered for both of them, her voice firm. "It's the year 1733, in the Genesis calendar. May 25th. Their eyes met. They both knew the significance. That was the day they had been forcibly bonded in the dungeon. The day Leon, caught in a whirlwind of fate and poor planning, ended up fathering 2 daughters with Ross, a day burned into his memory like an overcooked steak. Smiling at the shared memory, they rehearsed their synchronized response. That very important day, Fast forward to the present, and Vice Principal Wilson's monocle gleamed ominously as he scrutinized their answer. He stroked his beard, clearly piecing together the timeline. Married for less than 2 years, and the child is already over a year old. This progress seems faster than most families. Leon, ever the opportunistic charmer, gave a sheepish laugh. Yeah, we fell in love at first sight, had a great relationship, and, well, got pregnant soon after. Ross's smile froze in place, her mind screaming, did he have to phrase it like that? Satisfied for now, the vice principal nodded and moved on to the next question. His tone turned more analytical. Have you noticed any flaws or bad habits in your partner during the past 2 years of marriage? Without hesitation, Ross answered first. No. Leon, on the other hand, leaned in with a casual, yes. The room stilled for a moment. The vice principal raised an eyebrow at the discrepancy, clearly intrigued. Leon, aware this was a pre-planned tactic, launched into his performance. With a dramatic sigh, he placed a hand over his heart, his expression a masterpiece of faux vulnerability. I sometimes feel like I don't have much presence. Ross stared at him, her face utterly blank. Inside, she was screaming, what is this melodramatic nonsense? Leon wasn't done. He channeled every ounce of his inner thespian, his voice thick with admiration. My wife is too capable. Whether it's managing Dragon Clan affairs or handling household chores, she does everything so perfectly that I feel inadequate. But I want her to know she can always rely on me. Ross kept her expression neutral, though her hand twitched with the urge to smack him. The female examiner on the left let out a dreamy sigh. What a thoughtful husband. She turned to Ross with an expectant smile. Miss Rossweiss, what do you think is the most attractive quality about your husband? Ross hesitated for a moment before rattling off a list with mechanical precision. He's handsome, responsible, intelligent, good with children, and doesn't lose his temper easily. Her cheeks reddened slightly as she continued, though his physique isn't quite as good as it was before marriage. Leon's smile faltered. Compliment or insult? Pick a lane, Ross. And Ross added sweetly, gripping Leon's hand tightly, her nails digging into his skin. I also want him to know that he doesn't have to push himself too hard. Leon's mind reeled from the dual assault of her words and the increasing pressure on his hand. Pain shot up his arm, but he maintained his serene smile for the examiners. You win this round, Ross, he thought bitterly. The 3 examiners sat back with satisfied smiles plastered on their faces, gazing at Leon and Rossweiss as though they were watching a rom-com unfold. Their inner monologues likely ranged from, what a super-loving couple, to, how do they make it look so easy? But beneath the polished exterior of smiles and perfectly coordinated answers, Ross and Leon were locked in a silent game of mental chess. They had survived every question with finesse, but now came the curveball. The final question. The examiner on the right, with a clipboard that seemed to radiate smug finality, delivered it with the gravitas of a game show host. So, as the interview concludes, do you have any questions you'd like to ask each other? This is an additional question, and you must speak the truth. Ross, ever the pragmatic dragon mother, shook her head with a serene smile. I don't have any questions for my husband. I know everything about him. Liar, Leon thought, smirking to himself. But Ross's inner voice was far more chaotic. Say more. Be more wrong. Hurry up and finish this assessment before he does something ridiculous. Leon, however, leaned back against the sofa, his hand theatrically stroking his chin. The gears in his mind were turning, likely fueled by equal parts mischief and caffeine withdrawal. He turned to Ross, his expression serious enough to spook her. You like the toy bear I gave you, right? Ross froze. A toy bear, really? She blinked at him, momentarily thrown off by the sheer absurdity of the question. Of all the things he could ask, this was his move. The dragon slayer, known for his cunning and lethal precision, was now inquiring about a stuffed bear. Her thoughts raced. Is he messing with me, testing my loyalty? Maybe he's just an idiot. She shyly adjusted a lock of hair behind her ear and answered softly, "Yes, I really like the toy bear you gave me." Leon's smile was as triumphant as if he'd just slain a dragon. He clapped his hands together and nodded. "Okay, I'm good now." The examiners exchanged amused glances, seemingly convinced this couple was the epitome of wholesome. They stood up, signaling the end of the assessment. The vice principal extended his hand to Leon, his monocle catching the light as he spoke. "So, the interview ends here. The results will be sent to the Silver Dragon Castle in a few days. Thank you for your cooperation." Leon and Ross exchanged polite smiles with the examiners, though internally they were both screaming, "Finally!" A small dragon carrying a bamboo tube strapped to its back landed gracefully on the windowsill of the Silver Dragon Castle. Moon, the family's enthusiastic dragon child, bolted into the room, practically vibrating with excitement. "Noah, the messenger dragon is here!" Leon carefully removed the bamboo tube and opened it at the table, his family crowding around him like children at a candy store. Ross held her breath. Noah, as usual, kept her expression neutral, but even she couldn't hide the flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Leon pulled out a pristine letter adorned with the emblem of St. Heath Academy. As he read aloud, the words seemed to sparkle. "Dear Noah K. Melvick, congratulations on passing our assessment. Please report to the Academy and attend the admission ceremony in 3 days." For a moment, the room fell silent as the words sank in. Then, like an explosion, the family erupted in joy. "Noah passed the assessment!" Leon and Ross exclaimed in unison. Noah, breaking her usual stoicism, clutched the letter tightly. "I passed. I really passed." Moon tackled her in a hug, bouncing around like a hyperactive squirrel. "Noah is great. Mom and Dad are great." Leon and Ross stood a little apart, watching their children with pride. Ross turned to Leon, her previous tension now replaced with a warm smile. "Thank you, Leon." Leon puffed out his chest and gave his nose an exaggerated rub. "Don't thank me. It's all Noah. She's amazing. My daughter is wonderful." Determined to mark the occasion, Ross strode into the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves. "I'll cook something special to celebrate. Let's have a feast." Leon followed her, his tone teasing. "Let me help. I don't want you thinking I'm just a decorative husband with no presence." Ross shot him a sideways glance, her lips twitching in a smirk. "Fine, but don't ruin my kitchen." As they worked side by side, Leon muttered under his breath, "You're so narrow-minded, Ross, always holding grudges." The morning dawned clear and sunny, with the kind of weather that seemed to mock the nerves of anyone with stage fright. Vice Principal Wilson, dressed impeccably in the Academy's formal attire, strode onto the stage. His steps were brisk, his posture radiating authority as he approached the podium. Clearing his throat, he began the ceremony with practiced ease, his voice echoing through the grand space. "Congratulations on passing the assessment! Welcome to the entrance ceremony of St. Heath Academy." A round of applause swept through the room, polite yet proud. Parents exchanged knowing glances, some brimming with excitement while others wore masks of smug satisfaction. The students, dressed in crisp new uniforms, displayed varying levels of enthusiasm. Some leaned forward eagerly, their bright eyes fixed on the stage, while others fidgeted in their seats, overwhelmed by the grandiosity of the occasion. Vice Principal Wilson continued his speech, his tone warm yet subtly mischievous. "Among this year's new entrants, we have many outstanding students, all products of harmonious and supportive families. These families cultivate excellence, and today we'd like to invite one such family to share their experiences with us. Wilson paused for effect before delivering the coup de grace. Let's welcome the top student of this year's entrance exam, Noah K. Melvick, and her family to the stage. From the audience, Muen clapped with childlike enthusiasm, practically bouncing in her seat. Wow, Dad, Mom, and Noah are going on stage. Anna, the Silver Dragon clan's head maid, maintained her composed demeanor as she sat beside Muen, ensuring her safety. With a small smile, she nodded. Yes, Your Highness, they are. Leon's thoughts were a whirlwind of disbelief. How did it come to this? He forced a pleasant smile, trying to mask his inner turmoil. Just an hour earlier, the trio had sat in Wilson's office, the vice principal delivering his announcement with the kind of smile that betrayed no room for negotiation. Congratulations! Noah has achieved the highest score in the entrance exam, and your family's assessment was ranked first. As such, we would be honored if you could speak as representatives at the entrance ceremony. Leon blinked, his mind struggling to reconcile the words honored and speak. Rossweiss's polite smile twitched almost imperceptibly, and Noah's stoic expression barely masked her internal groan. Refusal wasn't an option. Now, under the watchful gaze of hundreds of parents and students, Leon led his family up the stage's side stairs. A dragon assistant, her professionalism a little too polished, gestured toward the podium with a saccharine smile. Leon plastered on a genial expression, though his mind screamed, "Why is this happening to me? I slay dragons, not speeches." The vice principal turned his gaze toward Noah, his voice warm and encouraging as he posed his question. "Noah, as the youngest candidate with the highest score, what are your thoughts to share?" Noah lowered her head, her face thoughtful. The room seemed to hold its breath as she approached the microphone. Her small frame was dwarfed by the podium, but her presence was anything but insignificant. She cleared her throat, then began with a steady voice. "My mom is a very powerful dragon, and I also want to become as strong as her when I grow up. When I proposed coming to school, Mom gave me affirmation and support." Rossweiss, standing a few paces behind Noah, couldn't help but beam with pride. Her normally composed demeanor softened as she gazed at her daughter, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotion. "That's my girl," she thought, a smug sense of pride creeping into her heart. In addition, Noah continued, her voice unwavering. "My sister, Moon, has always been there for me. I am very grateful to them." From her seat in the audience, Moon practically vibrated with excitement. Her hands clasped tightly to her chest, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "She mentioned me," she whispered to Anna, her excitement barely contained. Leon, standing awkwardly to the side, shifted his weight. "What about me?" he thought, his hopeful eyes darting toward Noah. He tried not to look too expectant, but his anticipation was painfully obvious. Noah, sensing her father's unspoken plea, sighed softly. Her expression didn't change much, but there was a glimmer of acknowledgement in her eyes. Turning back to the audience, she continued, "Lastly, and most of all, I'd like to thank my father. He helps me review and prepare for exams every day and often stays up late to prepare materials. Thanks to him, I am able to stand here today." Leon's heart swelled, his eyes misting over as he fought to maintain composure. Noah's rare words of gratitude hit him harder than he expected. He whispered to himself, his voice cracking with emotion, "Noah." Noah wrapped up her speech with a few more lines about her goals and expectations, then bowed politely to the audience. The hall erupted into applause, a mix of admiration and approval. Rossweiss and Leon joined in, their hands clapping with pride. The vice principal stepped forward, his expression brimming with approval. "What a wonderful speech," he said, nodding toward Noah. Then, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, he turned to Leon. "It seems, Mr. Leon, that you're an exceptional father. Since your daughter is so grateful to you, why not kiss her to show your fatherly love?" The suggestion hung in the air like a thunderclap. Leon froze, his mind racing. "Vice Principal, are you trying to turn this ceremony into a patricide scene?" His thoughts screamed in silent protest. Noah, standing still as a statue, remained expressionless. It was as though the Vice Principal's words had rolled off her like water on scales. But Leon knew better. A month ago, this girl wouldn't even let me pat her on the head. Now I'm supposed to kiss her? In public? Still, Leon couldn't back out without making things even more awkward. With a forced smile, he bent down and opened his arms toward Noah. In a low voice, he whispered, "Noah, there's no need to be difficult. Let's just hug, okay?" Noah frowned slightly, her cheeks tinged pink. Her eyes darted to the side, avoiding Leon's. In a voice barely audible, she muttered, "Hurry up and finish the kiss. Let's get this over with." Leon blinked in surprise. Did she agree? "Noah." Leon took a deep breath and gathered his courage. He leaned forward, wrapping Noah in a gentle hug, then pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. Noah's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her usually impassive face. For a moment the room fell silent, captivated by the tender scene. The warm atmosphere emanating from the father and daughter duo touched many parents in the audience. From her seat, Moon could no longer contain herself. Her hands shot up in excitement, and she made a dramatic grab for the stage. "I want to kiss Noah too," she exclaimed, her voice ringing out across the hall. Anna, ever vigilant, rose to intercept the energetic young dragon. Her calm tone carried an edge of urgency. "Your Highness, you cannot go up now. Please remain seated." Leon stood tall, forcing a practiced smile as he parted ways with Noah. His daughter's face was bright red, and she turned her head shyly, unwilling to meet his gaze. The scene could have melted even the hardest dragon scales. Rossweiss exhaled a barely audible sigh of relief. "Thank the heavens," she thought. "At least he didn't kiss me in front of everyone." The couple stepped up beside Noah, placing their hands on her shoulders and flashing a perfect family portrait smile to the audience. They looked like a harmonious family straight out of a recruitment poster for wholesome dragonhood. The Vice Principal, his eyes gleaming with amusement, addressed the audience with a flourish. "Excellent. The Dragon Clan never forgets to be grateful to their families. The Melvick family has truly shown us what a real family looks like." Leon's inner alarm bells began to ring. Compliments never came without a hook. The Vice Principal's next words struck like lightning. "But, Mr. Leon, while you've shown such fatherly love to your daughter, how could you forget your wife? As a model of a loving couple, a kiss is only fitting." Leon and Ross froze as if hit by an ice spell. They turned to the Vice Principal with matching expressions of disbelief. Leon's fist tightened at his side as he shot the Vice Principal a glare that could have felled armies. "This slimy, conniving dragon. If only I'd known, I'd have dealt with you on assessment day." Rossweiss, for her part, was grinding her teeth so hard it was a wonder sparks weren't flying. Her polite dragon smile was plastered on her face, but her eyes screamed, "You've got to be kidding me." The Vice Principal, oblivious to, or simply ignoring, the palpable tension, maintained his cheerful grin. From her place at the podium, Noah turned to her father, her expression tinged with worry. She glanced between her parents, clearly unsettled by the awkward request. Leon caught her gaze and squared his shoulders. "This is Noah's big day. I've faced dragons, battles, and Ross's temper. How hard could this be?" He turned to Ross with determination. "Come, my dear wife," he said, extending a hand. We are the happiest, most harmonious family, aren't we?" Ross's eyes widened and a blush spread across her cheeks. She stared at Leon's outstretched hand, then back at his serious expression. "You're not really going to," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of course I am," Leon replied, his tone calm but firm. "Noah and Muon are watching. Just play along." How embarrassing," Ross stammered, her voice rising an octave with each word. Leon, showing no mercy, stepped closer. With one fluid motion, he gently hugged her. His face leaned in, inching toward hers with practiced calm. Ross's blush deepened to a fiery red. Her thoughts spiraled into chaos. Why is he so calm? We've slept together, held hands, but we've only kissed once, 2 years ago. Her heart pounded in her chest like a war drum. Meanwhile, Leon seemed as composed as ever. His lips drew nearer. Ross, her nerves fried, squeezed her eyes shut. Whatever happens, happens. Just as Ross braced herself for the most public kiss of her life, Leon pulled a classic maneuver. With the grace of a seasoned trickster, he diverted his trajectory, pressing a gentle kiss to her cheek instead. When the kiss ended, Leon stepped back, his expression a picture of calm satisfaction. Ross opened her eyes, startled. "That's it," she thought, her fingers brushing the spot where his lips had landed. The skin felt impossibly warm, as if the kiss had left an ember behind. The audience erupted into applause. Parents chuckled, some whispering amused comments to one another. A few dared to tease from their seats. "Why don't you kiss her on the lips?" one parent called out, laughter following their words. "Kiss again! Kiss again!" Leon ignored them with the seasoned indifference of a man who had long since mastered the art of selective hearing. He turned to Ross and gave her a sly, victorious smile. Leaning close, he whispered, "Well, that was satisfying. Relieved some stress, too." Ross's eyes narrowed. The heat of embarrassment was quickly replaced by the fire of indignation. Her mind flashed back to that bathroom incident. Leon's smug grin, a perfect callback to her own teasing. Her teeth clenched and she balled her fists, glaring daggers at him. This infuriating man. He used me to blow off steam. If we weren't in front of hundreds of dragons, I'd have pinned him to the floor already. As the applause died down, the vice principal returned to the stage. "Thank you, Melvick family, for bringing us so much joy and laughter. Please, feel free to take your seats and enjoy the rest of the ceremony." Leon, Ross, and Noah descended the stage, guided by a female dragon assistant. The vice principal returned to the podium, a picture of practiced decorum, and announced the next steps in the ceremony. With his tone so monotonously cheerful, it was a wonder no one fell asleep. Moments later, the admission ceremony concluded, the applause fading into the distance like a polite afterthought. Noah, ever the dutiful daughter, walked her parents, sister, and their ever-vigilant head maid, Anna, to the school gate to see them off. The sun shone cheerfully, entirely inappropriate for the dramatic farewell some families were staging. Rossweiss knelt beside Noah, her motherly instincts kicking in. She gently patted Noah's shoulder, her voice soft and affectionate. "We'll come pick you up next weekend. Take care of yourself, okay?" Noah nodded with a calmness that bordered on unnerving. Unlike many other children who clung to their parents like lifelines, her composure remained solid. "I will, Mom," she said, her tone even, her eyes betraying no sign of emotional turmoil. Muon, however, wasn't about to let her sister off so easily. She sprinted toward Noah and latched onto her like a small but determined koala. Her face buried in Noah's uniform, she murmured, "Don't forget me, Noah." Noah hugged her back, her touch gentle but resolute, like an anchor keeping Muon steady in a storm. She patted Muon's back softly. "I won't, I'll miss you too." Leon crouched down to Noah's level, his face painted with the kind of worry only parents know. He looked every bit the overbearing father as he launched into his unsolicited list of instructions. Remember to eat on time and don't be picky about food. Study hard. If you don't understand something, come to me during the holidays. And most importantly, if you feel sick, go straight to the academy's doctor. No trying to tough it out. Noah's face was a masterpiece of suppressed exasperation. Her blank stare said it all. "I know," she replied flatly. "I'm not a child." But Leon wasn't done. He leaned in conspiratorially, pointing over his shoulder at Rossweiss, who was feigning disinterest behind him. "These aren't my words, by the way. Your mom said them after getting drunk. She's just too embarrassed to say it herself, so I'm delivering the message." Ross, her maternal reputation on the line, shot Leon a death glare that could have turned a lesser dragon to stone. She muttered just loud enough for him to hear, "Verbose idiot!" Leon ignored her, his protective instincts on overdrive. He rolled up his sleeves dramatically, striking a pose that screamed ready for action. "And another thing," he added with the seriousness of a war general addressing his troops. "Stay away from classmates with bad personalities. But if anyone dares to bully you, fight back. Dad's got your back." Noah, finally cracking a smile, looked up at her father with a mix of amusement and curiosity. "Did you ever do that when you were in school?" Leon's grin widened, his chest puffing out like a peacock. "Of course. Every time I got into a fight, your grandfather, my master, would drag me home and beat me up himself." Noah blinked, processing this delightful nugget of family history. "But don't worry," Leon assured her, patting her shoulder with exaggerated confidence. "If it's just a small matter, I promise I won't beat you up." Somehow this was more comforting than it should have been. Inspired by her father's unwavering confidence, or maybe just amused by his antics, Noah clenched her fists with determination. "I'll remember," she said firmly, the flicker of a smile playing on her lips. The Silver Dragon Castle was as silent as a scolded child, yet the Queen's study remained lit, defying the stillness of the night. Rossweiss sat amidst a mountain of books and scrolls, her desk a battleground of knowledge, strategy, and occasional chaos. She flipped through an ancient tome on blood magic, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then her eyes landed on a particularly intriguing passage. The Blood Curse, a forbidden magic usable only once in a lifetime, utilizing blood as a medium and the caster's life as the price. Ross tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand. Her lips curled into a mischievous smirk. "Well," she murmured, "this could make for an interesting pastime." Her sly thoughts on how to improve this suicidal magic were interrupted by a sudden gust of wind that tossed her papers into a chaotic spiral. She didn't flinch. It wasn't her first uninvited guest. Without even looking up, she called out, "You're back. Couldn't use the door like a normal person?" From the shadows of the balcony, a purple-haired figure emerged and knelt gracefully before the desk. Shirley, the Silver Dragon clan's assassin-turned-maid, dressed in her signature stealthy attire, nodded. "Your Majesty," Shirley said, her voice low and apologetic. Rossweiss, never one for unnecessary pleasantries, got straight to the point. "How's the investigation?" Shirley hesitated, her brow furrowing. Clearly, the news wasn't good. "I regret to inform you, Tiger Lawrence and his wife have vanished. No traces remain." Ross's hand paused mid-page turn. She set the book down and leaned back, her expression shifting to one of quiet surprise. "Vanished," she echoed, her tone sharp. "Their records have been erased thoroughly. There's no trace left in the Empire," Shirley explained. Rossweiss frowned, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. Leon's master and his wife, supposedly simple farmers, had been the subjects of Ross's investigation. Yet their abrupt disappearance hinted at something far from ordinary. "An old farmer," she muttered to herself, her tone dripping with skepticism. "Sure, And I'm a simple librarian." She sighed, rising from her chair and fixing Shirley with a determined look. "Keep digging, but prioritize your safety. Report back if anything comes up." Shirley bowed her head. "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, like a shadow swept away by the night, she disappeared as quickly as she had arrived. A few days later, as the sun hung low in the sky, the training ground echoed with the shouts of a child and the occasional crackle of magic. Leon, dressed in training attire, swung a wooden branch with the finesses of a seasoned warrior. Blue lightning arced from the stick as he demonstrated to his daughter, Moon, how to properly wield it. "All right," Leon said, his tone firm yet patient. "Like this, swing it down hard." Moon, wide-eyed with admiration, clenched her tiny fists and nodded. "Okay." She mimicked his movements, or so she thought. Eyes squeezed shut in concentration, she swung her stick wildly at the air. The result was less than impressive. Leon sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he watched his daughter's enthusiastic but entirely ineffective attempt. "Close enough," he muttered under his breath, clearly lying to himself. Determined not to let her enthusiasm wane, Leon knelt beside her and gently adjusted her stance, explaining each motion with care. Moon soaked in every word, her determination as bright as her father's lightning. From the distance, a familiar figure approached. Rossweiss, her arms crossed, strolled toward the training ground with Anna, their ever-dutiful maid, trailing behind. "Ah, Mom!" Moon shouted, abandoning her practice and running straight to Ross. Leon turned to see his wife and raised a brow. "Back from patrol, I see," he remarked dryly, though a small smile tugged at his lips. Ross nodded, her expression softening as Moon clung to her, resting her head against Ross's chest. "Did you listen to your dad today?" she asked, stroking Moon's hair. Moon beamed up at her. "Yep, Dad's teaching me sword fighting." Ross smiled approvingly and ruffled Moon's hair. "Well done. Dinner's ready soon. Beef steaks tonight." At the mention of steak, Moon's eyes sparkled like precious gems. "Beef steak. Moon likes steak." Anna stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Your Highness, shall we head back?" Grinning from ear to ear, Moon grabbed Anna's hand, humming a cheerful tune as they walked away. "Steak, steak, beef steak." Rossweiss watched as Anna and Moon disappeared toward the castle, their laughter fading into the calm. She turned to address Leon, but before a word could leave her mouth, something sharp brushed against her throat. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise as she looked down to see a tree branch. Leon stood before her, holding the wooden stick with a grin that could only be described as maddeningly smug. The weapon was poised mere millimeters from her throat, like some ridiculous parody of a life-or-death standoff. Ross's surprise quickly melted into amusement. Her confident smile returned as she stared at the stick, then back at Leon, unflinching. "Oh, have you finally decided to take action against me? Here, of all places. Bold move, Dragon Slayer. But you do realize that pointing a weapon at me is an act of disobedience punishable by death? Yes?" Leon's smirk deepened, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He gave the stick a little shake for emphasis and replied dryly, "This is a branch, Queen. Since when did you start categorizing garden debris as weapons?" Ross arched an eyebrow, her gaze shifting from the stick to Leon. "Weren't you once the strongest Dragon Slayer? Knowing you, even this pathetic excuse for a weapon could probably be deadly in your hands." Leon sighed, dropping his theatrics along with the branch. "You're no fun," he muttered, his voice tinged with mock disappointment. Stepping closer, he gave her a look that suggested he could see right through her. "She-dragon, if you want to compliment me, just do it outright. What's the point of all this sarcasm?" Ross turned her head slightly, stepping back to put some distance between them. Her tail flicked in annoyance, but her expression betrayed nothing. "Bah, who's praising you?" she retorted, her tone as dismissive as ever. Leon, now thoroughly unimpressed by his failed attempt at intimidation, walked toward a nearby bench, twirling the branch in his hand like a sword. "Fine, fine," he grumbled, plopping down on the bench. "I was just trying to scare you a little. But no, of course you're not afraid. Makes it no fun at all." Ross followed him, her posture relaxed but her sharp gaze ever calculating. She spread her hands in a mocking shrug as she joined him on the bench. "Well, what did you expect? Your twig doesn't exactly scream threatening. Maybe you've lost your touch." The sun dipped lower on the horizon, its fiery light reflecting off the weapons scattered across the training ground. The two of them sat there, their shadows long and intertwining in the fading light. For a moment, the banter subsided, replaced by the quiet beauty of the setting sun. Ross broke the silence first, her voice softer now. "I got a letter from Noah yesterday," she said, watching the distant woods as her tail swayed idly. Leon turned his head toward her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Oh? What did she say?" "She said she's doing fine and told us not to worry." Leon waited for more, but Ross seemed content to leave it at that. He raised an eyebrow. "That's it? Nothing else?" Ross's gaze softened, her eyes fixed on the horizon. She replied with an unusual gentleness. "No, that's already more than enough from her. You know how rare it is for her to write back, let alone to report her safety." Leon leaned back, crossing his arms behind his head. He looked up at the vivid sky and sighed. "Yeah, that does sound like Noah, always keeping everything bottled up. She's so much like you in that regard." Ross turned to him with a faint smile. "Careful, Dragon Slayer. That almost sounded like a compliment." Leon chuckled. "It was, in a way. She's got this tight little mask on all the time, makes it impossible to know what's going on in her head. But once you figure out how to talk to her, she's not so bad." Ross tilted her head, a fond look crossing her face. "She actually admires you quite a bit, you know. Typical dragon mentality, she idolizes strength. In her eyes, you're the top student she's chasing. She told me she wants to be the best in her academy, just so she never has to lose to you." Leon blinked, visibly caught off guard. "Wait, me? Admire? Are we talking about the same Noah? The one who calls me an idiot and weak every chance she gets?" Ross chuckled, covering her mouth with a hand. "Apparently that's her way of showing affection. You're her role model now. Congratulations, you're officially the cool dad." Leon scratched his cheek awkwardly, a faint blush creeping up his face. "Huh? Guess I'm doing something right then. Still, I always thought she saw me as just a weak nerd." Rossweiss leaned back on the bench, kicked off her shoes with a carefree flick, and snorted softly as she glanced at Leon. "You remember how Noah used to avoid you when you first woke up?" she began, her tone teetering on the edge of amusement and exasperation. "Well, during your coma, she'd sneak in to see you. Of course, when I caught her, she'd claim she was looking for Moon." "Such a terrible liar," Leon chuckled, the sound soft and tinged with nostalgia. "Sounds familiar. She gets that from you, doesn't she?" Ross smirked and drew her legs up onto the bench, wrapping her arms around her knees like a contemplative teenager. She stared at the horizon where the sun clung stubbornly to the edge of the world. "When they were babies, they cried constantly," she said, her voice drifting. "No one could calm them down except you. The moment they were placed next to you, they'd stop crying. Maybe even before they understood anything. They already knew their blood tied them to you." Leon's smile faltered as he listened. His gaze turned inward and he raised a hand, staring at it as if the memory might be etched into his skin. Ross's words painted a picture, the unconscious Leon cradling two tiny wailing infants. They'd clutched at him instinctively, one holding his fingers, the other tugging at his clothes. Despite the chaos of the moment, it had been a strangely peaceful tableau. A father unknowingly offering comfort to his daughters. Bloodline, Leon muttered, the word foreign on his tongue. For him, it was an alien concept, more abstract than real. His thoughts spiraled back to his childhood, the memories tinged with an almost bitter clarity. I was an orphan, he began, his voice low. I never knew my parents, family, bloodlines, affection. It was all meaningless to me. When I was 5, my master and his wife adopted me. They treated me like their own, gave me a home, but... He trailed off, the shadows of his past creeping into his voice. He remembered crouching in the corner of a busy street, watching families pass by. Laughter, warmth, connection. It was like observing a foreign world through a window he couldn't open. If only my master and his wife had been my real parents, he murmured. He could still feel the pang of longing, the deep ache of a child wishing for something he didn't even know how to define. In his memory, his master's wife crouched beside him, her gentle hand ruffling his hair. "Leon," she had said, her voice filled with quiet conviction. "One day, you'll become a father. And then you'll understand." Father, young Leon had echoed, the word as baffling as it was intimidating. Her smile had been soft but unyielding. A family is something you'll want to protect, love, and give everything to. As he looked over at Ross, who was watching him with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Beyond her, he could see Noah and Muen in the distance, waving at him, their silhouettes framed by the last light of the day. He exhaled slowly. "She was right," he said quietly, his voice laced with emotion. "They're my family now, the ones I'll protect no matter what." Ross raised an eyebrow, noting the distant, introspective look on his face. "What's with you?" she asked, her tone lightly mocking. "We should head back before dinner gets cold." Leon blinked, startled out of his reverie. He stood rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Yeah, sure. Thanks for sharing that with me." But Ross made no move to follow. Instead, she nudged her shoes toward him with her feet, a sly smile playing on her lips. Leon frowned, his confusion evident. "What are you doing?" Ross pointed at the shoes, her grin widening. "You want to thank me? Then put my shoes on for me." Leon stared at her, his mouth slightly agape. "Huh?" Ross sat on the bench, arms crossed, a victorious smirk on her face as she pointed to her shoes with the tip of her toe. "If you want to thank me," she said with a tone as smug as a cat that just knocked over a vase, "help me put on my shoes." Leon stood before her, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His face twisted in a mix of anger and disbelief. "Huh? You want me to put on your shoes? How is that even a possibility in this or any dimension?" He glared at her, his frustration bubbling over as memories of past humiliations flashed before his eyes, specifically the one time she had conned him into washing her feet. He bent down slightly, his face a thundercloud, and jabbed a finger in her direction. "Helping you wash your feet last time was already a traumatic blow to my dignity," he barked. "And now you want me to put on your shoes. What's next? Polishing your nails, carrying you around like royalty? Are you trying to make me a full-time servant, or are you just enjoying embarrassing me?" Before Leon could continue his tirade, Ross's foot shot up with precision that could only come from years of training. Smack! The sound echoed through the training ground like a slapstick punchline. Leon staggered back, his face contorted in both pain and sheer disbelief. "Ow!" he shouted, clutching his nose. "What the hell was that for?" Ross leaned forward, her emerald eyes glinting with mischief and irritation. "That," she said in a tone that dared him to argue, "was for the kiss you stole from me at Noah's opening ceremony. Do you think I've forgotten? And now you're throwing a tantrum over a shoe? Unbelievable." She extended her foot toward him again, wiggling it impatiently. "Hurry up, put it on, and let's go back to eat." "Don't make me ask again, or I might use my other foot." Leon sighed heavily, a mix of annoyance and resignation washing over him. His pride, battered and bruised as it was, couldn't seem to win a single fight against Ross. He crouched down, lifting her small, pale foot with one hand while holding the offending high heel in the other. Okay, he muttered through gritted teeth. "I'll do it. Happy now." Ross tilted her head, watching him work with a growing grin. "You say you're unwilling, but you're surprisingly quick at this. Maybe you've got a hidden talent for shoe assistance." Leon snorted, narrowing his eyes at her. "Putting shoes on you is still easier than nailing iron soles onto a donkey's hooves." Ross's smirk vanished faster than the sunset. She frowned, her green eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. "Did you just compare me to a donkey?" Before Leon could answer or backpedal, Ross swung her now shoed foot at his face, aiming for another direct hit. But Leon wasn't about to be caught twice. With reflexes honed by countless battles, he leaned back just in time, narrowly avoiding her kick. "Nice try," he quipped, standing up and backing away, a smug grin spreading across his face. Ross glared at him, her face turning red as she realized he'd dodged her attack. She started to rise, but her other foot was still bare, forcing her to hobble awkwardly. "Leon!" she yelled, clenching her fists in frustration. "Don't you dare run!" But Leon was already sprinting toward the castle, his laughter ringing out behind him. He glanced over his shoulder, his grin widening as he called out, "As long as I run fast, you can't catch me." Ross, still seated with one bare foot, watched him disappear into the distance. Her face twisted in rage as she shook her fist at his retreating back. "You coward!" she shouted. "Just you wait until tonight. You'll regret this." The weekend arrived like a long-awaited sigh of relief, and with it came the promise of Noah's return from school. Leon, Rossweiss, and the ever-enthusiastic Muin stood on the lawn just outside the Silver Dragon Castle, waiting for her. The anticipation hung in the air like the smell of freshly baked bread, warm, comforting, and impossible to ignore. A sudden, earth-shaking roar echoed through the sky. All three heads snapped upward in unison. Muin, ever the ball of energy, pointed wildly toward the heavens and exclaimed, "Look, look, a dragon!" She jumped up and down, her tiny arms flailing as if the sheer force of her excitement could bring the dragon closer. Leon squinted at the massive silhouette cutting through the clouds, his jaw slack with amazement. "That's huge," he muttered, almost choking on the word. Then, turning to Rossweiss, he added with a tone dripping in sarcasm, "Oh, this dragon is, what, 5 times bigger than you after transforming? No offense, Ross, but I'm starting to think your so-called legendary size is just dragon propaganda." Ross, standing coolly behind him with her arms crossed, rolled her eyes. "Yes, Leon," she deadpanned, her voice dripping with mock patience. "Because clearly I measure my self-worth against the size of a glorified flying bus. The dragon in question, a gargantuan leviathan with a body that seemed sculpted from slate-gray clouds and emerald waves, swooped closer. Its wings, an iridescent blue-green, flared out like an artist's brushstrokes on the sky. Atop its massive back was a structure that resembled a mix between a royal carriage and a luxury school bus, a flying dormitory for young dragons. Leon gawked, still craning his neck as though his head might pop off. "This thing could probably carry half a kingdom," he muttered in awe. Ross sighed, the kind of sigh reserved for explaining obvious things to toddlers, or in this case, Leon. "That's Leviathan. They're enormous, yes, but don't get too excited. They're as harmless as a stuffed toy." "Harmless?" Leon asked incredulously. "That thing could crush an army just by sneezing." "Emotionally stable," Ross corrected. Leviathans are renowned for their calm demeanor. It's said they don't lose their temper even once in their entire lifespan, which is more than I can say for you. Leon opened his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by the Leviathan descending gracefully overhead. A shimmering beam of blue magic light shot down from its belly, touching the ground like a celestial elevator. Inside the beam, a figure slowly emerged. Noah, the picture of elegance and ice-cold composure. Her school uniform fluttered softly in the breeze as she stepped onto the ground with the grace of a porcelain doll come to life. She opened her eyes, her face as unreadable as ever, and greeted Ross in a tone as flat as weak old soda. "I'm back, Mom," she said, her voice calm and measured. Ross's face lit up with a smile that could melt glaciers. She approached Noah, Leon trailing behind her. "Welcome back, Noah," Ross said warmly. But Moon, incapable of standing still any longer, broke into a sprint, throwing herself into her sister's arms. "Noah, I missed you so much." Noah's cheeks turned the faintest shade of pink as she awkwardly returned the hug. While her face remained stoic, there was a flicker of warmth in her eyes that only her family would notice. As the Leviathan roared once more and took off into the sky, Noah turned toward Leon. She hesitated for a moment, her hands clenching into tiny fists as if she were preparing to fight a dragon herself. Then, in a shy, stuttering voice, she tried to address him. Leon watched her struggle, a soft smile spreading across his face. "She's still not used to calling me Dad yet," he thought. But he didn't mind. He knew that someday the words would come naturally. After the Leviathan disappeared into the horizon, the family began their walk toward the castle. Leon held Muen's tiny hand in his left, while Ross held Noah's in her right. The scene was almost too picturesque, if you ignored Leon's usual sarcasm. "Glad you're back, Noah," he said with a grin. "Your mom and I made some of your favorite dishes. You know, the ones that take hours to prepare but will be inhaled in seconds." The family had just finished their meal, and now they were all gathered on the plush sofa in the living room. Noah, ever the epitome of calm perfection, reached into her neatly organized school bag and pulled out a stack of papers. She set them down on the table with the precision of someone defusing a bomb. The bold red 100 marks glared off the pages like a neon sign announcing Gifted Overachiever Alert. "These are my scores," Noah began in her usual monotone, as if she were presenting a weather report. Fundamentals of Alchemy and Machinery, full score, first place. Magic Overview, Young Dragon Edition, full score, first place. Dragon Clan History, Volume 1, full score, first place. Rossweiss, the proud mom, picked up one of the test papers, her face lighting up like Christmas morning. She nodded approvingly, her smile threatening to outshine the chandelier. "Excellent work, Noah. You've done so well," she said warmly. Moon, meanwhile, was practically vibrating with excitement. Her wide eyes sparkled as she stared at the perfect scores, her little hands clasped together as if Noah's test papers were holy relics. "Wow, Noah, you're so amazing. I want to be just like you when I grow up," she squealed, practically bouncing in place. Before anyone could laugh or groan, Noah cleared her throat. Her head dipped slightly, her usually composed demeanor cracking just enough to reveal, was that embarrassment? Noah, the walking encyclopedia, looked away awkwardly. "There is one more subject," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. She held up the paper like it might bite her. "Physical fitness. I scored 95 points and did not get first place." Rossweiss, ever the polished and composed mother, awkwardly waved her hand like she was trying to shoo away Noah's insecurities. Her tone, as rusty as a door hinge, was almost comical. "There's no need to apologize. You're already quite impressive." Muin, her perpetual sunny disposition in full force, clasped Noah's hand with the enthusiasm of a motivational speaker on a sugar high. Mom is right. In Muin's heart, Big Sister is the best. Her eyes practically sparkled, the sincerity radiating off her in waves. Noah, however, still looked like someone had stolen her lunch money. Leon, sitting back with the exasperation of a man forced to endure both overbearing and underwhelming emotions, silently shook his head. These two, he muttered, mostly to himself. One can't express her feelings to save her life, and the other, well, let's just say feelings overfloweth. He sighed like the weight of the world, or at least this family, rested squarely on his shoulders. Looks like it's up to the old man again. With dramatic flair, Leon picked up Noah's dreaded all-around physical fitness test transcript and scrutinized it. He muttered, drawing out the suspense just long enough to annoy everyone in the room. Running, bench press, pull-ups. Basic physical training. He pointed at the paper like it had personally offended him. Let me remind you, Noah, your peers are 4 or 5-year-old baby dragons. Their default setting is tiny wrecking ball. Of course they're going to be better at this stuff. It's biology, not failure. Noah's frown deepened, but Leon wasn't done. He flipped to the back of the transcript and jabbed a finger at a specific section. But look here. Practical training. 9 wins out of 10 matches. That's a 90% win rate, the highest in the class. Do you know what that means? Strategy and combat skills. Those other kids might be stronger, but you're outsmarting them left and right. You're a chess master in a room full of checkers players. Noah's lips twitched slightly, but the frown didn't completely disappear. But, she murmured softly, Mom said you always got first place in every subject when you were in school. Leon paused, lowering the transcript. His posture softened as he seemed to slip into memory lane. Actually, that's not true. He glanced down, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. When I first started school, I wasn't top of the class, not even close. It took a lot of hard work, a ton of mistakes, and stubborn persistence to climb to the top. He looked her in the eye, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Don't let one misstep get you down, kiddo. You've got time. I believe in you, and I know you can do better. Noah's frown finally melted into a look of determination. She clenched her fists and nodded, her voice steady. I understand. I'll do better. Just as the room seemed to settle into a rare moment of peace, Muin, ever the agent of chaos, turned her wide, curious eyes to Leon and Ross. Dad is so powerful. If Dad and Mom fought, who would win? The silence that followed was deafening. Rossweiss and Leon both straightened, the atmosphere instantly charged. In unison, they placed a hand on their chests and declared with utmost confidence, Me. Their simultaneous answer hung in the air like a thundercloud. The room grew tense as their gazes locked. Ross's elegant features twisted into a sneer. Leon's smirk widened, dripping with smugness. The air practically crackled. Ross crossed her arms, her voice laced with irritation. Didn't you marry me because you could never win against me? Leon leaned forward, baring his teeth, in a grin. Excuse me? Clearly you couldn't win against me, which is why we ended up with 2 lovely daughters. You couldn't resist, admit it. The argument escalated as they moved closer, glaring at each other with such ferocity that it was a miracle the sofa didn't catch fire. Ross rolled her eyes. Well, why don't we go out and settle this right now? She snapped, already heading for the door. Leon shot up, rolling his sleeves with the enthusiasm of someone about to win a championship belt. Gladly, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Noah and Muin watched in stunned silence as their parents stormed out the door, bickering all the way. For a moment, the 2 sisters just stood there. Then Noah pinched the bridge of her nose, sighing, Unbelievable. They're actually going to fight. Moon, on the other hand, lit up like a Christmas tree. "Are Dad and Mom going to duel? This is going to be so cool." Grabbing Muen's hand, Noah pulled her towards the door. "Come on, let's go watch." The training ground shimmered under the perfect weather, a cruel irony considering the carnage about to unfold between a cocky father and an equally cocky mother. The air was alive with tension, kind that could only come from two seasoned fighters who also happened to be married. Stretching and warming up, Leon and Rossweiss radiated equal parts determination and petty grudge, each refusing to be outdone by the other. It was less a duel and more a marital therapy session, disguised as combat. On the sidelines, Noah and Moon were settling in like it was a blockbuster premiere. Popcorn? Check. Drinks? Check. Emotional detachment from their parents' drama? Work in progress. Moon had leaned over, her face aglow with curiosity. "Big sister, who do you think is stronger, Mom or Dad?" Noah popped a piece of popcorn into her mouth, her expression as neutral as an ancient sage. "Our teacher said watching masters spar is good for improving our skills, so let's just observe and learn." Translation: I have no idea who's going to win, but at least I'll get some fighting tips and entertainment out of it. Meanwhile, Rossweiss was casually cracking her knuckles, her tone deceptively soft as she turned to Leon. "Speaking of which, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, has it? Fighting against the Dragon Queen might be too much for you right now." Leon, mid-lunge press, shot her a look so sharp it could cut steel. His tone was drenched in defiance. "So what? How many chances do I get to spar with the Silver Dragon Queen? I'm not about to let this opportunity slip." Ross's smirk widened slightly, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Simply pummeling each other seemed a little dull. Where was the spice? Lowering her gaze thoughtfully, she suddenly came up with an idea that would turn this duel into a spectacle worthy of their drama-filled family. "How about we make a bet?" she suggested, her voice light, her expression anything but. Leon paused mid-stretch, eyeing her warily. "What kind of bet?" Ross's smile turned razor-sharp, the kind of smile that sent chills down even the mightiest dragon's spine. "If you win, I won't touch you for an entire month. But if I win..." She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping into an ominous sweetness. "You have to fulfill one demand of mine." Leon froze, his brain going into overdrive. On one hand, this was a golden opportunity. A whole month free from Rossweiss's, enthusiasm sounded like the kind of vacation his body and soul desperately needed. The mere thought of uninterrupted peace filled him with a joy so pure it bordered on spiritual. The angel in his mind was already blowing a celebratory trumpet, showering him with imaginary confetti. But then there was the flip side, her demand, the ominous, unknowable abyss of what Rossweiss might ask for. Was it worth the risk? Leon's inner angel duked it out with his inner devil, but the angel, clutching its tiny suitcase labeled 30 Days of Freedom, eventually won. His face hardened into a look of steely resolve. "Deal." Ross clapped her hands, her smile bright but laced with something dangerous. "Good. Let's get started." The air was charged with tension, the kind you could cut with a butter knife, or, in this case, with a well-placed energy blast. Leon and Rossweiss stood locked in an intense stare-off, their eyes scanning for even the smallest flinch, as if reading each other's minds. The gentle breeze kicked up sand around them, transforming the training ground into a dramatic battlefield backdrop. It was the kind of scene that could only mean one thing: chaos was about to erupt. Noah and Moon, with a picture of casual spectatorship, perched on the bench like it was front-row seating at a circus. Moon kicked her legs happily, savoring the sweet popcorn. She even gave it an internal standing ovation. So sweet, so buttery. This is perfection, but perfection sin is a fragile thing. In her popcorn-fueled euphoria, Moon's swinging foot nudged a precariously placed bottle of pineapple juice. The bottle teetered as if debating whether or not to fall. Moon noticed too late, her wide-eyed horror a silent plea to gravity. Gravity, as always, was unforgiving. The pineapple juice hit the ground with a splat, its golden contents spreading like a tragic battlefield casualty. Moon gasped, "Ah, my pineapple juice!" Her outstretched hands were both a lament and a futile attempt at reversing time. Leon and Rossweiss glanced at the fallen juice, their gazes heavy with misunderstanding. Without a word, they assumed the bottle was some sort of dramatic signal. "Ah, so it begins," they both thought, and in the next instant, they moved. Leon and Rossweiss lunged toward each other like lightning bolts, the sheer force of their movements kicking up sand. Noah, ever the realist, barely looked away from the action. "The fight has started," she said flatly, biting into another piece of popcorn. Moon, meanwhile, mourned her juice. "They could have waited until I finished drinking it," she muttered, glaring at the spilled beverage as if it had betrayed her. The first strike was Leon's, with a determined expression that screamed, "I need that month off." He stomped the ground, launching himself into the air, his right fist clenched, glowing faintly with concentrated magic. His target, Rossweiss's defenses. Rossweiss, who had seen this move 1,000 times, reacted with the precision of a seasoned warrior. She crossed her arms, stabilizing herself with legs planted wide apart. When Leon's magically charged punch connected with her arms, it sent a shockwave through the ground, leaving cracks spidering out beneath her feet. The training ground protested the violence, but Rossweiss stood firm. "Nice try," she muttered, her lips curling into a confident smirk. She retaliated swiftly, her tail whipping around with the kind of speed that would make a whip itself jealous. The arc of her tail aimed directly for Leon's chin, a move designed to catch him off guard. But Leon wasn't born yesterday. He felt the danger from below and leaned back with all the urgency of a man dodging a very overdue tax collector. The tail whooshed past, narrowly missing him. Undeterred, Rossweiss swung her tail again, this time faster and wider. Leon, showing off his acrobatics, flipped backward like a circus performer on steroids, his movements fluid and precise. Rossweiss's second attack met air, and before she could reset, Leon made his counterstrike. Transitioning seamlessly from a backflip, he planted one hand firmly on the ground and swung his left leg around, channeling magic into his foot. The kick connected with Rossweiss's crossed arms, the force of it far greater than his first attempt. This time, the impact sent her skidding backward. The sand beneath her feet tore apart as she struggled to maintain balance. Her leg shot backward and her hand brushed the ground in a graceful yet desperate move to keep herself upright. She managed, but barely, her breath coming in short bursts. Rossweiss stood firm, her expression sharp with concentration as she analyzed Leon's previous attacks. Her tail flicked behind her, an almost subconscious reflection of her thoughts. "I'm at a disadvantage in physical combat," she realized, "so I'll play to my strengths." Leon stood a few feet away, arms loose but ready, a cocky grin etched across his face. "What's the matter, Your Majesty?" he teased, rolling his shoulders. "Don't want to dance up close anymore?" Rossweiss ignored his jab. She brought her hands together, palms glowing as she summoned a swirling violet purple magic. The ground around her crackled ominously, sand rising into the air as if the sheer force of her power had demanded an audience. Leon raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you're going all in now, huh?" She spared him a glance, her voice calm but cutting. "As long as I win, who cares how I do it?" With a flick of her wrists, the gathered magic separated into several smaller orbs of dragon flame, each pulsing with energy. She hurled them toward him with a fluid, almost lazy motion, as though she already knew they would hit. Leon didn't waste time with a comeback. He darted to the side, the dragon flame slamming into the ground where he'd been standing. The impact sent sand and debris flying in every direction, leaving smoldering craters in their wake. From the sidelines, Muan gasped, her legs suddenly still. Is Dad going to lose? He's been running away this whole time. Her face was a perfect mix of worry and popcorn-induced tension. Noah, ever the stoic analyst, calmly plucked a piece of popcorn from their shared bucket and popped it into her mouth. Not necessarily, she began, her voice carrying the air of a seasoned commentator. Dad's been sticking to physical combat and evasion, while Mom is relying on long-range magic attacks. It shows she doesn't have confidence in winning a close-quarters fight. Muon turned to her sister, her eyes wide with awe. Wow, Noah, you're so smart. Noah's cheeks flushed faintly, and she looked down at the popcorn bucket as if it were suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. It's just what the teacher said in class, she mumbled, though her slight smile betrayed her pride. Back on the training ground, Rossweiss was relentless. She flung dragon flames at Leon in quick succession, each blast more precise than the last. The sand erupted around him as he dodged, the ground behind him turning into a minefield of smoldering pits. Leon's boots skidded as he narrowly avoided another blast, but the debris from the explosions wasn't as forgiving. Bits of sand and stone pelted his back, and he winced. Not only am I fast, he called out over his shoulder, but I'm also tough. Rossweiss smirked, her disdain palpable. Sure you are, she replied, her tone dripping with mockery. Her eyes narrowed as an idea took shape. If I can't hit him directly, I'll just make it impossible for him to run. She clasped her hands together, her magic crackling louder as she combined the remaining flames. The two largest orbs spiraled toward Leon, their heat distorting the air around them as they converged on him from opposite sides. Leon glanced over his shoulders, first left, then right. The twin dragon flames were closing in fast, leaving him no room to maneuver. His smirk faltered for the briefest moment as he realized he was out of options. The training ground was a war zone. A crater smoldered where Leon once stood, the air thick with the acrid smell of burning sand and smoke swirling chaotically. From the sidelines, Muan clutched the edge of her bench with wide eyes, the popcorn long forgotten. Is Dad okay? She asked nervously. Noah, ever the unshakable analyst, calmly took another piece of popcorn. Probably. He's not that easy to kill. But even her usual monotone had a hint of tension this time. Just as the words left her mouth, a crackle of blue lightning sliced through the dense smoke. The blinding light was followed by a sudden gust of wind that scattered the thick haze, revealing Leon, alive, leaping high into the air and leaving the explosion behind him. His body was wrapped in furious blue lightning bolts, dancing across his frame like a storm given form. He wore a smirk so infuriatingly confident it could drive anyone to violence. "Too slow, Your Majesty," he drawled, his tone dripping with mockery. The wind from his sudden appearance sent Rossweiss's hair into a chaotic flurry. She squinted, trying to see through the static-charged air as she noted the electricity coursing over Leon's body. Her eyes narrowed. "He's using thunder magic to strengthen himself," she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. It wasn't admiration in her voice. It was irritation. This idiot! His body hasn't fully recovered, and he's already pushing himself to the limit. Leon stomped onto the ground with his right foot, sending a small shockwave through the training ground as he adjusted his position. His eyes locked on to Rossweiss with laser focus. "No one," he growled, his grin turning feral, "is taking away my 1-month holiday." From the bench, Noah raised an eyebrow. "He's doing this for vacation?" Muan blinked, confused. "Why doesn't Dad just ask for time off?" Noah sighed, popping another piece of popcorn. "Because Dad likes to overcomplicate everything." Meanwhile, Leon shot toward Rossweiss like a lightning bolt incarnate, every muscle in his body taut with determination. More sparks erupted from him, the magic coursing through his veins, amplifying his speed and strength. His punches came fast, so fast, in fact, that his fists were nearly invisible, a blur of lightning and fury. Rossweiss gritted her teeth, her arms moving just as quickly to block each blow. But she could feel it. She was starting to strain. Leon's speed was unrelenting, his strikes heavier with every swing. She deflected another hit, her fingers beginning to tingle from the impact. Damn him, she thought. Even with his body in that condition, he's forcing me on the defensive. Leon, noticing her slight hesitation, smirked wider. What's the matter, Dragon Queen? You look like you're struggling. Shut up, she snapped, her tone sharper than the crackling energy surrounding them. But Leon could see the worry etched into her furrowed brow. She was planning something, he could tell. And then she hesitated. Just for a fraction of a second, her focus wavered, her mind racing for a way to end this fight quickly. That was all Leon needed. His smirk softened into something almost smug. Gotcha. He stopped his rapid punches and shifted tactics. Instead of striking high, he swept his left foot toward her legs. Rossweiss's eyes widened in alarm, realizing his plan too late. You, she began. But before she could finish, Leon's foot connected, knocking her off balance. She stumbled backward, her wings flaring slightly to steady herself. But it wasn't enough. Leon didn't give her the chance to recover. He gathered every ounce of thunder magic he had left into his right fist. Lightning spiraled around his arm in a chaotic dance, the sheer energy humming like an ominous symphony. Rossweiss tried to dodge, leaning back and preparing to counter, but the situation was too far out of her control. The force of Leon's strike was already barreling toward her, his fist glowing with power and the confidence of a man who could already taste victory. Checkmate, Leon said, his voice calm but laced with triumph. His fist stopped just inches from Rossweiss's face, the electric charge buzzing menacingly in the air between them. He grinned, his tone almost too cheerful for the moment. I won. The tension was palpable as Rossweiss wobbled, her footing unstable after Leon's perfectly executed trip. She reached out in vain, grasping at the air for balance, but gravity was not on her side. Leon, poised to deliver the final blow, froze when he realized she was moments away from an unceremonious faceplant. With a resigned sigh that seemed to scream, "Why is this my life?" Leon dispersed the crackling thunder magic in his fist and lunged forward instead. He grabbed Ross by the arm, yanked her back upright, and spun her toward him, securing his hand firmly on her waist to steady her. The dramatic repositioning left them chest to chest in a posture ripped straight out of a cheesy romance novel. Ross's twin peaks pressed against Leon's chest, the warmth of his body momentarily stunning her. She felt a tiny flicker of temptation. What is this? A fight, a date, a live-action soap opera? Leon, for his part, suddenly forgot all about the battlefield and found himself drowning in the surprisingly affectionate gaze of the woman he had been trying to punch into submission just seconds ago. Their faces flushed, their breaths hitched, and time seemed to pause for one stolen moment. Leon leaned in slightly, his smirk replaced by a rare, genuine expression of curiosity. Ross, looking at him with uncharacteristic softness, whispered in a voice barely audible, "Leon?" Cue the romantic music, sparks flying, perfect lighting, audience swooning. But Rossweiss was no damsel in distress, and Leon was about to learn this the hard way. Just as he leaned closer, his eyes half closed in what could only be described as an epically poor read of the situation. Ross smirked. The dragon flame she had been discreetly gathering flared to life in her hand. Without hesitation, she planted her flaming palm right on Leon's chest. It took about half a second for Leon to realize he wasn't about to get a kiss, but rather a barbecue. "Ah, it's burning!" he hollered, staggering back as the flames licked his shirt. His once romantic expression melted into full-blown panic as he flailed wildly, patting his chest in a futile attempt to put out the flames. "Ross, what the hell? I just saved you!" Ross crossed her arms, her smirk widening. "The fight isn't over, dear. Maybe next time don't get distracted mid-battle." Leon, eyes wide, stared down at his chest, where the dragon flame continued to flicker ominously. Then he blinked. "Wait a second, this isn't hot." He squinted closer. The flames were already fading, leaving behind only some charred fabric and his pride in ashes. "Oh, come on, a decoy flame, really?" Ross tilted her head, feigning innocence. "What, it worked, didn't it?" From the sidelines, Noah and Moon decided now was a good time to investigate the aftermath. The two sisters put down their popcorn and jogged over, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Who won?" Moon asked, her small hands clasped behind her back as she looked between her parents. Leon, sulking, pointed at Ross. "Your mom cheated." Ross rolled her eyes, brushing some dust off her clothes. "Cheating? Please." "You let your guard down. That's on you," Leon groaned, flopping backward like his very soul had left his body. "Fine. Yes, I lost, but only because I was distracted. I could have won if I had gone all out." His fists clenched dramatically as he declared this, though the effect was undercut by the burnt hole in his shirt. Ross smirked victoriously, her hands on her hips. "A loss is a loss, Leon, and you know what that means." Her smile turned sly, the kind of smile that sent chills down Leon's spine. The words hit Leon like a truck. His eyes widened as if he'd just remembered the terms of their bet. "Oh no," he whispered, his voice trembling. "The bet." Ross nodded smugly. "That's right. You're mine for the next month. My errands, my chores, my every command." Her tone practically dripped with amusement. "Don't worry, Leon. I'll make it fun." Leon let out a dramatic wail, throwing his arm over his face as he sprawled on the ground. "Why me? I just wanted my holiday." Moo crouched beside him, poking at his shoulder. "Mom, is Dad dead?" she asked innocently, her head tilted. Ross chuckled softly, kneeling down to ruffle her daughter's hair. "Don't worry, Moon. He just used too much energy and fainted from sheer drama. He'll be fine." The evening had settled over Silver Dragon Castle, wrapping it in an eerie silence. A heavy, almost funereal atmosphere loomed, except for two rooms where the lights still flickered defiantly against the darkness. Inside one of those rooms, two pajama-clad figures knelt on the bed, their big round eyes blinking curiously at the man sitting before them. Noah crossed her arms, her delicate brows furrowed in an expression that screamed, "What is this nonsense?" Meanwhile, Moon simply stared, her young mind trying to decipher the strange behavior of the grown-up in front of them. Leon, the tragic hero of this tale, was seated before them, his expression one of exaggerated sorrow. With the weight of a condemned man, he clutched his chest dramatically and exhaled a deep, pitiful sigh. "Noah," he began, voice thick with emotion, "after I leave, you must take good care of Moon. She's still young, still innocent, still unaware of the horrors of this world." And then, for the final act, he wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. After leaving, the ones I'll worry about the most are you two. You're just barely over a year old. How could your mother be so cruel as to take me away from you?" Noah's frown deepened. This entire situation made no sense. "You're just staying in Mom's room for one night. Why does it sound like you're going to an execution?" Leon visibly shuddered, gripping his shirt as though shielding himself from an unseen horror. "In some ways," he muttered, eyes dark with haunted memories, "beheading at the execution ground is merciful. It's over in an instant. But your mother," he swallowed hard. Your mother can prolong the suffering all night." Noah stared blankly. Moon, on the other hand, perked up, having an apparent breakthrough. Her little hands clapped together in realization. "Oh, I know. Mom is going to eat Dad, right?" She beamed at her own intellect. "I read in a book that after a female mantis marries a male mantis, she eats the male mantis." Leon froze, his eye twitched. Of all the things she could compare his marriage to. He turned to her with a deadpan expression. "That kind of eating is different, Moon." His voice was heavy with suffering. "But thanks for the concern." Moon tilted her head unbothered. "But you're still getting eaten, right?" Leon covered his face with one hand. "Moon, why are you happy about this?" A familiar voice cut through his misery. "Well, don't go filling their heads with nonsense like I'm some kind of monster." Leon's body went stiff. Slowly, he turned his head. There, standing at the doorway in a silk camisole and black stockings, was Rossweiss, casually leaning against the frame, her gaze unreadable. The dim lighting of the room framed her like a villainess in a gothic novel, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Leon let out a small, suffering noise. He didn't need to look to know the kids were watching this exact moment with extreme curiosity. Ross strolled into the room with casual elegance, moving past Leon like he wasn't even there. She reached the bed, tucking Noah and Muen in with practiced ease. "Sleep early," she murmured, gently adjusting their blankets. "Don't worry about Dad. We just need to have a little chat." Leon narrowed his eyes, stepping back. "A chat?" Rossweiss straightened, looking at him over her shoulder. She nodded leisurely. "For example, the birth of the universe." Leon's expression twisted. "You mean the birth of life?" Ross ignored him. "The mysteries of the world." Leon groaned. "You mean the mysteries of the human body?" Noah turned her head to the side, looking bored. Moon just blinked in fascination. Ross took a step toward Leon, her smirk deepening. Leon took a step back. Ross took another step forward. Leon hit the wall. Before he could make a run for it, Ross grabbed him by the collar. "That's enough goodbyes," she said sweetly. "Come with me now." Leon flailed, reaching out toward his daughters as though they could save him from his fate. "Wait, I have some final words." Ross effortlessly dragged him out of the room, his legs scrambling uselessly against the floor. As his voice trailed off down the hallway, his final proclamation echoed. "Noah, Moon, remember, Dad will always love you." Noah and Moon lay side by side, holding each other's hands in a sisterly bond, perhaps for comfort, perhaps to survive whatever chaos their parents were about to unleash. Moon's big, curious eyes blinked open. She turned toward Noah, whispering in the dark, "What are Mom and Dad going to do?" Noah, who had already shut her eyes in an attempt to erase her existence from this absurd reality, exhaled calmly. She didn't even flinch at the question. "I don't know," she muttered. "Let them be childish adults." And with that, she refused to entertain the subject further. Meanwhile, in the battlefield of a different kind, Rossweiss's room, Leon sat stiffly on the couch like a man awaiting trial. His eyes were closed, his arms crossed over his chest in a protective stance, as though warding off some impending doom. Her gaze drifted to Leon, who had yet to touch the glass in front of him. She raised a brow. "Don't you want a drink?" Leon didn't even open his eyes. His frown deepened, his arms tightened around his chest, and his entire being radiated the energy of a man about to say something stupid. "No," he replied flatly. A slight chill settled over the room. Rossweiss's fingers tightened around her glass. Her expression remained neutral, but a dangerous glint flashed through her eyes. "Oh, he dares? He dares to defy her after losing so spectacularly." She tilted her head, her voice slow and deliberate. "What's up? I remember you promised me that you would meet my demands after losing to me." She raised her glass meaningfully. But now you're not even willing to drink. Leon finally cracked open an eye. That subtle shift in her tone, that mildly displeased voice, sent a warning signal blaring through his mind. He turned his head away, swallowing nervously. I just don't really feel like drinking right now. He lied through his teeth, his voice a little too high-pitched to be convincing. Stay rational, stay strong. Do not let her manipulate you tonight. Oh, she set down her glass and, instead of pressing further, smoothly changed the topic. Actually, she said, walking toward him with a casual grace, I really hoped you'd win today. Leon, who had been preparing for another mental defense against whatever she was scheming, blinked in confusion. Hey, what? Ross leaned against the back of the couch, looking down at him with an unreadable expression. If you won, I would have had to give you a month's leave. She tilted her head slightly, her silver hair cascading over her shoulder. You could have taken the opportunity to take better care of yourself. She smirked. Perhaps you'd become more fun. So, he muttered, lowering his head unhappily, why didn't you just admit defeat today? She picked up his untouched glass of wine, tilting it slightly in her fingers. Because, she murmured, taking her time with her words, I came up with a much better way of playing. Leon frowned, his mind lagging behind the implications of her statement. He barely registered the fact that his drink was no longer in his possession, and then, before he could protest, Rossweiss smiled, a slow, dangerous smile, and then, without another word, she bit her lip, hard. A thin trickle of crimson dripped down, mingling with the remnants of wine. She pressed a hand against Leon's cheek, tilting his head back ever so slightly, letting the blood drip into his parted lips. Leon tasted it instantly, the sharp, metallic tang of blood. His mind snapped back to reality in an instant. Wait. He shoved her away with sudden force, staggering upright and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. His pulse pounded violently against his skull. What the hell are you doing? Rossweiss sat back on the sofa, perfectly at ease. She rested her chin on her palm, eyes glowing with wicked amusement. She licked the corner of her mouth where the blood had spilled, letting out a satisfied hum. That, she murmured, was the blood curse. Leon's stomach dropped. He immediately glanced down at his hands, his body, his soul, and… oh no. His blood was reacting. His skin tingled. The forbidden magic, his magic, was taking hold. Rossweiss's eyes darkened into a deep shade of crimson. A faint glow shimmered on her chest, a dragon mark pulsing with ethereal purple light. And then, as if to mock him, Leon felt his own eyes shift. The same cursed, telltale red. Leon felt his body betraying him. The blood curse burned through his veins like molten iron, twisting his nerves, forcing his muscles to tremble violently. His legs buckled, his breaths came in ragged gasps, and he clutched at his chest as if he could physically rip the pain away. Ugh, why? He rasped, barely able to force the words past clenched teeth. Rossweiss, lounging comfortably on the sofa like she had all the time in the world, simply smiled. Since you used this forbidden magic on me 2 years ago, she said, her voice light and obnoxiously calm, I've always missed the feeling of it. Leon's eye twitched. Oh, well, isn't that just lovely? He hissed through gritted teeth. Glad to know nearly killing you left such a fond memory. His body shuddered violently. He could feel it. The curse was spreading deeper, gnawing at him, draining something vital. He knew what this meant. The blood curse consumes a person's life, he forced out, lifting his head with sheer willpower. Rossweiss remained perfectly composed, utterly unbothered. Leon, meanwhile, was fighting for his goddamn life. You do realize the price for using this, don't you? He asked, his voice raw. Rossweiss tilted her head, watching him like a cat amused by a struggling mouse. Then she smiled, a soft, almost gentle expression. Of course I know. Leon froze. Oh no. That was not the answer he wanted to hear. She let out a quiet hum, brushing invisible dust off her gown before resting her chin against her palm. I did some research, privately, of course. Her eyes gleamed with amusement. Turns out, with a few modifications, I could minimize the impact of the blood curse on my body. Now it only enhances my natural abilities, and with a flick of her wrist, a mirror appeared. A beautifully ornate thing with a gold frame, its surface glimmering with unnatural clarity. She expanded it, letting it stand tall beside him, its cruel reflection waiting. "This," she purred, "is a little treasure I picked up in Sky City. It records images for a short while. Wouldn't it be fun to see yourself right now?" Leon's stomach twisted. He turned his head, hesitantly peering into the mirror, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Gone was the composed warrior, the disciplined slayer. Instead, the man staring back at him was red-faced, pupils dilated and wild, lips slightly parted as he gasped for air. His hands trembled, his body twitched, and worst of all, his expression was one of sheer, pathetic longing. No, this wasn't him. "Tell me, Leon." Rossweiss's voice slithered into his ear, smooth and slow. "What do you want right now?" Leon clenched his teeth, fighting back the burning in his throat, the haze in his mind. He wouldn't say it. He refused to. Kiss. His heart stopped, his breath hitched, his entire body locked up. Had he just... No. His red eyes shrank in horror. His lips trembled, his mind screamed. He hadn't meant to say that. That wasn't what he wanted. But Rossweiss only laughed, a slow, cruel, delighted laugh. "Huh?" she taunted. "What was that?" "I didn't hear you. Say it again." Leon's breathing grew erratic. Panic clawed at him. He needed to stop. He needed to fight. Instead, "I want to kiss you." The words tore from his throat, louder, rawer, more desperate. His own voice betrayed him. Rossweiss's victorious smile stretched wider, her fingers tracing the outline of his flushed face, relishing in his downfall. "Look at you," she murmured, tilting her head mockingly. The proud dragon slayer reduced to begging his enemy for a kiss. Leon's heart pounded, his hands twitched, fingers reaching for her. Dawn arrived like a smug little bastard, spilling golden light through the windows of the Silver Dragon Castle. The once dark, starry sky had given way to clear, piercing brightness, illuminating the grandeur of the fortress. Outside, soldiers bustled about, beginning their morning patrol, unaware of the absolute tragedy that had unfolded within the walls of Rossweiss's chambers. Inside, the bed was a mess of tangled sheets and tangled limbs. The aftermath. Leon groaned, rubbing his temples as if sheer force could erase the memory of last night. I fell into depravity again. His other hand braced against the bed as he sat up, every muscle in his body protesting. His head was still spinning, courtesy of last night's, intensity. The aftermath of the blood curse and his very bad decisions left him feeling like a dragon slayer who had accidentally joined the Dragon Appreciation Club. He gritted his teeth. A damn blood curse. It made me let go of my pride, my dignity, hell, my entire existence, and beg her for a good time. As an elite dragon slayer who had painted the battlefield with the blood of countless dragons, this was humiliating, an absolute disgrace. The equivalent of a knight swearing loyalty to the dragon after stabbing it, breaking his own bottom line. Again, his brain caught up with his body a second too late, and by then his fingers had already brushed her skin in a slow, almost fond caress. I wasn't trying to touch her. I was trying to wake her up, he muttered under his breath, as if saying it out loud made it more believable. Yes, That was it, absolutely nothing else. His frown deepened. He tried again, this time gently patting her cheek. Come on, wake up already. Aren't you the one who always lectures me about discipline? Still nothing. Rossweiss, who was usually impossible to shut up, was now alarmingly silent. A slow, wicked smirk crept onto his face. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for me to escape? Leon was out of bed instantly, moving with the urgency of a man who had finally been given a get-out-of-jail-free card. First order of business, gear up. He beelined for the cabinet, fingers working fast as he yanked open a drawer. Jackpot. Inside, just as he suspected, was a keyring and 2 bottles, one of medicine, the other of pills. He grinned. Warehouse keys, check. Stamina potion, check. Recovery pills, check. One absolutely perfect escape plan? Oh, hell yes. He slid the keys into one pocket, the bottles into another, and straightened up, hands on his hips. His chest puffed up with triumph. This was it. This was his moment. Rossweiss, you smug, manipulative dragon, when you wake up and find me missing, it'll already be too late. The mere thought of her waking up to an empty bed, realizing he had finally outplayed her, was delicious. Leon threw his head back and laughed heartily, the kind of evil genius laughter that should have had lightning crackling in the background. But then something shifted. His laughter weakened, his triumphant smirk faded. His eyes slid to the side as a nagging doubt crept in. Wait, is this really okay? His hands dropped from his hips, his whole body deflating like a punctured balloon. Suddenly, the victory didn't feel quite as victorious. He stared at the keys and medicine in his hands. Then, with a deep sigh, a sigh of ultimate resignation, he put everything back into the drawer. Leon rubbed his face, feeling the weight of reality settle back in. 2 years. It had been 2 years since he left the Empire, and he had no idea what had changed in that time. His capture by the Dragon Clan had always been suspicious. Too many questions, too few answers. If he went back now, half-blind and unprepared, he'd be walking straight into another disaster. No, this required patience, caution, planning. With slow, deliberate steps, he moved to the window. Down below, in the castle gardens, 2 familiar figures played among the flowers. Noah and Moon. The 2 little girls giggled as they chased a butterfly, Moon's small hands reaching out, her voice ringing through the air. "Noah, catch it quickly!" Noah, ever the calm and composed one, followed behind at a steady pace. "Slow down, don't fall." Leon watched them, his expression softening. These girls. He couldn't just leave them. He exhaled, closing his eyes for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Ah, sure enough, I'm stuck here, aren't I?" Turning back toward the bed, his gaze landed on Rossweiss. She was still sound asleep, breathing evenly, oblivious to the fact that she had almost lost him today. Leon leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as he whispered, "After all, I haven't had my revenge yet, wouldn't you say, Rossweiss?" By now the sun had set, and the Silver Dragon Castle was bathed in the dim glow of evening. Rossweiss was still out cold. She lay there, peaceful as ever, completely oblivious to the gathering of concerned onlookers surrounding her bed like a funeral wake. Moon, normally a little ball of boundless energy, had her hands gripping the edge of the bed, her face scrunched in distress. Even she, the resident chaos gremlin, looked genuinely sad for once. Meanwhile, Noah stood with her arms crossed, her face an unreadable mask of judgment. The silence was thick. Finally, Noah spoke, her voice steady but laced with an underlying suspicion. "Is Mom okay? She's been sleeping all day now." She turned, arms still folded, and locked eyes with him, Leon, her father, her mother's sworn enemy, her #1 suspect. Her gaze narrowed. "What did you do last night?" Leon stiffened. Oh no. He looked away, scratched his head, and let out the fakest, most nervous chuckle known to man. Well, we were just Talking on the balcony last night. Maybe she caught a cold from the wind." Silence. Noah didn't blink. Leon could practically hear her judgment intensify. She stared him down like a detective interrogating a guilty suspect who very obviously did it, but kept digging his own grave with bad alibis. Even Moon turned to look at him. Leon felt the walls closing in. Desperate, he turned to Anna, his ever-reliable lifeline. "There's no big problem, right, Anna?" 3 pairs of eyes immediately swung toward her. Anna, completely unfazed, nodded. "Prince, please rest assured. The physician examined Her Majesty. Aside from slight weakness, everything is normal." Leon exhaled like a man who had narrowly avoided public execution. "Thank you, Anna. Truly the real MVP." With that, Anna proceeded to brief him on the temporary shift in responsibilities. She would be managing Rossweiss's duties for the next few days. "If there's nothing else, Prince, I'll take my leave and return to work." Leon, still slightly dazed from his brush with Death by Daughter's suspicion, nodded. Okay, and then... Rossweiss twitched. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, rolling down the sides of her face. Her brows furrowed in discomfort. Leon, ever the opportunist, tilted his head and observed, "Why is she sweating so much? Is this a blood curse side effect? Some weird dragon biology thing? Or am I just that exhausting?" Moon, noticing her mother's distress, reached out and gently touched her forehead. "Mom, hurry up and get better. Moon won't make you angry anymore." Leon rubbed his chin deep in thought. "I'll wipe her down later," he muttered, already planning the most efficient way to take care of this problem. Noah, who had been quietly observing the entire exchange, snapped her gaze to him. Her eyes narrowed, her suspicions tripled. "Do you want to do something while Mother is unconscious?" Leon blinked, then let out the deepest, longest sigh of his entire life. For once, he was genuinely trying to do something nice, and here he was again, under intense scrutiny from the family watchdog. Resigned to his fate, he bent down, meeting Noah's sharp gaze with as much sincerity as he could muster. "Noah, you're overthinking. I just want to take care of your mother." A long pause. Noah studied his face like she could see into his soul. Finally, she raised an eyebrow, half believing, half doubting. "Is that so? That's good then." It wasn't exactly an acquittal, but Leon would take it. The 2 girls decided to leave for the night. Noah turned first, calling out behind her, "Moon, let's go. We'll visit Mom again tomorrow." Moon hesitated, her tiny fist clutching the bedsheet. She turned to Rossweiss, her eyes full of quiet sadness. "Mom, Moon will come visit you again tomorrow." Leon, despite himself, felt a twinge of guilt. Before leaving, Moon peeked her head out from the doorway and gave him a small wave. "Good night, Dad." Leon's heart did a weird little flip. He smiled, raising a hand to wave back. "Good night, Moon." And just like that, the room fell into silence again. Leon sighed, rubbing his temples. Finally, some peace and quiet. Then his gaze drifted to Rossweiss, still unconscious on the bed. And something was missing. Her tail. It was always there, big, fluffy, impossible to ignore, yet now gone. His brows furrowed as he crossed his arms, deep in thought. She always has her tail out, no matter the time, place, or occasion. But now, she's so weak she can't even summon it? That's actually kind of sad. Rossweiss let out a soft breath, her expression slightly pained. Sweat continued trickling down her forehead, soaking her nightgown. Leon's eyes landed on the wet fabric, clinging to her body. Well, that won't do, she'll catch a cold. He needed to change her into something dry. A normal person would pick something simple, something comfortable. Leon was not a normal person. He opened Rossweiss's wardrobe and was immediately overwhelmed. So many clothes, dresses, robes, casual wear, formal attire, things packed in boxes. Why did one person need this much? Then inspiration struck. A sinister, petty little idea blossomed in his mind. Revenge. She made me suffer. Wouldn't it be fair to pick my favorite style for her? A slow, mischievous grin spread across his face as he began rummaging through her wardrobe. Let's see, off the shoulder. Low cut. Ah, black stockings. Perfect. He muttered to himself like a mad scientist assembling the ultimate abomination. Piece by piece, he gathered his masterpiece. But there was one problem left to solve. The ears. Leaning down, he carefully studied her hair. Maybe I can braid it. With a level of focus that should probably be reserved for life or death situations, he twisted her hair into two neat, perky shapes like bunny ears. Perfect. Without hesitation, or perhaps without a shred of shame, he set to work. He unbuttoned her damp nightgown and gently peeled it off. Then, one by one, he dressed her in his carefully chosen outfit. A low-cut black bodysuit, black stockings, a tie around her neck, her hair styled into little rabbit ears. When he was done, he stepped back to admire his work and immediately felt all the blood rush to his face. Rossweiss, the once mighty silver dragon queen, was now dressed like the ultimate seductive bunny girl, lying helplessly in bed. Leon's brain short-circuited. He turned his head away on instinct, only to steal a glance a second later. Damn it. He scratched his cheek awkwardly, attempting to justify his actions. I didn't expect it to suit you so well. Then, a blinding purple light flared from his chest. Leon's eyes widened. His dragon mark, it was glowing, pulsing, as if it had sensed something. Panic seized him as he yanked at his clothes, trying to cover it. What the hell? Why is it lighting up? And then, a memory surfaced. Rossweiss's voice, smug and regal, echoed in his head. Oh, I forgot to mention, when two people bear the dragon mark, it reacts whenever one of them wishes to connect with the other. Leon froze. His eyes twitched, his mind flooded with realization, then denial, then pure, unfiltered panic. Nope, 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 I refuse. Frantically, he waved his hands as if physically swatting away the memory. Go away, go away. There's no way I'd have those thoughts about Rossweiss while I'm sober. It's definitely the bunny costume's fault. Yes, that was the only logical explanation. Leon could feel the dragon mark pulsing on his chest, glowing like a damn neon sign advertising his inner degeneracy. This was bad. This was very bad. If this kept up, he might actually… No, he had to calm down. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together like a devout monk, and began whispering his personal gospel, the 3 honors and 3 shames of the Dragon Slayer. Proud of being loyal to the Empire, ashamed of colluding with the Dragon Clan, proud of shedding blood on the battlefield, ashamed of fleeing in the face of battle, proud of slaughtering dragons and guarding the home, ashamed of betraying and defecting to the enemy. He recited it once, then twice, then 10 times. By the time he was done, the dragon mark had slowly faded, as if even it was judging him and had decided to retreat in disappointment. Leon sighed in relief. Crisis averted. Barely. But then he turned his head back toward Rossweiss. There she was, still unconscious, still helpless, still dressed in the bunny outfit he had carefully put together, and suddenly, he hesitated. If he helped her change back into regular pajamas now, wouldn't that mean he lost? Wouldn't that mean she won? No. That wouldn't do. It was rare to see Rossweiss like this. Wouldn't it be a waste not to document it? An idea struck him. A brilliant idea. Wait a minute. Doesn't she have a household camera? Rifling through his memories, he recalled exactly where she kept it. With the precision of a master thief or a complete degenerate, he navigated through her room, pulled open a cabinet, and began his search. His fingers brushed against something rectangular. He pulled it out. It was black. It was solid. It was perfect. Leon grinned, holding up the camera like an archaeologist who had just unearthed a priceless artifact. Ha! Found it! And so his magnum opus began. Click, click, click. Oh, Leon moved around the room, snapping photos from every conceivable angle. Side view, top view, full body. Close-up of the bunny ears he had so painstakingly crafted. Click, click, click. At one point, he even leaned down, forcibly pulling up the corners of Rossweiss's mouth into a smile. Click, click, click. Come on, wife, smile for the camera, he whispered, like a man who had long since abandoned his moral compass. As he reviewed his artistic shots, a wicked grin spread across his face. Oh, these are gold, absolute gold. I will treasure them forever. Then, a sound, a faint, sleepy murmur. Leon froze. His soul left his body. He turned his head toward Rossweiss, his hands very stiffly clutching the camera. Her brow twitched, her lips parted slightly. Her breath deepened. Leon gulped. Shit. Did I wake her up? For a solid 5 seconds, he did not breathe. He did not move. He did not exist. Then, she exhaled softly. Her brow relaxed. Her expression became peaceful once more. Just like that, she drifted back into deep slumber. Leon exhaled, loudly, dramatically. He clutched his chest, patting it like an old man recovering from a near-death experience. Hey, false alarm. I almost had a heart attack. But this was dangerous, too dangerous. If she woke up now, he would die. He needed to erase the evidence, immediately. And so, with great reluctance, he decided to undo his masterpiece. Fine, I'll change her back into regular pajamas. But tomorrow, his eyes gleamed with mischief. Tomorrow, I'll execute the next phase of my revenge plan. The night bled into morning, and with it, the warm sunlight bathed the cold stone corridors. Yet for Noah, there was no comfort, only a growing sense of dread. She had left her room intending to visit her mother, only to be interrupted by a frantic, rapid pattering of feet. Thump, 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 thump. A small figure rushed toward her at full speed, voice shrill with urgency. Noah! 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 Noah turned just in time to see Muon, her younger sibling, practically sprinting down the hallway like she was being chased by a ghost, which, given this castle, was entirely possible. Noah narrowed her eyes. Something was wrong. The moment she stopped, Moon skidded to a halt beside her, panting as if she had just run a marathon. Noah crossed her arms and spoke in the calm, older sister voice she reserved for when things were probably about to get worse. Take a breath. What happened? Muon, still catching her breath, dramatically lifted her hands to reveal the source of her distress, a broken Rubik's Cube. Noah stared at it. Wait, that was it? But before she could scold her for overreacting, Muon's lips quivered with real distress. I was looking for Dad to fix it, but I can't find him anywhere. Noah's casual attitude instantly vanished. Her expression darkened, her pupils shrinking ever so slightly. Oh, hell no. Her gut had been telling her for days that Leon, her ever unpredictable, frequently suspicious father, was up to something. And now, with their mother unconscious, with no sign of him in the castle, there was only one possible conclusion. He ran away. She grabbed Muon's hand, her grip firm. We're finding him. Now. With that, she pulled Muon along, their footsteps echoing through the halls as they picked up speed. Muon, half being dragged, half running beside her, shouted between breaths, Dad, where are you? Sunlight poured into the Silver Dragon Castle, making the corridors glow in an almost holy light. Completely ironic, considering the current predicament. Moon scanning every corner with hopeful eyes. "Dad, where are you?" she called out, as if summoning him like a lost puppy. Noah sighed, if only it were that easy. Their first stop was Rossweiss's room. If Leon was anywhere, it'd be visiting her, right? But when they pushed open the door, expecting to find him sitting at her bedside like some devoted husband, no, just their mother lying unconscious like a forgotten prop in a drama series. No fatherly figure in sight. Moon's brows knitted together. "He's not here," she whispered to Noah, as if afraid to wake the peacefully unconscious mother. Maybe he just left and went back to his room. Sure, because that would be logical. But logic had long since abandoned their father. Off to Leon's room they went, only to swing the door open and be greeted by shock of shocks. Nothing. The room was as empty as Noah's patience. Moon's shoulders drooped. "There's nothing here either." Her eyes suddenly brightened with a new theory. Maybe he went to the kitchen to cook. Noah stared at her like she had just suggested Leon had turned into a kitchen appliance. "Sure, let's go check." Once in the kitchen, they ransacked every cupboard, every counter, every shadowy corner like two burglars on a mission. Still, no Leon. But Moon wasn't giving up just yet. Oh no. She had one last place to check. With complete and utter seriousness, she walked over to the kitchen trash can, lifted the lid, and poked her head inside. Noah blinked. "You have got to be kidding me." Moon, unfazed, reached inside and began sifting through the garbage. "Dad?" She called into the abyss of leftovers and discarded peels, as if expecting a response. When none came, she frowned, picked up the entire trash can, and gave it a good shake. Garbage tumbled out. No Leon. Noah, standing behind her, face-palmed so hard she nearly knocked herself out. "He's not in the damn trash can, Moon." Moon, still skeptical, gave the can one last shake before sighing. "Fine." By now, even she was beginning to worry. They had checked every possible place. "We can't find Dad anywhere. Could he have gotten lost?" Moon's voice carried genuine concern, but Noah? Noah had already connected the dots. She crossed her arms, tilted her head, and gave her little sister a very pointed look. "Moon, some people are good, but they have to leave sooner or later." Moon blinked. "Huh?" "Just like last time." Last time. Moon's brain whirred, trying to recall any previous incidents of their father mysteriously vanishing. She tapped her chin, searching her memory, but nothing came up. "Wait, Dad's done this before?" Noah nodded, calm as could be. "Yep." Moon tilted her head, like, "ran away." Noah didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pictured it. Leon grinning like an idiot, climbing the castle walls, probably laughing with glee as he made his great escape while their mother lay unconscious. Because of course he would. He'd always been like this. The family photos, the so-called happy moments, they were a lie. The surface looked normal, but she had always felt something was off. This family, not normal, not perfect, not whole. Since the day she could remember, Noah's life had been filled with unanswered questions. She remembered her mother pointing to the unconscious man in the bed and flatly stating, "That is your father." No explanations, no emotional speech, just a cold, factual declaration, as if she were introducing a piece of furniture instead of a person. Noah had approached the bedside, peered at the unmoving man, and felt nothing. There was no warmth, no familiarity. Just a stranger, wrapped in silence. Then one day that stranger woke up, and the first thing he did? Try to run. No explanations, no warm fatherly embrace, just pure, unfiltered escape instincts. Her mother dragged him back without a word, and that was that. Business as usual. Leon never attempted to escape again. Not openly anyway, but Noah knew better. One day, standing by the window, she saw it with her own eyes. Leon sneaking out of the castle, his movements careful but desperate. He wasn't strolling for fresh air. He wasn't going on a heroic quest. No. He was running for his goddamn life. Noah didn't understand it back then. Why did her own father want so badly to get away from them? Oh, why did no one explain anything? Her mother never talked about it. Mon never questioned it. But Noah, she remembered. She always remembered. And now, with Leon missing yet again, she was convinced he was never going to stop running. For a while, he put on an act, helping her study, staying up late to make review materials, playing the attentive, responsible father. She should have been touched, right? Wrong. It was all too deliberate, too calculated. He was getting too close. At first, Noah thought maybe, just maybe, this was real. Maybe he actually cared. But then the doubts crept in. Was he really trying to be a father? Or was he just lulling them into complacency, waiting for the perfect chance to escape again? The longer she thought about it, the more unnatural their family seemed, the forced harmony, the scripted interactions. Her mother's silence, Leon's desperation, and then the worst thought of all settled into her mind. Did he even love them? Or was he just trapped here for some other reason? And if that was true, then what the hell was this family even built on? Noah's breath hitched as she whispered to herself, "If love is filled with secrets and lies, then I'd rather not have it at all." She could picture him now in her memories, slowly fading away, slipping further and further from their grasp, and deep down she knew Leon didn't belong here. He never did. And sooner or later, he was always going to leave. Beside her, Moon was trembling. Tears welled in her big, innocent eyes, her little fists clenched as she fought the truth she didn't want to hear. Mom won't wake up. And now Dad doesn't want us anymore. Noah, what are we going to do? Her voice broke as she sobbed, raw emotion spilling out in choked gasps. Noah didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, wiped away Muen's tears, and held her close. "Don't worry." Her voice was soft but firm. "I will protect you." And at those words, Muen completely lost it. She threw herself into Noah's arms, her small body shaking with loud, heart-wrenching cries. "Where?" Noah held her tight, stroking her hair, whispering quiet reassurances. She had no idea how they were going to get through this, but one thing was certain: they would have to move on. Noah glanced toward a certain part of the kitchen, her golden eyes darkening with resolve. She made a decision, a final goodbye, a farewell ceremony for a man who had never truly been theirs. She whispered almost to herself, "Let's give him a proper send-off." Meanwhile, far from the crying and emotional breakdown happening inside the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon was on a mission. Dressed in outdoor gear like some kind of explorer, he marched toward the cherry blossom forest with a map in one hand and vengeance in his heart. Sunlight trickled through the dense pink canopy, illuminating the petal-covered path ahead. A gentle breeze sent a shower of cherry blossoms dancing through the air, making the scene look almost poetic. If only the bastard walking through it wasn't plotting something ridiculous. Leon inhaled deeply, nodding to himself in satisfaction. The scenery here is really nice. The maid didn't lie to me. Because, yes, when a man is plotting his petty revenge, aesthetic matters. Earlier that day, Leon had interrogated one of the castle's maids, Anna. "Prince, would you like to know where Her Majesty usually likes to go?" she had asked, blinking in confusion at his sudden interest. He had nodded with an easy, casual smile. "That's right, I want to go for a walk today." Lie. Anna, ever the diligent servant, had looked uneasy. The idea of letting him wander alone probably triggered all sorts of alarms in her well-trained maid instincts. "If Prince wants to go, I will send someone to accompany you." Leon had waved her off immediately. "No need. Just circle it on this map for me. Translation: I don't need a babysitter. Just give me the damn locations. Now, walking through the forest, he held the map up and studied the circled locations. Rossweiss's favorite places. He smirked. My usual range of activities is limited, so I only get the chance to come out and explore when the she-dragon is unconscious. And he wasn't here just to enjoy the view. No, he was here to investigate, to plot, to prepare for his revenge. He clenched his fist, a wicked grin spreading across his face. She humiliated me in front of my homeland before. Now I'll make sure she experiences the same humiliation, but in a place she loves. That's when he saw it. A massive cherry blossom tree towering above the rest. It was so large, Leon looked tiny in comparison. The branches stretched high, the petals fluttered down like pink snow, and the ground beneath it was coated in a thick layer of blossoms. Leon walked up to the ancient tree, placed a hand on the trunk, and gave it a firm pat. Then he looked up, eyes gleaming with approval. Well, this tree is thick enough. That's when he started simulating. One hand on the trunk, the other hand stretched out in a hugging gesture. No, wait, a pinning gesture, yes. This would be the perfect spot. Then he tested the soil. He stepped on it, shifted his weight, frowned. Too firm, not good enough, he muttered to himself. The soil isn't soft enough. Should lay down more flower petals when the time comes. Because yes, if one is going to enact a dramatic revenge, one must ensure optimal ground conditions. Then he turned toward the foot of the mountain, and his gaze landed on the Silver Dragon Castle. From here he could see it clearly, the grand fortress, the imposing walls, the place that had been his prison. Leon nodded in satisfaction. From here I can also see the castle. Nice. After meticulously scouting the cherry blossom forest, Leon pulled out his map and marked it with a dramatic red checkmark. This one's a keeper. But he wasn't stopping there. If he was going to exact revenge on Rossweiss, he needed multiple scenic locations because if you're going to be petty, you might as well be thorough about it. And so his tour de revenge continued. Leon trekked through the Silver Dragon Castle surroundings, exploring every possible battlefield. 1. The small stream in the forest. Peaceful, serene, the perfect place for dramatic suffering. 2. The northern cliffs. High-altitude drama. Tempting but too risky. 3. The golden grasslands. Open, spacious, aesthetically pleasing. Could work. 4. The secluded caves. Too damp. No ambiance. Immediate rejection. After hours of intense scouting, Leon stood with his arms crossed, nodding to himself. Final choices. Cherry blossom forest, small stream. Golden grasslands. With a confident smirk, he closed his map like a war strategist, finalizing a battle plan. Everything is ready. Now, all I need to do is wait for the she-dragon to wake up. Ha, Rossweiss, you will pay. The night sky stretched endlessly, twinkling with stars, as Leon leisurely made his way back to the Silver Dragon Castle. His revenge tour had been a resounding success, and he was in a particularly good mood. That is, until he stumbled upon a strange gathering in the courtyard. A group of dragon maids were huddled around a bonfire, their faces streaked with tears, their delicate hands dabbing at their eyes with embroidered handkerchiefs. Occasional sniffles and suppressed sobs filled the air. Leon raised a brow. What's this? A cult meeting? A secret dragon society? A ritual to summon a higher power? Curious, he casually strolled up to the group, hands behind his head, looking around like someone who definitely wasn't supposed to be here. What's with all the waterworks? Why is this place so lively? The maids remained oblivious to his presence, too wrapped up in their mourning. Finally, one of them, without even turning to look at him, answered, her voice shaking. The two royal highnesses said they would hold a funeral and asked us to prepare a bonfire. Leon blinked. A funeral? He glanced around, and sure enough, there was a makeshift altar set up near the bonfire. A photo frame sat on the table, adorned with flowers, candles, and other offerings. And then, like two tragic heroines in a gut-wrenching drama, Noah and Moon approached the altar. Moon, tears shimmering in her big round eyes, gently placed a steak next to the framed photo, her favorite steak. "Moon give you the steak? Come back and visit us," she murmured, her tiny voice trembling. Leon's expression twitched. Wait, what? Noah followed, carrying a small wooden box, her personal treasure chest, normally hidden under her bed. She reverently placed it on the table, as though offering the dearly departed their most cherished possessions. Then, with the grace of an older sister who had accepted the cruel reality of life, Noah patted Moon's shoulder gently and whispered, "He's already left. Try to take it easy." Leon narrowed his eyes. Okay, the bonfire, the photo, the tears, the steak. He had several questions. From a distance, he squinted at the altar, trying to see who exactly had kicked the bucket. Was it an honored warrior? An important figure? Perhaps the family dog? But then his gaze locked onto the photo. It was a photo of him. Processing. Error. Leon froze. For a solid 3 seconds, he stared at his own face in the photo while his brain tried to process what was happening. The same photo they had taken together as a happy family. The same photo currently being mourned over. Still smiling, he turned to Noah and casually pointed at the framed picture. "Oh wow, what a coincidence. This guy kinda looks like me." He let out a chuckle, then paused, then thought about it some more. And then suddenly, realization hit him like a dragon-shaped freight train. His eyes went wide, his mouth fell open. His soul briefly left his body. His own children were holding a funeral for him. Wait, why? Noah and Moon turned their heads in unison, their faces frozen in shock like they'd just seen a ghost, which, to be fair, was pretty much the situation. Moon's mouth opened and closed a few times before she finally jabbed a finger at him and gasped, "Ah, Dad has appeared," as if he were some rare Pokemon. Leon stood behind his daughters, staring down at the table where a framed black and white photo of his own very alive face sat in the middle, surrounded by offerings. His lips twitched. "My dear daughters, I was gone for 1 day. 1. Is it not a little hasty to hold my funeral?" Leon took a step forward, still trying to process the surreal scene in front of him. But before he could demand an explanation, Moon launched herself at him like a missile. "Well, Dad is back. Well..." Leon nearly toppled over from the sheer force of her impact. His arms flailed before awkwardly wrapping around his sobbing daughter, who was now glued to him like she'd been abandoned in the wilderness for years. I thought Dad didn't want Moon anymore," she wailed, clutching his coat as if he might disappear again. Leon blinked. What exactly had happened today? Did she hit her head? Did someone tell them he'd ascended to the heavens? He reached out, patting her head with a mix of confusion and helplessness. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Dad ever not want you? He gave her his most reassuring smile, but considering the situation, it probably just made him look more suspicious. Noah, on the other hand, was doing everything in her power to not make eye contact. Arms crossed, she kept her gaze fixed anywhere but him, her posture stiff. "Moon and I searched for you all over the castle," she muttered. "We thought you left." Leon raised an eyebrow. "Left?" He let out a dry chuckle. "I just went for a walk in the back mountain." Noah inhaled sharply, her fingers tightening around a small box that had been resting on the table, a box she had just been about to bury. A wave of indescribable emotions washed over her. So I misunderstood him. She clutched the box to her chest, quietly processing the fact that she had in fact held a whole-ass funeral for someone who had just gone on a nature hike. Around them, the dragon maids were still frozen in various states of WTF just happened. Some looked at Leon in stunned silence, some exchanged awkward glances, and a few nodded to themselves like this kind of drama was just part of the job. Finally, Leon sighed and waved a dismissive hand. All right, misunderstanding over. Everyone can go now." The maids immediately dispersed, pretending they hadn't just witnessed the most embarrassing family reunion ever. Once the mood settled, Moon suddenly pointed at the steak that had been placed as an offering and whispered, "Dad, since you're back, can Moon eat your tribute?" Leon's eye twitched. So this was where we were now, huh? He wasn't actually dead, but his daughter had fully committed to his resurrection arc. He let out a helpless sigh. Sure. Go ahead." The moment she got permission, Moon's tears vanished like they had never existed. She bolted to the table, swiped the steak, and started eating with the kind of joy that made Leon question whether she had just scammed him with those tears. Watching her stuff her face, Leon couldn't help but chuckle to himself. So greedy. Definitely not like me. As he mused over his daughter's impeccable ability to switch emotions on a dime, Noah finally broke her silence. In a deadpan tone, she said, "Next time you go out alone, remember to tell us." Leon turned to her with a blank look. "Huh?" Noah crossed her arms, still refusing to meet his gaze. "Just don't do this again." It finally dawned on Leon that, in his absence, his daughters had genuinely believed he was gone for good. His heart softened a little. He may have found this whole scenario hilarious, but to them, it had been anything but. Still, only one question remained. Why the actual funeral? Noah stood there, stiff as a board, her head lowered like a criminal waiting for sentencing. Her fingers twitched slightly as she gripped the small box in her hands, her knuckles turning white. Moon? Right. Blame Moon. That was the plan. Moon. She was really worried about you, she muttered awkwardly, her voice barely above a whisper. But then, with a deep breath, she lifted her head and locked eyes with him. Serious, determined, guilt-ridden. "Anyway, this is my fault," she admitted, her voice firmer this time. "I didn't trust you. I'm sorry." Leon barely had time to process her words before she actually bowed. He instinctively took a small step back, his eyes widening. What the hell? This was Noah, the kid who was too proud to admit when she was tired, let alone when she was wrong. Yet here she was, head down, waiting for his response like a knight swearing fealty. Well, damn. Leon's gaze drifted to the small box she held, her grip on it tightening like it was the last thread holding her dignity together. The pieces clicked into place. This wasn't just an apology, this was her way of admitting she'd been ready to say goodbye. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. Kids, man. Watching her, Leon felt something shift inside him. Noah wasn't like Moon. She wouldn't throw herself into his arms, sobbing for reassurance. Instead, she would punish herself in silence, bear the weight of her own mistakes, and refuse to take even one step forward without absolute certainty. Precocious kids are always like this. They take responsibility for things they shouldn't have to, and somehow it was his fault too, wasn't it? He hadn't given her enough of a sense of security, hadn't made her believe without a doubt that he'd never just disappear. Well, that had to change. Leon exhaled, then crouched down to her level. Reaching out, he gently ruffled her hair, his touch light but firm. All right, that's enough brooding," he said with a small smile. "No need to beat yourself up over it. Let's just go eat dinner, yeah? You've got school tomorrow." Noah blinked, startled by the warmth in his voice. For a moment it looked like she wanted to say something else, maybe argue, maybe deflect, but in the end she just nodded. Still gripping the box, she held it a little closer. But this time it wasn't in guilt. The sun dipped low, casting a warm, golden glow over the room. But the atmosphere inside was anything but bright. Moon sat beside the bed, her small hands propping up her face as she stared at Rossweiss, who lay motionless, her expression locked in an uncomfortable grimace even in sleep. Moon Tuen had been waiting and watching, and frankly it sucked. Then a twitch, a tiny, almost imperceptible movement beneath the blanket. Muen's eyes widened. Did she just? Another twitch. Then, ever so slowly, Rossweiss's eyelids fluttered open. She blinked, staring blankly at the ceiling, her mind clearly struggling to reboot. Moon gasped, bouncing slightly on the bed, eyes practically sparkling. "Mom, you're awake." Rossweiss turned her head sluggishly like a broken marionette and was greeted by a very tearful, very emotionally unstable Moon, staring at her with all the intensity of a child who had way too many feelings and no idea what to do with them. "Mom, you've been sleeping forever," Moon wailed, her voice cracking as fat tears rolled down her cheeks. "Moon was so worried about you." She lifted a trembling hand, weak as hell, and wiped away Moon's tears with her fingertips. "Sorry, Moon. I didn't mean to worry you," she murmured. Moon sniffled loudly, her tiny hands clutching Rossweiss's weak fingers like they were the only things keeping her together. Which, honestly, might not be far from the truth. Rossweiss tried to sit up. Nope. Bad idea. Every muscle in her body felt like it had been dunked in lead. Even lifting her arm felt like an extreme sport. She frowned, flexing her fingers slightly. Something was wrong. She pressed a hand against her chest, her brows furrowing. "My body feels drained. My magic isn't responding properly." Her Dragon Queen constitution should have been enough to shrug off the backlash of the blood curse. So why? Her fingers curled slightly. "Oh, right. I used that thing to save that guy." She exhaled sharply, turning her gaze to Moon again. No one else was here. Her eyes flicked around the room, scanning for any sign of him, but all she saw was her daughter, still clinging to her bedside like a loyal puppy. Rossweiss narrowed her eyes. He ran, didn't he? Typical, completely typical. That bastard must have fled the moment she was unconscious. 2 days was plenty of time to put as much distance between himself and her as possible. She clenched her jaw. Fine, if he thought she'd just let him run. "Moon," she said, her voice hoarse but firm. "How long was I asleep?" Moon, oblivious to her mother's very specific train of thought, tilted her head in thought before answering. 2 days. Rossweiss exhaled through her nose. 2 days. All right, that's not too bad. He couldn't have gotten that far in just 2 days. If she acted quickly, she could still send soldiers to track him down, and before she could summon anyone, the door to her room swung open with zero fanfare. "Moon, how about having fish for dinner tonight?" Rossweiss froze. Standing in the doorway, dressed casually like he hadn't just been a wanted fugitive in her mind, was Leon, with a giant-ass fish. One hand on his hip, the other gripping the tail of a fish almost half his size. He grinned like an idiot. "Caught this big guy in the back mountain. What do you think?" Moon gasped dramatically, all previous sadness wiped from existence. "Whoa, so big." Leon puffed out his chest, clearly very pleased with himself. "Aha, Dad is amazing, right?" Moon, her emotion as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane, nodded eagerly. "Yep, Dad is very amazing." Meanwhile, Rossweiss just stared. Her brain, which had been formulating an entire capture and retrieval operation, completely short-circuited. He was here. He hadn't run. She had completely miscalculated. Leon felt it, that intense, laser-focused stare drilling into his skull like a vengeful ghost, trying to make him spontaneously combust. He blinked, turned his head, and… Oh. Rossweiss was awake, still looking like she got hit by a truck, but definitely awake. Leon casually adjusted his grip on the massive fish in his hand, using his other hand to lean against the foot of her bed as he bent slightly forward to get a better look at her. "Oh hey, you're up." Rossweiss, to her credit, didn't immediately throttle him. Instead, she turned her head away, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why, are you still here?" Leon, ever the picture of smug nonchalance, lifted the fish slightly and grinned. "Where else would I be? I just went for a walk in the back mountain. Got some fresh air, caught a fish, figured my dear wife could use some extra nutrition." Rossweiss's entire face turned pink, like someone had splashed red ink all over her. Her fingers clenched the sheets, and she promptly buried half her face under the blanket. Who's your dear wife?" she mumbled, voice muffled and indignant. Deciding to move things along before Rossweiss combusted on the spot, Leon turned back to Moon, lowering the fish slightly. "All right, Moon, I'm entrusting you with a glorious mission. Can you take this fish to the kitchen?" And her tail excitedly swayed back and forth. "A mission? From Dad?" "Say less." She immediately straightened, raising a tiny fist in determination. Don't worry, Dad. Moon will definitely complete the task." With that, she grabbed the almost as big as her fish with both hands and proceeded to drag it toward the kitchen, her little body practically glowing with enthusiasm. Leon watched her disappear around the corridor, waving her off. "Oh, by the way, your dear mother and I have something to discuss. You can eat first." "Okay, Tilda," Moon's voice echoed back, and then she was gone. And just like that, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Leon turned back to Rossweiss, his smile still in place. But there was something different about it now, something sharper, more playful, dangerous. Rossweiss, who had just spent a solid 2 days unconscious, immediately went on high alert. Her fingers curled slightly and she averted her gaze. I thought you would have left. That you just abandon the girls and escape while I was unconscious." Leon exhaled sharply through his nose, amused. "Escape?" He tilted his head, pulling off his gloves with deliberate ease. "Rossweiss, there are way too many things between us that are still unresolved." His lips curled into a smirk. "How could I possibly escape?" Rossweiss finally looked at him directly, her golden eyes widening slightly. Something felt off. Leon was walking towards her, slow and deliberate, a certain mischief glinting in his eyes. "Do you remember?" he said smoothly, leaning down, his face mere inches from hers. "What you did to me when I woke up over a month ago?" Rossweiss blinked. "What I did? A month ago?" She frowned slightly, trying to recall. And then… Oh no. Her body stiffened. Her eyes darted up to Leon's face, realization dawning far too late. "Wait." Leon's shadow loomed over her, his hands rising slightly, that damn smirk growing into something almost sinister. "What?" he purred, voice dripping with mock innocence. "You don't want to relive the experience." Leon bent down, his movements slow and deliberate, closing the space between him and Rossweiss. The room was quiet except for the soft rustling of fabric as he inched closer. Rossweiss, still weak from just waking up, couldn't immediately sit up or push him away. Instead, she tightened her grip on the quilt, holding on to it as if it could shield her. Her sharp gaze locked onto his, unwavering. "Leon, don't think you can take advantage of me just because I'm weak," she warned, her voice steady despite the situation. "I advise you not to try anything reckless." At her words, Leon's expression darkened slightly, his head lowering. His face was partially obscured, but Rossweiss could feel the shift in his presence, like a quiet storm brewing beneath the surface. Had she really forgotten? The way she had treated him when he was the vulnerable one? Leon clenched his fists, the memory still fresh in his mind. Waking up disoriented and unable to react, only to be overwhelmed, left with no choice but to endure what she had done. His voice, when he finally spoke, carried an undeniable edge. Weakness, huh? He lifted his head, his eyes locked onto hers with quiet intensity. Was I not weak back then? When I first woke up, I hadn't even had a sip of water before you carved that mark onto me and knocked me down. Did you give me a chance to refuse? Rossweiss's expression remained composed. She wasn't easily swayed by his frustration. Deep down, she knew that once her strength returned, she could turn the tables on him once again. She met his stare with one of her own, her voice carrying a sharp edge. Do you have any idea what will happen when I fully recover? She threatened. So don't do anything you'll regret. Leon didn't flinch. Instead, the corner of his lips curled into a knowing smile. His fingers curled around the edge of the quilt, his grip firm. Regret? He leaned in closer, his voice almost teasing. No, my dear wife. This is the best decision I've ever made. Before Rossweiss could react, she felt herself being lifted. Her breath hitched in surprise as Leon effortlessly scooped her up, quilt and all, carrying her in his arms with ease. What are you doing? She stammered, her eyes widening. Leon glanced down at her with a mischievous glint in his eye, his hold unwavering despite her struggling. This time it's your turn to be at my mercy, he said, a confident smirk playing on his lips. By the time they reached the forest, the sky had deepened into a rich twilight. Moonlight bathed the cherry blossoms in a soft glow, making the petals shimmer like fragments of a dream. Leon walked along a pathway blanketed with fallen petals, the cool breeze occasionally stirring more from the branches above. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the delicate scent of blossoms. Rossweiss hadn't expected him to take her outside. She struggled in his grip, pushing at him in frustration. Put me down now! Leon barely reacted. In fact, he let her push at him as much as she wanted. His expression relaxed. It was clear that, in her current condition, she had no strength to fight back. Not only did he not put her down, but his arms tightened around her ever so slightly, securing her more firmly. Don't move too much, he murmured, voice calm but firm, unless you want to fall. Rossweiss stiffened. She hated to admit it, but in her weakened state, she wouldn't be able to steady herself if he suddenly let go. Gritting her teeth, she ceased struggling. For now. If I wasn't recovering, she thought bitterly, I'd have made him pay for this already. After a short walk, Leon finally arrived at their destination. A grand cherry blossom tree, its towering form standing proudly under the silver glow of the moon. The gentle wind rustled its branches, sending cascades of pink petals floating down like snow. Rossweiss recognized this place immediately. It was one of her favorite spots, a place of peace and quiet where she often took walks to clear her mind. Leon carefully knelt, setting her down onto a soft bed of petals, making sure she was steady before releasing his hold. Rossweiss sat up slightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to piece together what he was up to. She looked up at him with a sharp glare. "Why did you bring me here?" she demanded. Leon straightened, his posture easy and confident. He raised a finger, shaking it lightly as if to scold her. "While you were resting," he said with a teasing smile, "I took the time to thoroughly investigate your favorite places." Rossweiss's breath caught slightly. Leon's smile deepened, his gaze steady as the wind swept another flurry of petals around them. "And this," he added, "is just the first stop tonight." At this moment, Rossweiss had no interest in admiring the cherry blossoms. A deep unease settled in her chest as she listened to Leon's words. Her golden eyes narrowed, her voice sharp with suspicion. "The first stop?" she asked. "So you still plan to take me somewhere else?" Leon didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned, lifting a hand and gesturing into the distance. Rossweiss hesitated before following his gaze. There, beneath the quiet night sky, stood the Silver Dragon Castle, her home, her fortress, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Leon's voice was calm but firm. "Do you see it? That's your castle?" His tone carried an undeniable weight. "From here, you can see all of it." Rossweiss's expression hardened. Memories surfaced, memories of standing on the borders of human lands long ago, making him kneel before his homeland, proving her power over him. Her arms crossed over her chest as she spoke. "So this is revenge?" Leon exhaled, his expression unreadable. "I haven't forgotten," he admitted. With slow, deliberate movements, he unbuttoned his shirt. The glowing dragon mark on his chest pulsed with a deep purple light, illuminating his skin with a soft, eerie glow. "That's right," he said. "A lesson in consequences isn't something exclusive to the dragon clans." Rossweiss instinctively lowered her gaze, feeling warmth spread across her own chest. Sure enough, her own dragon mark responded, glowing faintly. A wave of exhaustion followed, her body reacting as if suddenly burdened by unseen chains. She slumped slightly onto the quilt, pressing a hand against her chest, her breathing uneven. Leon observed her struggle with quiet satisfaction. "Even though I am human," he said smoothly, "I have a strong sense of justice and ceremony." He stepped behind her, slow and measured, before gently lifting her chin. Though reluctant, she had no choice but to meet his gaze. "Look carefully, Rossweiss," he murmured. Her eyes were forced forward, landing once more on the Silver Dragon Castle. It stood silently against the dark sky, untouched, unmoving, just as it always had been. Leon raised a hand, pointing toward it. "That place is where your pride and dignity come from," he said. "Everything that defines you is there." Rossweiss tensed as his fingers lightly brushed against her hair, lifting a silver strand before letting it fall. He moved deliberately, his touch carrying quiet control. In this moment, for the first time, the balance of power had shifted. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth against the dragon mark's influence. Even in this state, she refused to crumble. She needed to regain her strength. She needed to turn this around. Then, suddenly, she moved. Her silver tail curled around Leon's arm, catching him off guard. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked down at the unexpected action. Rossweiss turned her head, her golden eyes burning with determination. Despite her weakened state, her gaze was unwavering. "Enjoy this while you can," she said, her voice steady. "Because when I recover, I will return the favor tenfold." Leon chuckled, his expression amused. There was no hesitation in his stance, no fear in his eyes, only certainty. "Don't talk to me about the future," he said, tapping his chest lightly. "I live in the present." A confident smirk tugged at his lips as he straightened. "This night is far from over, Your Majesty," he said smoothly. "The game has only just begun." After a long and exhausting night, they finally returned to Rossweiss's chambers. Eon exhaled heavily as he laid Rossweiss onto her bed. His movements, once sharp and deliberate, had grown slow with exhaustion. With little ceremony, he let himself fall beside her, his own body finally demanding rest. Rossweiss had already succumbed to sleep, her breaths deep and steady. The weight of the night's events had pulled her into unconsciousness almost immediately. Leon, however, was still awake, his mind replaying everything that had transpired. A smirk tugged at his lips as he recalled the steps of his carefully executed revenge. From the cherry blossom forest to the quiet stream, then across the golden grasslands, He had carried her from one place to another, making sure she experienced every ounce of the reckoning he had planned. It had been exhausting, but undeniably satisfying. Leon turned his head slightly, observing the sleeping figure beside him. Rossweiss lay curled against his arm, the faintest trace of color on her cheeks. Marks trailed along her arms, back, and even the edges of her shoulders, subtle remnants of the night's ordeal. Every one of them a symbol of his retribution. And yet, as he watched her, a strange thought entered his mind. She looks peaceful, almost content. Leon stiffened, his brows furrowed slightly, and he blinked, shaking his head at the ridiculous notion. Satisfied? No, that's impossible. He had been the one to turn the tables, the one to make her understand what it felt like to be powerless. He had been the victor, and yet Rossweiss, the once dominant dragon princess, now slept soundly as if she had found comfort in the very situation that should have humbled her. Leon closed his eyes and exhaled sharply, willing the thought away. No, she's just exhausted, that's all. Convincing himself of this, he pushed himself up from the bed. The night had passed, and with it, his time here. It wouldn't do for the maids to find him still in her room come morning. Despite everything, they weren't supposed to be seen together like this, not in the same bed. As he prepared to leave, a small movement stopped him. Something tugged gently at the hem of his shirt. Leon glanced down and found Rossweiss still fast asleep. Her fingers curled around the fabric as if unconsciously reaching for him. A faint murmur escaped her lips. It's cold. Instinctively, she curled up, drawing her hands closer to herself as if trying to capture whatever warmth she could find. Leon hesitated. In sleep, she seemed so different, far from the fierce and untouchable warrior who had once stood above him with unshakable confidence. Now, she was simply another being seeking warmth like anyone else, like all creatures did. He ran a hand through his hair, debating with himself. I should leave. This is already more than enough. And yet, instead of pulling away, Leon found himself reaching for the quilt. Gently, he tugged it over her, making sure she was covered. But even then, something held him back. His fingers loosened, and before he could second-guess himself, he quietly slipped beneath the covers beside her. The warmth between them was immediate. Rossweiss, sensing the new source of heat, instinctively stilled. Her mumbling ceased, and her breathing softened into a steady rhythm. The golden sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees outside, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the swaying leaves. The morning air was fresh, carrying the soft chirping of birds as they nestled together on a sturdy branch, singing their gentle melody. Moon, still clad in her cozy pajamas, pushed open the door to Rossweiss's room with a sleepy daze. A small yawn escaped her lips, and as she rubbed her tired eyes, tiny tears pooled at the corners before she wiped them away. She blinked slowly, adjusting to the morning light that bathed the room in its soft glow. Stepping forward on light feet, Moon padded toward the large bed where her parents lay. The sofa at the foot of the bed became her makeshift step as she climbed onto it, balancing her tiny hands against the bed's decorative edge. With a small push, she tiptoed onto the mattress, her movements careful yet filled with childlike determination. Reaching Rossweiss's side first, she placed a small hand on her mother's shoulder and gave a gentle shake. "Mom, wake up. The sun is shining on your tail," she murmured in her sweet, soft voice. But Rossweiss merely let out a sigh, burrowing deeper into the blankets as if seeking refuge from the morning chill. She drew her hands close to her face, cupping them near her lips in an attempt to warm them. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she mumbled, "You go play with Dad." And just like that, she adjusted her position and slipped back into slumber. Determined, she turned her attention to the other side of the bed and crawled toward Leon. With small hands, she grasped his shoulder and shook him gently. "Dad, wake up. The sun is shining on your back." Instead of rising, he pulled the blanket higher, nestling into its warmth. It's warm. Let Dad sleep a little longer," he murmured drowsily. Muin's patience began to wane. She puffed up her cheeks, frustration creeping into her small frame as she glanced between the two. "But you're both holding each other so tightly," she huffed. "Who can play with Muin then?" She knelt on the bed, watching them for a moment, before something caught her eye. Frowning in curiosity, she leaned closer. "Huh?" Her eyes scanned over the visible patches of skin on both of them, noticing something peculiar. Tiny red marks scattered across their arms, shoulders, and backs. Her small mind quickly pieced the puzzle together. "Oh, you got bitten by bugs." Her realization was immediate. The culprit had to be a big mosquito, one that must have sneaked in while they were sleeping. With newfound determination, Muin jumped off the bed, landing softly on the wooden floor. She hurried across the room, her mind replaying what Rossweiss had once taught her. If you get bitten by a bug, you have to put medicine on it. She made her way to a nearby cabinet, stretching on her tiptoes as she pulled open a drawer. Her tiny hands rummaged through its contents until her eyes sparkled with recognition. "Aha! Found it!" She lifted the small green bottle of ointment triumphantly, excitement bubbling in her chest. This was the same medicine Mom had used on her before. Now it was her turn to take care of them. With a bright smile, she scrambled back onto the bed, bottle in hand. Standing tall, she placed one hand on her hip, looking down at her sleeping parents with a confident grin. "Don't worry. Noah isn't here, so Mun will take care of you both," she whispered proudly to herself. Without hesitation, she got to work. She climbed onto Leon's side first, opening the ointment and dipping her small fingers inside. Carefully, she spread the cool gel onto the red marks on his back, rubbing it in with the seriousness of a little healer on a mission. Once she was satisfied, she scooted over to Rossweiss and repeated the same process. A little on her arms, a little on her shoulders, and even a tiny dab on her cheek where a faint mark was visible. A faint voice echoed in Leon's ears, soft yet persistent. "Leon, wake up." His brows furrowed slightly as he stirred, his mind still tangled in the haze of sleep. The voice called again, drawing him further into wakefulness. His expression shifted to one of confusion as he reached up, touching his cheek. "Why does my face feel wet?" Still half asleep, he turned his head toward Rossweiss, only to freeze in place. Her fair skin was smeared with streaks of green ointment across her cheeks, down her arms, and even on her collarbone. And when he looked down at himself, he found that he was in a similar state. His chest, shoulders, and even near his mouth were coated in thick layers of the same green substance. A heavy silence settled between them. Leon and Rossweiss stared at each other in mute bewilderment. And then, Leon couldn't hold it in anymore. He pointed at Rossweiss, his voice struggling through his amusement. "Ha ha ha! What is going on with your face?" Rossweiss closed her eyes, her expression unreadable, choosing to remain silent as she endured Leon's teasing. Just then, hurried footsteps approached and a small figure burst into the room. Muin, now changed into fresh clothes, climbed onto the bed with uncontainable excitement. She raised her tiny hands proudly, her bright eyes filled with accomplishment. "I did it," she declared. Leon and Rossweiss turned toward her simultaneously. "You." Muin nodded eagerly, bouncing slightly on the bed. "Moon saw that Dad and Mom got bitten by bugs. You had lots of red marks, so I helped put medicine on you." The mention of red marks made both Leon and Rossweiss tense slightly. An awkward silence stretched between them as they averted their gazes. Leon cleared his throat, pretending to cough to hide his embarrassment. Moon, oblivious to their reactions, beamed at them with an innocent expression, expecting praise. her small fists clenched with enthusiasm. "Muin did a great job, right?" Leon sighed inwardly, deciding not to correct her assumption. Instead, he reached out and patted her head with a gentle smile. "Yes, you did a great job, Muin." The little girl's face lit up with joy at the praise. She giggled, looking back and forth between her parents, completely satisfied with her good deed. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she raised her hands once more. "Next time, I'll help Dad and Mom again." This time, Leon and Rossweiss exchanged glances. No words were needed. They both came to the same silent agreement. "Next time, make sure to lock the door." The golden hues of sunset streamed through the window, casting long, soft shadows across Rossweiss's room. A gentle knock came from the door before it opened, revealing Leon. He stepped inside, carrying a wooden tray with a bowl of steaming golden fried rice filled with bits of meat and fresh vegetables. He walked over to Rossweiss's bedside, setting the tray down on the small cabinet next to her. Then, picking up the bowl, he scooped a spoonful of rice and carefully blew on it to cool it down. Without a word, he lifted the spoon toward Rossweiss. She instinctively leaned back slightly, her brows knitting in confusion. "What are you doing?" Leon, unfazed, simply brought the spoon closer. Seeing that she was still hesitant, he swiftly slipped the spoon into her mouth before she could protest. She blinked, caught off guard, and reluctantly chewed. "I'll feed you," Leon explained casually. "You haven't eaten for days. Even though the Dragon Clan can go without food during their dormant periods, you're probably hungry." Rossweiss swallowed the bite, crossing her arms in mild displeasure. Her gaze locked onto Leon with a mix of annoyance and reluctant acceptance. "I can eat by myself," she pointed out, her voice firm but lacking real irritation. Despite herself, Rossweiss found the taste surprisingly good. The warm, flavorful rice, the perfect balance of ingredients. It was far better than she had expected. Though she wouldn't admit it outright, she gave a small nod of approval. "The taste is pretty good," she muttered. "I suppose your cooking skills aren't bad." He scooped a spoonful of rice into his own mouth, savoring the taste as he closed his eyes and gave a confident shake of the spoon in his hand. "Of course, it's love-fried rice, made with my own hands," he declared proudly. Rossweiss, still relishing the meal, suddenly frowned as she noticed something. Leon was eating the food that was meant for her. A slight crease appeared between her brows as she reached out, grabbing his shoulder in protest. "Isn't this made for me? Why are you eating it yourself?" she demanded, her voice tinged with annoyance. Leon, ever the troublemaker, smirked playfully. Instead of handing her the bowl, he leaned back and held the rice further away, just out of her reach. His teasing voice carried a hint of amusement. "Aha, I was worried you wouldn't be able to finish it, so I'm helping you share the burden." Rossweiss's eyes narrowed, a flicker of irritation flashing across them. Even in her weakened state, she refused to back down. "Who said I couldn't finish it? Take another spoonful." Her determination was evident, and within moments, she had eaten every last grain. She handed the empty bowl to Leon, her stomach now slightly rounded from the meal. Absent-mindedly, she placed a hand over it, rubbing gently to aid her digestion. Leon took the empty bowl and set it on the tray before turning back to her with a knowing smile. "These past few days, you've been too weak to move around, so I've been taking care of everything. Bathing you, cooking for you, feeding you. How good I am to you." Rossweiss stiffened slightly, her golden eyes narrowing in suspicion. She knew Leon well enough to recognize when he was exaggerating things for his own amusement. Her expression turned unimpressed as she corrected him. Do you mean torturing me?" Leon chuckled, picking up the tray and heading for the door. He turned back to her, his voice light and teasing. "How could it be torture? This is a husband's loving care." Rossweiss gritted her teeth. She could never tolerate Leon's endless teasing, his relentless antics that always left her feeling flustered. Watching his retreating figure, she clenched her fists and called out in a sharp voice, "Leon, every despicable thing you do now will become a shame I will pin on you in the future. Remember this well." But Leon, completely unfazed, merely waved a hand behind him, his voice carrying an infuriating nonchalance. "Ha! See you tomorrow morning, my beloved wife." Rossweiss's eye twitched. If not for her current condition, she would have chased after him and given him a well-deserved punch. Her fists clenched at her sides as she muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn dragon slayer. He's really good at torturing me." Frustration bubbling inside her, she turned to the nearest wall and threw a punch to vent her anger. Crack! The sound of shattering stone echoed through the room. Rossweiss blinked in surprise, slowly withdrawing her fist to reveal deep fissures running along the wall. At the center of the cracks was a hole, clean, precise, and just about the size of her fist. "My strength! It's returned." A triumphant smirk played on her lips. It seemed that under Leon's care, though filled with teasing and playful torment, her body had slowly regained its power. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Leon hummed cheerfully as he washed the dishes, the rhythmic sound of the brush against the plates filling the quiet space. His mind, however, was completely occupied with something else. A mischievous grin tugged at his lips as he thought to himself, "She-Dragon, please don't recover so quickly. I still want to bully you for a few more days." He had no idea that at this very moment, Rossweiss was flexing her fingers, testing her restored strength. Night had fallen over Silver Dragon Castle. The curved moon hung high, casting a soft glow over the towering spires of the skybound fortress. A knock at the door broke the silence. "Excuse me, Your Majesty." The door creaked open and Anna stepped inside, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. The faint scent of herbs filled the air. Rossweiss sat on the bed, immersed in a book. At the sound of Anna's voice, she looked up, her golden eyes meeting her attendant's. "This is the medicine prescribed by the doctor," Anna explained, carefully placing the tray down. "It will help you recover your strength." Rossweiss's gaze shifted to the bowl, then back to Anna. Her voice was calm, almost indifferent. "My body has recovered. It's okay, I don't need it." Anna hesitated for a moment, but didn't press further. If Rossweiss said she had recovered, then there was no reason to force the medicine upon her. She simply set the bowl aside on a nearby cabinet and prepared to leave. It was then that Anna's eyes landed on something unusual. The wall near Rossweiss's bed. It wasn't just different, it was damaged. A deep hole had been punched straight through, surrounded by several wide cracks. Anna blinked in surprise. "Your Majesty, this hole." She trailed off, inspecting the damage. "It's quite deep." Her fingers curled around the book in her lap as she cleared her throat. "Ah, I wasn't controlling my strength properly. Just have someone fix it tomorrow." Anna gave a small nod. "Understood." She retrieved the tray, ready to leave the room. But just as she reached the door, "Wait." Rossweiss's voice stopped her in her tracks. Anna turned back, waiting for further instructions. Rossweiss hesitated for a brief moment before lowering her voice, as if reluctant to say the next words out loud. "Don't tell Leon that I've recovered yet." Anna blinked, slightly taken aback. "I want him to take care of me for a few more days," Rossweiss added, her voice softer now. A quiet chuckle escaped Anna's lips before she could stop herself. She covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing her amusement. "All right, I understand." With that, she left, still smiling to herself. The moment Anna was gone, Rossweiss slowly lowered the book. The bashful expression faded, replaced with something entirely different. A sharp, knowing smirk. Her fingers tightened around the book's spine. "Leon, your good days are coming to an end." The sun shone brightly over the castle courtyard. its golden light spilling across the vibrant flowers swaying in the breeze. The air was warm, pleasant, the perfect day for relaxation. Leon stood in the courtyard watching Muen play nearby. The little girl bounced on her feet, excitement radiating from her as she turned to him with bright, eager eyes. "Dad, Muen," called, hopping up and down. "I want to learn that one, the one where your body gets all shiny." Leon blinked, resting his chin on his hand in thought. "Shiny?" He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you talking about magic?" Muen nodded enthusiastically, waving her hands around in the air before spinning in a little circle. Her movements were strangely familiar. Leon watched her closely, and then it clicked. She was imitating him and Rossweiss, training on the battlefield. Muen stopped twirling and looked up at him earnestly. "It's the thing you and Mom did on the training ground." Leon raised a brow. He hadn't noticed Muen showing interest in learning magic before. "Why do you suddenly want to learn?" he asked, tilting his head. At his question, Muen hesitated. Her previous excitement dimmed slightly as she lowered her head, pressing her index fingers together. "Noah learned a lot of things in school," she admitted in a small voice. "Muen doesn't want to be left behind." Leon watched as his daughter fidgeted, her little hands wringing together. Noah, her older sister, had already begun her studies, eagerly soaking up knowledge. Now, it seemed, she wanted to catch up. Leon knelt slightly to meet Muen's eyes, his golden gaze gentle yet curious. "So Muen also wants to learn something?" Muen nodded so vigorously that her twin pigtails bounced. Leon rubbed his chin, glancing into the distance in thought. Having two children at home had its perks. Competition naturally grew between them. Muen adored Noah, so it wasn't surprising that she wanted to keep up. As a father, he couldn't let her feel left behind. With renewed resolve, Leon clenched his right fist and placed it on his chest, striking a confident pose while resting his other hand on his waist. His classic dad will handle it stance. "All right," he declared with a grin. "Dad will definitely teach you magic. Let's start with some simple magic guidance." Muen's face lit up and she beamed up at him. After some time practicing, Leon guided Muen through the basics, allowing her to slowly channel the magic within her body. Muen closed her eyes tightly, her small frame trembling as she focused. She clenched her fists, lowering her head slightly, her entire being committed to the task. If anyone saw her like this, they might have thought she was trying to go Super Saiyan. A faint magical aura began to swirl around her feet and rise along her body. The gentle current even caused her hair to float slightly. Leon, arms crossed, observed the scene with silent astonishment. This fast? In just a few hours, she had managed to smoothly guide the magic inside her body. Most children took days, even weeks to reach this stage. Could it be that Muen is a genius? As he pondered this possibility, the quiet intensity of the moment was suddenly shattered by the unmistakable sound of a small, growling stomach. Muen froze. Then, with a pitiful expression, she tilted her head up at Leon. "Dad, Muen is hungry and has no more energy." Leon blinked, feeling both amused and a little embarrassed. Right, Muen was still a child. Unlike Noah, who had developed strong learning stamina, Muen's endurance wasn't at that level yet. He sighed, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. "Well, we shouldn't rush things." Reaching down, he took Muen's small hand in his own. "That's enough for today's practice. Let's go back and eat something." Muen instantly perked up, gripping his hand as she jumped excitedly. "Yeah, Dad is the best." As night settled over Silver Dragon Castle, a quiet knock came at Rossweiss's door. Anna stepped inside, carefully carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. She approached with a respectful bow. "Your Majesty, this is what you asked me to find." Rossweiss, sitting on her bed with arms crossed, glanced at the tray before nodding. Put it next to me." Just as Anna placed it down, another knock echoed at the door, this time much louder. "Wife, I'm here." Leon strode in with his usual bright grin, waving casually. Rossweiss, however, didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, she remained focused on Anna. "Thank you. You can leave now." Anna's lips curled into a knowing smile. She bowed gracefully before exiting, passing by Leon, who was still grinning like a fool as he walked further in. Leon had no idea Rossweiss had already recovered. According to Anna, she was still supposed to take 5 more days to heal. Good. That meant he still had time before she could properly challenge him again. Hands behind his head, he took a few steps closer. "So, where else are you feeling unwell today? I can help, maybe even give you a massage." Rossweiss felt different today. Unlike before, when she had been weakened and vulnerable, her strength had fully returned. She wasn't fazed by Leon's teasing anymore. She met his gaze with unwavering confidence. "Only 2 days have passed and you're already giving up? I expected more from the so-called strongest dragon slayer." Leon froze mid-step. Her words caught him off guard, his usual easygoing smirk twitching before shifting into something more determined. "Oh, so you're challenging me now?" He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. But before he could make another move, whoosh! Rossweiss's tail snapped around him like a coiled serpent, lifting him slightly off the ground. Leon's eyes widened. "What?" Before he could even process what had happened, he was airborne. The world spun for a split second before he landed hard against the bed. The impact sent pillows flying, leaving him momentarily dazed. As he blinked, trying to regain focus, Rossweiss climbed over him, pinning him down with a victorious smirk. Leon stared up at her, realization dawning. "Wait, have you recovered?" Rossweiss silenced him with a single finger against his lips. "A prisoner should be quiet, my dear dragon slayer." She reached for the tray on the bedside table and with a flick of her wrist, pulled off the red cloth. Leon's eyes widened at the sight of its contents. A magic stick, weighted training bands, a magic crystal. A very, very bad feeling crept up his spine. Leon swallowed hard. "Wait, let's talk about this." Click. Before he could finish his plea, the enchanted restraints snapped onto his wrists and ankles. Leon's body tensed as he felt the weight sink in, pressing down on him like a mountain. His muscles twitched as he instinctively tried to move, but the cuffs didn't budge. Rossweiss leaned in slightly, her smirk deepening. "Don't bother struggling. You can't break these." Leon did struggle. His muscles tensed, but the cuffs wouldn't budge. A drop of sweat formed on his forehead. He was trapped. Extra story time, a braid in the night. One peaceful night, Rossweiss slept soundly, her silver hair spread across the pillow like a flowing river. Leon sat beside her, eyes flicking to her long strands, before an idea popped into his head. With careful fingers, he picked up sections of her hair and began weaving them together. His hands worked slowly, overlapping strands with precision, crafting a neat and intricate braid. As he focused, he didn't notice Rossweiss stirring. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly before her crimson eyes peeked open. She saw Leon, fully absorbed in his task, holding her hair with an almost childlike concentration. Her voice, still laced with sleep, broke the silence. "What are you doing?" Leon jolted in surprise, his hands trembling slightly at the sudden interruption. "Ah, you're awake." With a quick recovery, he grabbed a mirror and walked toward her with an easygoing smile. "How about changing your hairstyle once in a while?" Rossweiss sat up groggily, taking the mirror from his hands. When she glanced at her reflection, she was met with an unexpected sight. A delicate, beautifully woven braid cascading over her shoulder. She blinked. Leon, standing beside her, scratched the back of his head. I just braided it casually. If you don't like it, you can just untie it." Rossweiss didn't reply immediately. Her fingers brushed against the braid, tracing the pattern he had made. Neat, elegant, surprisingly well done. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Instead, a faint blush dusted her cheeks. Quietly, she lowered the mirror and kept the braid. Leon lay completely still, arms and legs bound by cold steel cuffs that clinked softly when he moved. A black cloth wrapped tightly around his eyes shut out all light, leaving him in the dark, literally and figuratively. The tension in the room was thick, but Leon wasn't about to show it. He sat up, or, well, straightened as much as the cuffs allowed, and cleared his throat dramatically. "She-Dragon, let me tell you. I've undergone professional anti-interrogation training. No matter what you do, I will never submit to you." Bold words, especially when you're blindfolded and shackled to a bed. Across the room, Ross raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. A smirk teased the corners of her lips as she leaned forward, gently brushing her fingers over a crystal ball on a nearby tray. "Oh? Is that so?" Her voice dripped with playful malice. With a touch, the crystal flickered to life, glowing a soft blue, before projecting an image into the air. And what an image it was! There, in full cinematic glory, played a moment from Leon's past, a moment he had hoped was buried and forgotten. But no, not today. His own voice echoed through the room, filled with desperation and not-so-subtle longing. "Ross, I want to kiss you. Please, give me." Oof. Leon froze. He didn't need eyes to recognize that voice. The cringe hit him like a slap, his breath catching in his throat, his face flushed red enough to roast marshmallows on. This is," he stammered, scrambling for an explanation. Ross tilted her head, mock innocence in her eyes. "Oh, and who might this desperate man be, begging me so sweetly?" The recording continued, his voice growing more reverent, more dramatic. It was like watching your old high school poetry phase, in HD, on a loop. Leon stiffened again, visibly sweating under the blindfold. Panic bubbled up, and with all the defiance of a man with no cards left to play, he pointed blindly toward the sound. "That can't be me. It's just someone who sounds very similar." Ross barely contained her laughter as she leaned in and untied his blindfold. The room came into focus, and so did the incriminating image floating inches from his face. "Oh, is that so?" she purred. "Then why don't you take a closer look?" Leon blinked. Once. Twice. And then, boom. There he was, clear as daylight, vulnerable, desperate. "Ross, I want to kiss you, hug you." The words echoed like a ghost that refused to leave. His soul left his body. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. It was like being hit with second-hand embarrassment from yourself. He squeezed his eyes shut, a low groan escaping his throat. How could I have said that? The shame was too much. Kneeling on the bed, head bowed like a man at confession, Leon folded his hands as if begging for mercy. "No need. I remember everything." Ross stood tall, one arm wrapped casually around her waist, the other lifting the glowing crystal ball like a trophy. A satisfied smile curved across her lips. With theatrical grace, she reached for the magic stick on the tray beside her, running her fingers along its length before lifting it into the air, because of course, after complete psychological destruction, there must be flair. Her silver eyes gleamed, shimmering with amusement as she spoke. "It's good that you remember." There was a dangerous sweetness in her voice. "Now say it again, word for word." In one hand, she held the magic stick like a conductor about to cue the symphony. With the other, she playfully pinched the tip, her anticipation practically vibrating in the air. Just days ago, she had been at his mercy, trapped, toyed with, unable to fight back. But oh, how the tables turn. Now it was her turn to play. "If your memory's failing you," she added, her tone lilting, "then I, as your instructor, can provide a review." Helpful teachers really do go above and beyond these days. Beyond the chamber, the full moon had risen, casting its silver light across a vast, star-speckled sky. That light streamed through the window, bathing the room in a cool glow. Leon lay sprawled across the bed, his skin a roadmap of the night's education. Red welts stood out vividly across his body, silent proof of every lesson delivered. He exhaled shakily, eyes fixed on the ceiling, limbs heavy with exhaustion. Turning his head slightly, he released a quiet sigh, as if mourning his own life choices. Then, flutter. A sudden rush of wings sliced through the silence. A crimson messenger dragon swept in through the window, landing gracefully on the sill. Its sudden arrival pulled Ross's attention instantly. She stood, smooth and purposeful, crossing the room with that unmistakable air of authority. The dragon extended a claw, offering a sealed letter. She took it. Her silver eyes scanned its contents quickly. As she read, her playful expression faded, replaced by something far more serious. All the mischief drained away. Still catching his breath, Leon noticed the shift. He turned his head, instincts kicking in. It was late, too late for casual mail. A dragon sent at this hour? That could only mean one thing. "A letter from the St. H. Academy?" he asked, voice rough with fatigue. "This late? Did something happen?" Ross lowered the parchment and turned to him, her gaze steady. "The Academy has asked us to report tomorrow," she said, tone even but firm. "Noah got into a fight. That was all it took." Leon, who had been practically glued to the bed a moment ago, bolted upright like he'd been electrocuted. Sleep? Forgotten. Fatigue? Gone. "She what?" His voice cracked, disbelief written across every inch of his face. Morning light poured through the grand windows of Vice Principal Wilson's office, flooding the room with golden warmth. It would have been calming if not for the current lineup. Noah stood at the center, clad in her school uniform, every line of her posture sharp and precise, hands behind her back, face unreadable, calm, composed, like she hadn't just wiped the floor with half a classroom. Standing beside her, however, were the unfortunate reminders that, yes, she very much had. The red-haired boy in the middle looked like he'd gone 12 rounds with a hurricane. His uniform was a mess, one eye swollen shut, his arm in a sling, bruises coloring his skin like a sad abstract painting. The two brown-haired boys flanking him didn't fare much better. Their faces were bruised, their clothes rumpled and dirty. They stood stiffly beside the office sofa, throwing quick, uneasy glances at the couch behind them. Leon and Ross had arrived moments earlier, now seated side by side, backs straight, expressions focused. No teasing here. Not anymore. Vice Principal Wilson stood at the front of the room, his expression calm but firm. The kind of calm that makes teenagers very, very nervous. "I called you here today to address the fight between Noah and her classmates," he began, wasting no time on pleasantries. Before Vice Principal Wilson could finish his thought, Ross's patience snapped like a brittle twig underfoot. Her eyes narrowed, a dangerous gleam flashing through them. "Principal," she cut in, her voice sharp as ice, "are you saying these three young dragons teamed up to bully my daughter?" She didn't wait for an answer. Arms folded tightly across her chest, Ross strode toward the battered trio like a storm on legs. Her heels clicked with deliberate menace, each step dialing the tension higher. The three boys, already looking worse for wear, froze as her gaze locked onto them, and when they finally looked up and met the full fury of her glare, they shrank. Literally recoiled, wide-eyed and pale, letting out startled yelps like they'd seen the Grim Reaper in heels. Let's just say Ross wasn't exactly giving off forgiving mother vibes. Meanwhile, Leon had tuned out the background drama entirely, focusing instead on Noah. With quiet concern, he stepped to her side, his eyes scanning her carefully, front, back, a slow circle like he was inspecting a priceless artifact for damage. "Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked, his voice low, serious. Noah didn't flinch. Her posture was perfect, her expression calm, unbothered. "No, I'm fine," she answered as if she were commenting on the weather. Vice Principal Wilson sighed quietly and pinched the bridge of his nose, his brows knitting as he shifted his gaze between Noah and the boys, who, frankly, looked like they had been run over by a rogue dragon cart. Then he dropped the truth like a boulder. "Actually, it was your daughter who beat them up." Ross, who had just made it back to the sofa, froze mid-sit. Her anger fizzled out with comedic speed, replaced by a blink of confusion. She turned her head slowly. "Is that so?" she murmured, her tone dipped in awkward surprise. And just like that, the courtroom drama turned into a family sitcom. The three boys now huddled together, eyes glassy and shimmering, their whimpers soft but constant. Noah hadn't just won. She'd made a statement. Noah, for her part, didn't so much as blink. Standing tall, calm as a mountain breeze, she shifted her eyes to Leon. He studied her, slightly taken aback, but not displeased. Then the silence stretched into something unspoken, and slowly a proud smirk tugged at the corner of Leon's lips. Subtle, sly, sincere. He lifted a hand and gave Noah a discreet thumbs up. She'd taken his advice from the start of the school year to heart. If you're going to fight, make it clean, make it count. Noah closed her eyes, a faint smile forming. A rare glimpse of shared pride flickered between them. Vice Principal Wilson, observing the silent exchange, adjusted his glasses with a long practiced sigh. Here we go again. Because while this might have looked like a simple scuffle, the undercurrents ran deeper. This was more than just a schoolyard fight. It was about status. In the dragon world, young ones are either cocoon-born or viviparous, hatched or live-born. And while adults showed little difference, in youth, the gap was wide. Cocoon-born dragons inherited strength directly from their mothers, stronger bodies, faster reflexes, natural edge. Viviparous dragons had to earn it through training, effort, grit. And yet, here stood Noah, viviparous, younger, alone. And she'd laid out 3 cocoon-born dragons like they were practice dummies. Vice Principal Wilson watched her quietly. He didn't say it aloud, but it was clear. This girl has talent. Then, door slams open with a theatrical bang. A red-haired dragon stormed in, sharp suit, hands in pockets, flanked by 2 other adults, with the unmistakable air of dads who were just informed something expensive happened. The red-haired man swaggered across the room like he was late for a party, heading straight for his injured son. "I heard my son got into a fight," he said, brushing the moment off with a wave. "What's the big deal? I'll cover the medical expenses." But then he saw the damage. His son's bruised face, the sling, the misery. His swagger froze. "My dear son, what happened to you?" he asked, eyes wide. The other 2 fathers stared at their sons, equally stunned. The red-haired boy turned, eyes misting over, lips trembling. His expression screamed injustice, pure grievance. "Dad!" Without hesitation, the 3 young dragons bolted into their father's arms like frightened hatchlings. They clung tightly, trembling with sobs, their pride shattered by the sheer humiliation of being utterly outmatched. The comfort they sought was less about physical wounds and more about emotional triage. Seated across from the reunion, Ross's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. She tilted her head toward Leon and murmured under her breath, "That one belongs to the Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine's clan." Leon arched a brow, unimpressed. The number of Crimson Flame dragons I've slain could circle the Academy twice." He said it flatly. No brag, just facts. The red-haired dragon, having reassured his son with a few half-hearted pats, turned his attention to Ross. A smug smile played at the corners of his mouth as he looked her over. "Well, well," he began, his tone oozing mockery. "Isn't this the queen of the Silver Dragon clan herself?" Ross gave him nothing, just an arched brow. "Royalty or not," he continued, "you can't even control your own daughter. Letting her go around bullying other dragons like this." Behind him, his son peeked out nervously from behind his coat, wide eyes darting between the adults, clearly hoping no one would bring him back into this. The red-haired dragon pressed on. "Your clan's combat ability has never held a candle to us, Crimson Flames. What now? You send children to fight your battles?" With each word he stepped closer, not talking anymore, provoking. Leon's smile vanished, his body tensed, his arms dropping to his sides. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Ross and the intruding dragon like a drawn sword. His gaze sharpened, voice cool. "You sure you want to finish that sentence?" Ross, meanwhile, had had just about enough of the man's smugness. Her eyes narrowed, voice biting. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The red-haired dragon scoffed and took one more bold step, just inches from Leon now. "If your daughter doesn't apologize to my son today, no one's leaving this room." Leon smiled, slow, sharp, dangerous. "And if I don't feel like apologizing? My fists have been itching for a while." Some people use words, others, they use knuckles. The air in the room tightened, the tension sparking like dry tinder. That's when Vice Principal Wilson, who had been quietly losing his patience for the last 5 minutes, snapped. Thud. His palm slammed against the desk. "Enough!" The word cracked through the room like thunder. Everyone turned. Even the red-haired dragon took a step back, blinking as if just now realizing this wasn't his office. Wilson adjusted his glasses, the picture of strained authority. "Before anyone starts swinging or accusing, let's go over what actually happened." Silence fell as he began to recount the events with careful clarity. "Last night in the cafeteria, your boy and his friends got into a disagreement with Noah. Her plate was knocked over and food spilled onto your son's uniform." Noah's eyes flicked with memory. She had stood there, plate on the floor, sauce creeping toward her boots, while the boy shrieked about his clothes like a fashion critic at war. Later, Wilson continued, they intercepted her behind the dormitory. What followed was a fight. That much is clear. He turned toward the 3 young dragons, his gaze firm. "Anything to add?" The trio of boys instantly took a step back, practically merging into a single shivering unit. "No, sir," they mumbled in perfect chorus. "Nothing at all." Just as the temperature in the room began to cool, another movement drew all eyes. Noah, composed as ever, calmly raised her hand. Wilson turned to her, brows lifted. "Yes, Noah." She met his gaze without hesitation. Her voice was calm, measured, but unwavering. "Principal, I have something to add." Noah crossed her arms over her chest, her displeasure subtle but unmistakable. With a calm breath, she shifted her gaze toward the boy standing stiffly beside her. Her voice came clear and firm, each word carefully chosen. "First and foremost," she began, "during our encounter in the cafeteria, he deliberately provoked me. The incident with the overturned plate was purely accidental. Second, in the backyard behind the dormitory, they rushed at me without warning. Feeling threatened, I acted in self-defense. The broken arm," she paused, not unkindly, "was an unintended consequence." The boy flinched under her gaze. Noah didn't raise her voice, but the weight of her stare, level and unyielding, was enough to pin him like a butterfly under glass. "Isn't that right?" Her words were cool, but her presence carried quiet command. She hadn't forgiven him, and he knew it. The boy, trembling, looked like he might burst into tears right then and there. Instead, He bolted behind his father, clutching the hem of his coat like a toddler hiding from a thunderstorm, peeking out just enough to mumble, "That's right." His father blinked, visibly thrown. "Why are you afraid of her?" he asked, confusion cutting through his indignation. Leon, who had been watching the whole exchange with casual interest, scratched his chin thoughtfully. Then his eyes met Noah's, and his tone shifted, measured, with a trace of mock scolding. "Noah," he said, "I think you did something wrong." Noah stiffened, her posture straightened, hands balling into small fists as she braced herself. She'd been expecting praise, or at least neutrality, but his words carried that familiar edge of parental correction. She swallowed, waiting. Leon leaned in slightly, tapped his knee, and said, "Next time, aim for the knee first. Got it?" Noah blinked. "The knee?" Leon stood upright again, crossing his arms with the confidence of a war veteran, delivering sage wisdom. If a crimson flame dragon's knee is injured, it weakens their stance, makes them easier to finish off. There was a gleam in his eye, not bloodlust exactly, but the enthusiasm of someone who had studied this subject like an art form. For him, battle was logic and poetry, strategy and execution, and he loved passing it on. Noah, to her credit, didn't question it. She nodded with understanding, pulled out a small notebook from her coat pocket, and began scribbling it down. "Got it. I'll keep that in mind." Across the room, the boy's father looked like someone had just poured soup down his shirt. His jaw slackened in disbelief, then clenched with outrage. "Principal!" He stabbed a finger toward Leon. "Did you hear that? He's teaching his daughter how to hurt my son. This is blatant encouragement of violence." Leon, perfectly calm, gave him a polite smile that was somehow both apologetic and completely unrepentant. "Self-defense," he said smoothly. "We take it seriously." The other man was having none of it. A student like this, so violent, shouldn't just be let off with an apology. She should be expelled. That word, expelled, landed like a rock dropped in still water. Noah tensed. Ross's eyes narrowed, the air around her subtly sharpening. Even Leon's brows lifted, not in fear, but in surprised irritation. Vice Principal Wilson, who had been patient for an admirable stretch of time, finally lifted a hand. "Parents," he said calmly, "please, let's keep our heads." He adjusted his glasses with a quiet sigh and continued, voice steady. "The decision of whether or not to expel Noah is up to St. High's Academy, not the parents." He paused, letting the weight of that settle before adding, "And while we're on the subject, we've received multiple reports regarding your son's behavior." The father frowned. Wilson pressed on. "It has been noted that he frequently bullies younger dragons. Multiple witnesses from last night's cafeteria incident also confirmed that he was the one who provoked Noah." The boy, still hiding behind his father, slowly lowered his head, shame clouding his features. He didn't argue. He didn't deny. The truth had found him. But his father? Outrage flared like a torch in his eyes. "So what you're telling me," he growled, "is that my son gets beaten up, and she's the one you're defending." He took a step forward, his voice rising, hands clenched at his sides. "You're accusing him of provocation. After this?" Leon had heard enough. He stepped forward, meeting the Duke's glare without the slightest hesitation. His voice rang out with clarity and a touch of exasperated disbelief. "Don't you feel the least bit ashamed?" An eyebrow arched, his expression perfectly sculpted into something between amusement and pity. "How old is your son again?" he asked. "Because my daughter? She's only 1 year and 2 months old. And she beat him. And yet, here you are throwing a royal tantrum in front of the staff." For a heartbeat, the Duke faltered, caught off guard by the revelation. But pride is a persistent thing, and he quickly regained his bluster. "That's irrelevant," he snapped. "It doesn't matter how old he is." Before the tension could spiral further, a small voice interrupted the standoff. I'm 7 years and 11 months old." The room went still. Both Leon and the Duke turned to the boy in perfect unison, their expressions unreadable. The boy shrank under the weight of their silence, suddenly regretting his honesty. Then, like the breaking of a storm cloud, Leon let out a soft chuckle. He raised a hand to his mouth, trying and failing to contain it. His shoulders shook slightly, his amusement unmistakable. 3,000 feet, he said at last, glancing sidelong at the Duke. "That's how deep I'd dig the hole to bury this embarrassment if I were you. And I'd never let the sun shine on it again." The Duke's face darkened, his jaw tightening as his anger boiled over. Unable to formulate a proper retort, he shifted targets. "A coward who doesn't even show his tail," he spat. "What right do you have to speak about my son?" He jabbed a finger toward Rossi and Noah, his voice dripping with contempt. "Your whole family is beneath me. Pathetic." Rossi and Noah exchanged looks, their brows furrowed, expressions sharpening. They didn't respond, but the insult didn't go unnoticed. Leon, however, was not the silent type. Without a word, he stepped forward and seized the Duke's outstretched finger with a grip like iron. Before the man could react, Leon twisted it sharply in the opposite direction, his voice dropping low, calm, but carrying the weight of genuine fury. "You insult me and I let it slide, but point at my wife and daughter." The Duke gasped, trying to yank his hand back. Leon didn't let go, the pressure increased, just enough. "Think twice," Leon added quietly. A strangled scream finally broke free from the Duke's throat as he twisted away, cradling his injured finger and retreating with a wince. But lesson learned. Not quite. Still clutching his hand, he glared at Leon with a face twisted in rage. "You dare lay hands on me? Do you even know who I am?" In one last desperate burst of pride, he lunged forward, intent on trading blows. But the other two fathers, alarmed by his recklessness, stepped in just in time, grabbing his arms and holding him back. "Duke, please! The vice principal is still watching. This isn't the time or place," one of them urged. Despite being restrained, the Duke thrashed slightly, his fury undimmed. "I am the Duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon Clan," he roared. "Our leader is Constantine himself." Leon, arms crossed, smirked. "Oh no," he said in a mockingly theatrical tone. "Constantine, I'm terrified." He even added a dramatic gasp, eyes wide for effect. The sarcasm practically dripped from the ceiling. Ross, watching the scene devolve into something bordering on comedic theater, decided it was time to restore a little dignity. She stepped forward, her voice composed, her tone firm. "Sir," she said, addressing the Duke directly, "this is a minor dispute between children at school. Turning it into a matter of family pride and political status helps no one." Her words were cool and steady, but behind them was a spine of steel. "We trust St. High's Academy to handle this fairly, regardless of the names or titles involved. And we are fully prepared to accept their judgment." She then turned to Vice Principal Wilson, her gaze calm and unwavering. The message was clear. Let the facts speak for themselves. Wilson nodded with quiet approval, the corners of his mouth lifting in the faintest smile. "The Queen of the Silver Dragon Clan," he murmured, almost to himself. "Truly remarkable foresight." Vice Principal Wilson's gaze shifted toward the still fuming Duke. His voice was calm but edged with authority. "Duke, if you continue to disrupt school grounds or escalate this further, we will have no choice but to revoke your son's enrollment." The words hit like a stone dropped in still water. The Duke froze. His clenched fists loosened, and his angry protests caught somewhere between his pride and his throat. Losing his temper was one thing. Losing his son's place at the academy was another matter entirely. Sensing the shift, the boy gently tugged at his father's sleeve, his expression quietly aggrieved. "Father, please let it go," he said softly. "I want to stay here." For a moment, the Duke didn't respond. His pride wrestled visibly with reason. Then, with a stiff breath and a few awkward coughs to cover his retreat, he straightened up and responded to the vice principal. "I may have acted out of line," he said, his voice carefully measured. "We will abide by the Academy's decision." His words sounded cooperative, but the quick, sharp glance he shot at Leon and Ross carried all the grace of a veiled threat. His expression said what his mouth did not. "Fine, I'll back off for now, but outside these walls we'll see who laughs last." With tempers cooled, Vice Principal Wilson finally addressed the room with his verdict. In this incident, the boy instigated the conflict. Noah acted in self-defense, though with excessive force. He turned to Noah, his tone shifting slightly to that of a teacher offering guidance. Noah will receive a formal reprimand from her homeroom teacher and is expected to reflect seriously on her actions. Noah blinked, her small fists clenched lightly in surprise. That was it? She had braced for something far worse. Wilson continued, now addressing the other side. The boy and his two classmates will each write a self-reflection and submit it to their homeroom teacher. Additionally, they will handle classroom maintenance duties for a week. There was no room for appeal. The matter was settled. The three boys lowered their heads with the resignation of children who knew arguing would only make it worse. Sunlight spilled gently into the office through the window, casting a soft glow, as if even the weather approved of the outcome. Outside the office, Leon, Ross A., and Noah walked into the hallway. After a few steps, Noah turned back and waved. "I'll head back to class now." Rossi gave a small nod. Leon watched her go, thoughtful. Just as she was about to turn the corner, a thought struck him. He cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, clearly, proudly, "Hey, don't forget the technique I taught you. If they bully you again, go for the knees first." Noah paused, glanced back, and gave the slightest nod. Her face remained unreadable, but there was a faint sense of amusement behind those calm eyes. Leon grinned. Then, "Mr. Leon." The voice behind him made him jump like he'd been caught drawing on the walls. He yelped, whipping around, "Aya!" There stood Vice Principal Wilson, calm as ever, hands folded behind his back like a man who hadn't just scared someone half to death. Leon's smile turned sheepish. His thoughts raced. Did he hear what I said? He definitely heard what I said. Did he hear all of it? Oh no. He scrambled for composure. "Vice Principal Wilson, yes? Something else?" But the vice principal didn't mention knees or bullying techniques. Instead, he tilted his head with a curious expression. "Although we've only met a few times, I've always wondered, why do you never let your tail show?" Leon froze. His heart skipped. "He's noticed my tail?" No, he's noticed my lack of a tail. Words caught in his throat. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Does he know? Did he figure it out? Has he discovered who I really am? Wilson, oblivious to the rising spiral of panic in Leon's head, gave a pleasant smile. "I just can't quite place which noble dragon clan you belong to. If you're willing, could you share?" Rossi, ever the lifesaver, stepped in smoothly before Leon could dig himself into a flaming pit of awkwardness. She walked up beside him, linking her arm in his with practiced ease. "My husband isn't from any noble clan," she said with a serene smile. "He's just an ordinary member of our Silver Dragon clan." Leon, still visibly rattled but playing along, nodded with the stiffness of someone who'd just escaped a lightning bolt. That's right," he added, voice cracking slightly. "Just a commoner, totally average, nothing to see here." Vice Principal Wilson appeared entirely unshaken by their answer. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he offered a warm smile. "It's truly impressive that you two have raised such a talented young dragon," he said. "Your union has clearly brought forth an exceptionally gifted child. It's nothing short of a miracle." His tone carried genuine admiration as he turned back to Leon and Ross, his expression softening. In any case, St. High's Academy welcomes children of such remarkable potential. With that, the meeting concluded, and Leon and Ross exited the teacher's office building. Leon walked with his hands tucked casually into his pockets, chatting lightly as they descended the steps. Ross, arms folded over her chest, responded here and there, her expression unreadable, but the slight tap of her heel on each step hinted at a flicker of impatience. Their brief moment of peace was cut short. Waiting at the base of the stairs, the boy's father stood flanked by two other dragons. Their presence was unmistakably deliberate. All three bore expressions of thinly veiled contempt. With that same maddening calm, the boy's father addressed Ross, voice clipped. "Wait a moment, Silver Dragon Queen." Leon and Ross halted, instantly recognizing trouble. Ross's brow tensed, her posture shifting ever so slightly into guarded alertness. This wasn't a coincidence. He had been waiting. "Is there something else?" she asked evenly. "The Academy has already settled this matter. Did you not agree?" The Duke responded with a smile so polished it almost gleamed, carefully measured, clearly fake. "Of course. I only said that to preserve the Academy's reputation," he said, voice smooth as syrup. "But now that we're off school grounds, we can resolve this properly, the dragon way." His gaze slid toward Leon with unmistakable intent. Leon's light demeanor evaporated. His eyes turned cold. Silent. The Duke took a bold step forward and jabbed a finger squarely into Leon's chest, a clear provocation. Leon looked down at the offending digit, then back up, his expression cool, impassive, but his aura flaring just beneath the surface. Turning back to Ross, the Duke issued his challenge. "I demand a duel with your husband," he declared, "to settle this disgrace." Ross's eyes flicked across the courtyard. A small crowd had already gathered, teachers, parents, students. Whispers stirred. The weight of expectation pressed in from all sides. The Duke had planned this carefully, crafting a scene where refusal would look like cowardice. He smiled, falsely polite. "You wouldn't refuse, would you?" The question was a trap disguised as courtesy. Rossa stepped closer to Leon, her voice low, only for him. "Do you want to fight?" she asked, a hint of worry threading through her words. "You're still recovering." But Leon's expression said it all. He wasn't thinking of retreat. He was already preparing for battle. His gaze locked onto the Duke with sharpened resolve. Crack. He flexed his knuckles, slow, deliberate. Energy began to hum around him, faint but unmistakable. He wants this, Ross thought. He's not backing down. Seeing that, she didn't argue, just gave a quiet nod. "Go ahead," she murmured, "but don't kill him." Leon's lips tugged into a half-smile. He rolled his shoulders with exaggerated ease as he strode forward. "Not making any promises," he replied with a shrug. Meanwhile, on the far side of campus, school bells rang and students spilled into the hallway. Among them was Noah, walking calmly with a carefully balanced box in her hands. Two young dragons raced past her in a blur of excitement. "Hurry!" one of them called out, nearly tripping over his own feet. "There's a fight at the gate!" Noah's head snapped up at the shout of "a fight." Her heart skipped. A flicker of unease crossed her face as memories of the boy's father and his not-so-veiled threats resurfaced. Without a word, she broke into a run, weaving through the crowd, now streaming toward the school gates like a tidal wave of curiosity. By the time she reached the balcony, it was already packed. Students jostled shoulder to shoulder for a better view. Some had climbed onto ledges and windowsills, perched like birds drawn to chaos. The air pulsed with anticipation, buzzing whispers, quick bets, and gasps as the duel's participants stepped forward. "Look, dragons are fighting," someone whispered loudly, and suddenly it felt like the whole school held its breath. At the center of the open courtyard, just in front of the school gates, Leon stood with a lazy air about him, stretching, cracking his knuckles, rolling his shoulders like he'd just woken from a nap rather than preparing for a duel. Not a shred of tension clung to him. Across from him, the boy's father was less relaxed. He studied Leon with a mix of suspicion and contempt. No tail displayed, no bulging muscles, no visible magic aura. Just a smug face and casual posture. "This guy doesn't even look strong," he sneered internally. "No wonder his daughter's the one doing the fighting. My boy got humiliated today. Fine, I'll break her father instead." He stepped forward, announcing the terms with thinly disguised arrogance. "The Crimson Flame Dragon clan doesn't prey on the weak. Last 3 rounds and I'll concede." Leon didn't even open his eyes. Yeah, skip the speech, let's just fight." The crowd barely had time to register the remark before the boy's father exploded forward, rage igniting his movements. Fire swirled around his clenched fist as he launched a punch straight at Leon's face. Full force, no restraint. But Leon was already gone. A graceful sidestep, effortless as a breeze. His playful smirk faded into laser focus as he analyzed the attack. Too slow, too loud, too predictable, he thought. Weaker than the frontline dragons I've sparred with. Landing lightly behind his opponent, Leon held up 2 fingers with a taunting grin. 2 rounds left. The boy's father snarled. Embarrassment stung more than the miss. "All you do is run," he spat, slamming a flaming fist into the ground. With a roar, the earth cracked beneath him, fire and stone bursting upward in a wave of destruction. But again, Leon wasn't there. He launched into the air with a dancer's grace, clearing the blast zone entirely. The boy's father didn't wait. Tilting back his head, he summoned fire into his throat, then unleashed a blazing torrent straight at Leon. The sky lit up with dragon fire, scorching and blinding. Noah's breath caught as the fire surged forward. But Leon didn't flinch. His eyes tracked the flames with eerie calm, calculating. At the last second, he dropped, falling straight down as the firestorm passed harmlessly overhead. He landed low, mere feet from his opponent. The boy's father blinked in disbelief. 3 strikes, 3 misses. Before he could react, Leon's voice sliced through the thick tension. "My turn." In a blur, Leon sprang upright and drove his foot into the back of the man's knee. The sickening crack echoed across the courtyard. The Duke cried out, dropping down with a thud, his leg folding beneath him. Before he could even lift his head, Leon's fist was already in motion. The punch landed with brutal precision, snapping the Duke's head back. His body sailed through the air like a broken marionette, crashing into the side of a building with a dull whomp. Dust and silence followed. He didn't get back up. The crowd stared wide-eyed. No cheers, just stunned awe. Leon exhaled, casually brushing his hands together like he'd just taken out the trash. "Pathetic," he muttered. "Didn't even need magic for this." The 2 dragons flanking the fallen Duke stood frozen, expressions shifting from confusion to horror. "Duke won?" one of them stammered. They had never seen their leader lose, much less be launched. Leon turned to them slowly, his smile gone, replaced by a very real, very dangerous glint. "Care to try your luck?" The question was soft, polite even. The answer came in a chorus of panicked protests. "Nope, no thank you." "We're good, so good." They scrambled to the Duke's side, dragging him away with all the grace of clumsy toddlers, stealing cake. Leon watched them retreat, then called after them, voice calm but cutting. "Keep your sons away from my daughter. That was your one warning." As the last of the spectators disappeared from view, Leon finally let his shoulders drop. The fight was over, and his pride for once was intact. He turned with a grin, ready to leave with Ross and bask in the glow of his victory, until he froze mid-step. Noah stood behind him, silent as a shadow, cradling a small, ornate box in her hands. Leon blinked. When had she gotten there? Around them, a few students lingered, whispering not so subtly while glancing between father and daughter, with barely concealed envy. Noah, meanwhile, avoided his gaze, the tips of her ears glowing pink. "I just happened to pass by," she mumbled, gesturing vaguely at the still bustling courtyard, an explanation that fooled absolutely no one. She stepped up to Ross and, without meeting anyone's eyes, held out the box. "This is for you." Leon leaned in curiously. "What's this?" Ross opened the box to find a large, heart-shaped cookie nestled inside. Her brows lifted. Noah fidgeted. "We learned to make them in cooking class," she explained, her voice barely above a whisper. "I only got second place, so it might not be perfect, but you can try it." Ross's face softened. With a warm smile, she broke the cookie cleanly in two and took a bite. Her eyes lit up. "How could this not taste good?" she said, nudging Leon. "Try it." He did. Rich butter, just the right amount of chocolate, sweet but not overbearing. "Delicious," he declared with a grin. "Next time you're taking first place." "No question." Noah edged a little closer. Leon tilted his head, waiting until she met his eyes and said it. "You were really cool just now." Leon froze. Heat crept up his neck. She praised me, directly. His mind short-circuited under the weight of a single compliment. Internal fireworks flared. Imaginary cherubs played trumpets. He barely managed to keep his face neutral as he scratched the back of his head and forced a laugh. "Well, your dad is pretty amazing." In a rare show of tenderness, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Noah ducked her head, flustered but smiling. But Ross's gaze narrowed slightly. Her eyes flicked to his hand. The fresh scrapes across his knuckles stood out stark and angry. Her smile faded. Later that evening, Leon sat on the living room sofa, hunched over a book. The thick brown cover read, "Encyclopedia of Dragon Parenting, 108 Ways to Communicate with Babies." His expression was one of rare intensity, eyes scanning each page with a scholar's devotion. "So Moon uses tail swipes for emotional emphasis. Interesting." He was deep in thought, drawing connections, analyzing past conversations or attempts at them with both Noah and Moon. Parenting was complicated, but at least books didn't punch back. A knock broke his focus. He glanced toward the door, mildly confused. Ross stepped in, carrying a small medical kit. He blinked. "Oh, why are you here?" She didn't answer, just walked over, sat down beside him, close beside him, and opened the kit. Leon stiffened slightly, suspicious. Why is she sitting so close? Did she come up with another weird idea? She looked away as she extended her hand toward him, the faintest blush coloring her cheeks. "Give me your hand." Leon blinked. "Huh?" She glanced at him, eyes steady now. "Your hand's already injured, isn't it?" "Oh, that." He looked at his knuckles like he'd just remembered them. "It's nothing, just a minor thing. It'll heal." Ross didn't respond. Instead, she closed her eyes for a moment, like bracing herself, then reached for his hand. "Give it. Hurry up," she said, her voice quiet but firm. With a small sigh, Leon relented. She held his hand gently and began applying the medicine. The cool liquid hit first, then came the sting. Ah, he winced, biting back a hiss. He hadn't realized it hurt that much. His fingers twitched involuntarily, but Ross steadied his hand with hers. "Don't move," she said softly. "It'll be over soon." I've seen countless wounds, he thought, and treated most of them with indifference. But this is different. This is the first time someone's applied medicine to me with such care. Ross continued with steady, deliberate focus, swabbing the back of his hand with the cotton, her eyes narrowing as she inspected the injury. She noticed a few spots more severely damaged than the rest, dipping the swab back into the bottle and carefully applying more of the red liquid. Once the surface of the wound was coated, she set the swab aside and, to Leon's surprise, gently rested his hand on her thigh. Ross, unaware of his internal turmoil, focused on wrapping the bandage with practiced care, her touch light and efficient. Then, without lifting her eyes, she spoke in a quiet voice. "About earlier, thank you. The boy's father may have a domineering attitude, but you stepped forward to protect Noah and me." Leon blinked, surprised. "So that's what she meant earlier?" He smiled, albeit a little awkwardly. "Ah, that was nothing. Just something I had to do." He hesitated, unsure whether to continue, but his mind quickly veered into a more personal direction. "Even if we act like strangers in front of others, you're at least... well, this was all for Noah." His words trailed off as he realized he'd gone too far, too fast. He scratched the back of his neck, trying to cover up his own growing embarrassment, but the flush on his face betrayed him. Ross didn't respond immediately. Instead, she touched her braid, her eyes softening as she smiled to herself. The silence lingered for a moment before she seemed to remember something. "By the way," she said, looking up at him, "my sister sent a letter inviting our whole family to visit her. Would you like to go?" Leon paused, thinking it over. "Your sister? I'd rather not." Ross closed her eyes, the corners of her lips curling into a faintly threatening smile. "All right then," she said in a tone that sent a little chill through him. "I guess we'll revisit that other matter." His heart skipped a beat. Oh no, not again. Memories of Ross's late-night disciplinary methods flashed through his mind, and he immediately caved. "Okay, I'll go," he muttered quickly, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. The next day, they were flying toward her sister's castle. Leon, with Noah and Moon on her back, sat with the wind in his hair, trying his best not to look too awestruck. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a warm orange red as they approached the towering spires of the Red Dragon Queen's castle. Ross descended gracefully, wings stirring up dust as she slowed, eventually landing with a soft thud in a clearing just before the gates. Noah was the first to dismount, hopping down effortlessly and strolling forward with her arms crossed, as if she owned the place. Leon followed, cradling Moon carefully in his arms. He leaned in to pat her on the back. "We're here, Moon. Time to wake up." Moon blinked groggily, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. Her gaze slowly shifted to their surroundings, a confused murmur escaping her. Before Leon could reassure her any further, Isabella, the Red Dragon Queen, bounded forward with a bright smile, waving both arms in the air. "Ross!" she called joyfully, and without hesitation she leapt toward Ross's dragon head and threw her arms around it, hugging the scales tightly. "Your dragon form is still just as magnificent as ever." Ross stiffened slightly, clearly flustered by her sister's exuberance, and immediately reverted to her human form to escape the constant rubbing. But Isabella wasn't deterred. She held her tighter, rubbing her cheek against Ross's in sheer joy. "Even in your human form, you're still absolutely adorable," she teased with a grin. The affectionate embrace and playful teasing had Ross momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the warmth of her sister's boundless affection. Despite her initial hesitation, Ross didn't resist. Isabella beamed, then leaned back slightly, gazing at her with fond eyes. She rested her head on Ross's shoulder, a gentle gesture that made Ross blink in surprise. Ross sighed, unsure of how to respond to her sister's affection, but a soft smile tugged at her lips. Even in the face of Isabella's relentless adoration, she couldn't help but soften. Ross simply smiled, her tone gentle as she addressed Leon. "Let me introduce you properly to my husband and daughters. You haven't officially met them yet." She raised a hand, gesturing toward the man standing nearby. "This is my husband, Leon Cosmode." Leon, sensing the moment, gave a small wave and offered Isabella a polite smile. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you," he said, his tone friendly but with a hint of curiosity. Isabella's eyes sparkled with mischief. "So you're the one who stole my little sister's heart," she teased, stepping forward to greet him with a playful grin. "Hello. It's so good to finally see you awake." Ross lowered her head slightly, placing a gentle hand on the shoulders of the two girls standing beside her. "And these are my daughters," she added with a soft, proud smile. Moon immediately stepped forward, her eyes wide with excitement. She raised her hand, beaming as she waved. "Hello, Auntie Isabella," she chirped, clearly thrilled by the chance to meet her. Noah, on the other hand, was far more reserved. At the sight of Isabella, she quietly took a small step back, half hiding behind Ross as if hoping to remain unnoticed. Isabella's heart melted at the sight of the girls. Beaming, she crouched down, opening her arms wide. Without hesitation, she pulled Moon into a warm hug, rubbing her cheek affectionately against the girls. "Let me guess," she said playfully. "You must be Moon." Moon nodded enthusiastically, her grin growing wider. "Yes, Auntie Isabella guessed right." Isabella turned her gaze to Noah, her smile softening. "And the one hiding behind is Noah, right?" Noah gave a small, shy nod, her face tinged with a hint of pink. Isabella's smile grew even warmer. "You're exactly how Ross described you in her letter," she said fondly. "So different, but both absolutely precious." Noticing Noah's hesitation, Isabella's tone softened even further. "Noah," she said gently, her arms still open, "would you like Auntie to hug you too?" Noah, her face flushed with shyness, hesitated for a long moment. She fidgeted with her hands, clearly unsure. Finally, she gave a tiny nod, whispering, "Okay." With Noah's soft consent, Isabella wasted no time. She drew the girl into her arms, holding both Noah and Moon close, her tail curled gently around them, wrapping them in a warm, protective embrace. Isabella nuzzled their faces affectionately, her heart swelling with happiness. Moon closed her eyes in contentment, leaning into Isabella with a peaceful smile. Though Noah remained bashful, there was no mistaking the warmth spreading through her as she allowed herself to relax in Isabella's embrace, even if she didn't show it outwardly. Isabella looked at them with an expression of pure joy, her voice filled with affection as she murmured, "It's so wonderful to hold such cute little dragon girls." Her attention shifted and she finally remembered that her brother-in-law was standing nearby. Leon was gently patting the heads of both girls, a soft smile on his face as he watched the scene unfold. Isabella finally looked up at him, still beaming. "I've heard from Ross that you often help care for the children," she said warmly. "Thank you for all you do." Leon returned her smile, his expression relaxed. "It's no trouble at all," he replied. "I enjoy taking care of them. They're closer to me." Ross, who had been listening in, raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with playful annoyance. "Aren't they closer to me?" she asked, clearly unimpressed with Leon's response. Leon's competitive spirit flared up instantly. His gaze sharpened as he met Ross's eyes, a flicker of satisfaction in his voice. "Wife, are you joking?" he retorted. "How could that possibly be true?" Isabella, who had been quietly watching their back and forth, couldn't help but smile. Her eyes gleamed with amusement as she spoke up, teasing lightly, "You two really have a great relationship." Both Leon and Ross turned their heads at the same time, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They stammered in unison, "It's nothing." Isabella chuckled, the sound light and warm. She flashed a gracious smile and gestured toward the castle. "Well, it's getting late, and you must be tired after such a long journey. Come on in and rest." Inside the Red Dragon Castle, the decor was grand, with rich red hues dominating the interior, giving the space a warm and inviting feel. After a satisfying dinner, Leon and Ross settled on a comfortable sofa, finally able to relax after the long journey. Across the room, Moon and Noah sat on a separate sofa, chatting animatedly with each other, their voices filled with excitement. At that moment, Isabella approached, a thick photo album in her hands. The two girls looked up, noticing her approach. Isabella smiled, raising the brown album. "Would you like to see some of your mother's childhood photos?" she asked, her voice filled with warmth and a touch of mischief. Moon's eyes lit up at the thought, and she eagerly raised her hand. "I want to see," she exclaimed, her excitement clear as she leaned forward. A flicker of concern crossed her face as she sprang into action, rushing toward her sister with surprising speed. "Isabella, why do you still have those photos? Give them to me quickly," Ross urged, her voice a mix of anxiety and embarrassment. Isabella, noticing Ross's frantic movements, couldn't resist the urge to tease. She raised the album higher, just out of Ross's reach. "Oh, Ross, it seems you're a bit shy," she teased, holding the album just out of her sister's grasp, enjoying the moment. Glancing at Leon, Isabella gave him a subtle, knowing look. Leon, catching the unspoken message, readied himself. As Ross lunged forward, Isabella tossed the album toward him with a swift motion. In a fluid, almost playful movement, Leon caught the album securely in both hands. Ross's face turned a deep shade of red as she saw the album now safely in Leon's possession. "Hey, wait!" she called out, but it was too late. Leon had already opened the album, the pages flipping with a sense of inevitability. There was no escaping the embarrassment of childhood photos now, and Leon, always ready for a bit of mischief, couldn't help but tease. "Let's see what skeletons you've been hiding, Ross," he said with a grin. As Leon turned to the first page, his eyes widened in surprise. Ross was starting to regret her earlier decision, but it was far too late to do anything now. One particular photo caught Leon's attention, and he couldn't resist commenting. "Wow, I didn't expect you to have this side to you," he said with a playful smirk. Ross instinctively became nervous. She saw both Noah and Moon, their eyes fixed on the photo, their curiosity piqued. Moon raised her hand excitedly. "Dad, we want to look too," she chirped, eager to see what was causing such a reaction. Leon, always one to oblige, pulled the photo from the album and turned around, showing it to the girls with a smile. "You look so energetic here when you were still a student," he said, his voice light, clearly enjoying the moment. Isabella, glancing at the photo, instantly recognized it. "Oh, this is a photo of Ross as the outstanding student representative giving a speech," she said with fond nostalgia. "You were so lively, standing there on stage with that big smile of yours." The photo showed Ross back in her days at St. H Academy, wearing her school uniform. He couldn't help but comment, his voice full of teasing curiosity. "Why have you grown into such a cold and aloof queen now?" Ross's eyes narrowed in warning. Realizing she might not appreciate his words, she marched up to him, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Without hesitation, she kicked him hard in the foot. Leon winced in pain, his voice soft but strained. "Ouch! Not in front of the kids and Isabella," he muttered, but he dared not complain too loudly. Ross, still glaring, snatched the photo from his hands with a huff. She shot him a look that could melt steel. "Don't get too cocky. You might be her next target for pranks," she whispered, a sly grin curling on her lips. Leon rubbed his sore foot and smiled sheepishly, clearly aware of the danger he'd just narrowly avoided. He placed the album on a nearby short table, making it easier for Noah and Moon to flip through the pages. Noah eagerly helped turn the pages, glancing at the photos inside with growing interest. Moon was right there beside her, clearly captivated by the images of her mother when she was younger. Isabella, standing behind them with a content smile, spoke softly. "There are more photos of your mother when she was a child ahead. You can take a look." As the girls flipped through the album, Isabella couldn't help but be reminded of Ross's childhood. She remembered how soft and sweet her sister had been when she was little, like a little ball of sunshine. There were pages of Ross's early years, one where she was crying in fear of a spider, another showing her sleeping in bed as a baby. A third, a strong and confident Ross, was captured mid-battle, having defeated a beast much larger than herself. The most charming one, however, was a shy young Ross, holding an award she'd won. Moon, her eyes wide with amazement, giggled and said, "Mom, you were so small." Noah, equally fascinated, leaned closer to the pages, her gaze softening as she took in the photos. "Moon wants to touch Mom," she whispered, her voice filled with wonder at the thought of her mother as a child. As Noah flipped through the last few pages, her small fingers brushed against the final one. She looked up, a little surprised. "This is the last page," she remarked, her voice tinged with an innocent curiosity. Moon, her face a mix of fascination and mild disappointment, stared at the empty pages, hands cupping her cheeks as if trying to will more photos into existence. "No more?" she asked, clearly not ready for the photo tour to end. Ross, sensing the children's growing disappointment, let out a soft sigh of relief. The weight of their curious stares seemed to lift off her shoulders. She stood, walking up behind them and gently closing the album, her fingers lingering on the edge for a moment as she let out a small breath. "Okay, now that we're done looking," she said, trying to sound casual, though her tone betrayed her relief. "You can take it back and put it away." But Isabella, ever the mischief maker, wasn't ready to let the moment go. With a knowing smile, she reached behind her, pulling out a crystal ball. "It's not over yet," she said with a twinkle in her eye, her grin almost too eager. Ross immediately froze, her face paling. She shot an alarmed glance at her sister. "Isa." Her voice, though gentle, was filled with an unspoken plea. Leon, sensing something familiar, leaned in, his curiosity piqued. "I know what that is." He raised his hand excitedly, as if he'd found the answer to a quiz. "It's the recording stone, right?" Isabella covered her mouth with her hand, her laughter bubbling through her fingertips as she shook the crystal ball, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. "Correct, Leon. Would you like to see your mother's videos?" she asked, directing her question to the girls with a gleam of excitement. Noah and Moon's eyes immediately lit up, their faces eager with anticipation. "Yes," they chimed in unison, their voices full of uncontained excitement. Ross, however, was less than thrilled by the idea. She walked up to Isabella, giving her the most pitiful look she could muster. "I beg you, Isa, don't release the contents inside," she pleaded, trying to keep her voice steady despite the rising panic inside her. The last thing she wanted was for them to see the footage of her past that she'd worked so hard to keep hidden. Leon, sensing an opportunity for some entertainment, couldn't resist joining in. He walked up to Isabella, clasping his hands in front of his chest in an exaggerated pleading gesture, his face full of mock sincerity. "I beg you as your brother-in-law," he said, his voice dripping with feigned seriousness, "you must show us what's inside." Though he said it in jest, his mind was already racing. If Ross is this resistant, there must be something truly embarrassing in there, he thought with a sly grin. His curiosity now matched only by his amusement at Ross's discomfort. Isabella, playing the part of the reluctant host, closed her eyes and shook her head dramatically, clearly enjoying the theatrics. She stood there, pretending to wrestle with their requests. Then, with a playful look, she raised her finger in mock admonishment. "Well," she said, giving in with a sigh, "Leon is a guest at home for the first time, so let's listen to him first. I'll listen to Ross next time." Leon, clearly triumphant, flashed a victorious two-finger salute in Ross's direction. "Victory," he whispered under his breath, his grin widening as he basked in the small win. Ross glared at him with fiery eyes, but it was clear her battle had been lost. Inside, she seethed, "I will never bring you here again." Isabella called for a maid to turn off the lights, creating an atmosphere of cozy anticipation. She found a small cushion and carefully placed the crystal ball on top of it. With a few taps on the stone, the room was bathed in a dazzling light, and soon a video began to play. Leon and Ross stood at the front, side by side, eyes fixed on the glowing crystal ball as the video unfolded. Just behind them, Noah and Moon leaned in, barely blinking, caught up in the quiet magic of the moment. The room, dimly lit, buzzed with a hushed anticipation. Isabella, ever the cheerful instigator, clasped her hands behind her back and reminded everyone with a soft, teasing tone, "This is a super precious video, so pay close attention." The video began with a serene night scene. The moon hung quietly in the sky, casting its silvery glow across a sleepy world. A gentle breeze rustled the trees beside a small river, their leaves whispering like background music. The stream shimmered under the soft light, its waters murmuring peacefully as they flowed. Ross's expression suddenly shifted. Her eyes widened slightly. "This place," she murmured, recognition dawning. Before Leon could ask, Ross shot out her hand and tried, rather clumsily, to cover his eyes. "You can't watch," she blurted out, half panicked. Startled, Leon stumbled back a bit, hands reaching up to gently peel hers away. "What? What is it?" he asked, clearly confused but now even more curious. The scene on the crystal shifted. A younger Ross, clad in a school uniform, sat on a pile of rocks by the quiet stream. Her cheeks held a faint blush, whether from the cool night air or the camera's gaze was unclear. She looked shyly at the recording stone as Issa's voice from behind the camera rang out, "Ross, what are your criteria for choosing a spouse in the future?" The Ross on screen fidgeted, clearly flustered. She turned away from the camera and muttered, "Issa, don't make any videos. It's embarrassing." But Issa didn't let up. After a pause, the younger Ross gave in. She looked up at the sky, scratching her cheek in thought. "Well, first of all, his grades should be better than mine. Preferably, he's won a lot of first places. Then he should be responsible and not hate children." As the list continued, both Moon and Noah leaned closer. Moon whispered, her eyes wide, "Mom's obviously talking about Dad, right?" Noah nodded slowly. And, Ross's voice continued, "He should be strong, but not someone who bullies the weak. He has his own code of conduct, not swayed by race or the world around him." Leon couldn't help himself. He jabbed a finger at the floating image. "See? That's me. She basically described me to a T." Ross groaned beside him, turning to glare with a look that could melt steel. "Bah, don't you feel any shame?" She reached over and twisted his face away, trying to block his view. Leon struggled to keep his head turned, laughing under his breath as he resisted her grip. Isabella stood nearby, observing the squabble with a barely contained smile. She didn't intervene, clearly enjoying the show. Back on screen, Issa's voice responded gently. "These 3 points are all difficult, especially the last one. Many people lose themselves after gaining power." The camera caught Ross curling her arms around her knees, looking up at the moon. Moonlight pooled around her like a soft cloak. Her eyes gleamed, filled with quiet determination. "If there's no one like that, I won't force myself to marry," she said. "But if I do get married, it'll only be to someone like that." And then she looked directly at the recording stone and smiled, a shy, sweet expression full of hope, sincerity, and maybe a little daydreaming. Leon was struck dumb. His eyes widened, mouth slightly ajar, caught between awe and disbelief. Color slowly crept into his face as the meaning settled in. That girl had described him. He turned his head toward Ross and half whispered, half stammered, "So, I'm perfect in your mind?" Ross immediately turned away, arms crossing like a shield. That was just something I said when I was young," she huffed, clearly flustered. Leon grinned. He nudged her lightly with his elbow. I know. You don't have to be so shy." Isa's eyes sparkled with mischief as she folded her arms and strolled over to the couple, clearly enjoying the evening's revelations. Tilting her head, she asked in a tone that was far too casual to be innocent, "I'm curious, who liked who first?" Leon and Ross didn't even pause to consider. Without missing a beat, they both pointed squarely at each other. "She liked me first. He liked me first." Their voices overlapped in perfect harmony and perfect contradiction. Ross turned to Leon with a slow, threatening gaze, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Do you dare say it again?" she asked, her tone cool but with heat simmering beneath it. Leon, catching the warning in her voice and perhaps remembering the earlier high heel incident, swallowed hard. He flicked his gaze sideways as if searching for an escape route, then shifted his approach. "Well," he scratched the back of his neck, wearing a sheepish expression. "She did like me first, but I ignored her. Later, I regretted it and ended up falling for her." Ross gave a satisfied little nod, folding her arms with an approving hum. "That's more like it," she whispered, clearly pleased with the rewritten history. Isa watched the entire exchange with amused delight, propping her chin up with one hand as she smiled at them. "Sure enough," she said, "your relationship is very good." Immediately, Leon and Ross both turned their heads away in opposite directions, as if on cue. Not a word, not a glance, just two very stubborn people pretending they weren't flustered. Isa giggled, then perked up again. "Oh, do you want to read the love letters Ross received back then?" she asked with the excitement of someone offering dessert after dinner. "There's a whole pile of them." Leon, Noah, and Moon all leaned in with uncontained curiosity, eyes wide with anticipation. "We want to see," they chorused. But Ross was already in panic mode. "Isa," she barked, "why do you even keep those? Let me burn them. Now!" Her voice rang through the Red Dragon Castle like a battle cry, bouncing off the stone walls with righteous fury. The hallway had quieted, their footsteps echoing lightly against the stone floors. They moved in comfortable silence until they reached the room prepared for them. Ross stopped abruptly at the door. Leon noticed the hesitation. "What's up?" he asked, brows furrowed. Ross pushed the door open. Inside, soft steam rose from a bathtub filled with warm water. Scattered rose petals floated gently on the surface. The bed, lavishly dressed, had a heart-shaped arrangement of roses at its center, and red candles flickered on nearby tables, casting a romantic, almost theatrical glow across the room. They stared. The air felt thick with rose-scented intention. Neither of them said a word. They just stood there, frozen in place, staring at the elaborate romantic setup as if it were a trap laid by a mischievous god. In perfect unison, a thought echoed in both their minds. "What is this situation?" Isa stepped into Ross and Leon's room with a calm, confident stride. Her chin lifted, posture perfect, and the energy in the room shifted the moment she appeared. Ross, spotting her older sister, immediately took a step back. Her posture turned stiff, one hand balling into a fist, the other pointing accusingly toward the steaming hot tub tucked into the corner. "Sister, what is going on with this room?" she asked, her tone laced with suspicion. Leon, who had been standing quietly nearby, sighed and brought a hand to his forehead. He already knew this was heading toward trouble. Unbothered, Isa offered a playful wink, her smile light and teasing. "I've had a special guest room prepared just for you," she said with breezy charm. "You'll be staying here for the next 2 days." Ross's cheeks flushed a soft pink. She folded her arms, trying to appear unbothered. "Aren't there any other rooms?" she asked, aiming for indifference. But Isa leaned in, her shoulder brushing against Ross's, with a mischievous glint in her eye. "A little shy, are we?" she whispered, tapping Ross's arm gently. Leon watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. Behind Isa's easy grin, he sensed something more, something intentional. He realized then she wasn't just being playful, she had a plan. "She wants us together," he thought grimly. Not wanting to play along, Leon turned to leave. "I'm going," he said flatly. "I won't be part of this." But before he could take a step, a cool hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Isa's expression shifted in an instant. The humor drained from her eyes, leaving a quiet intensity behind. "Where do you think you're going, brother-in-law?" she asked, her voice low and steady. Leon froze. The weight of her words lingered. He turned slightly, letting out a soft, almost weary chuckle. "My daughters must be wondering where I am," he muttered. "I'll go check on them." But Isa raised a hand, her tone calm but firm. "No need," she said. "They're in their own room and having a wonderful time." In another cozy chamber, lit with warm lights and scattered with plush rugs, Moon and Noha sat cross-legged at a table, working on a half-finished puzzle. Their soft giggles and quiet chatter filled the space like sunlight. Back in the couple's room, Isa gave one last look over her shoulder as she reached for the door. "You two just stay here and get some rest," she said, a knowing glint in her eye. With that, the door clicked shut behind her. Silence returned. Ross and Leon exhaled together, their sighs meeting in the quiet. Ross stepped toward the closet. "Well," she said with a resigned tone, "looks like we don't have much of a choice. We'll have to sleep here tonight." Leon glanced at her, his brow furrowed. "I didn't think your sister would go this far. She's surprisingly clever." Ross gave a shrug and opened the closet, only to freeze mid-motion. Her eyes widened as she took in the contents. Delicate fabrics in soft colors lined the hangers, clearly not standard travel wear. She didn't say a word. Instead, she shut the door with a thud, her cheeks turning a deeper pink. Leon raised an eyebrow but wisely stayed quiet. He crouched beside the steaming wooden tub, staring at it like it might offer an escape plan. Ross, still flustered, crossed her arms and looked his way. "This room only has one bed," she said, voice dry, "and a bathtub, so obviously you're sleeping in the tub." Leon glanced at the tub again. It really was a nice tub, just not exactly a bed. Leon let out a long, exasperated sigh, turning to Ross with a mix of disbelief and frustration. "Why exactly should I be the one to sleep in the bathtub?" Ross closed her eyes and turned away, clearly done with the conversation. Silence answered him. With a resigned huff, Leon approached the tub and inspected it more closely. "It's been tampered with," he muttered. "The drain's blocked. There's no way to empty it." He glanced back at Ross, suspicion settling in. "Your sister planned this. She made sure the tub would stay full, so we'd have no choice but to share the bed." He stepped over to the mattress, pressing both hands in. A frown tugged at his brow. "This doesn't feel like a normal bed." He paused, Isa's earlier comment echoing in his mind, unusually comfortable. He prodded the surface again, more deliberately this time. Then it clicked. "Wait, is this a water bed?" Curious now, he climbed on in one smooth motion. The bed shifted under his weight and a grin spread across his face. "It's bouncy," he said with a small laugh. "Kinda fun, actually." From across the room, Ross watched him. Her expression was flat, unimpressed, but the faint pink rising in her cheeks told a different story. "I'm not letting you enjoy that bed alone," she muttered, folding her arms. With a breath of determination, she added, "Let's sleep together." Leon stiffened like someone had flipped a switch. His arms crossed defensively, eyes wide with panic. "Wait, what? Are you planning something? That sounded a little, intense." Ross sighed, raising a hand toward her forehead in growing frustration. "Are you going to sleep or not?" she snapped, then added with a sharp glint in her eye. "Maybe we should test everything Isa left in that closet." She smirked. "I could start with the whip." Leon's hands flew up in surrender. "Nope, that won't be necessary at all." With a dramatic huff, Ross turned her back to him and walked toward the warm bath. At the edge, she paused and looked over her shoulder. "I'm taking a bath first. Don't peek." Leon squinted, one eye open, voice tinged with dry sarcasm. "Why would I peek at you?" He didn't even finish the sentence before Ross spun around and promptly shoved him out the door like a misbehaving pup. "I don't believe you. Go cool your head and come back later." The door slammed. Leon now wandered the quiet, torchlit halls of the Red Dragon Queen's castle, hands tucked behind his head, muttering to himself, "It's not like I haven't seen her before. I just get kicked out every time." Eventually, his aimless walk brought him to a moonlit balcony. He stepped into the night air, then stopped. There, beneath the stars, stood Isa. Her gaze was lifted to the sky, an empty glass in her hand, her silhouette framed by silver light. Hearing his approach, she turned gracefully. Without a word, she walked to a small table and set the glass down with a soft clink. "Why are you out here?" she asked, her tone light but curious. "Where's little Ross?" Leon shrugged, stepping into the open air beside her. "She's taking a shower. Figured I'd breathe a bit before heading back in." Isa raised an eyebrow, then reached for a vintage wine bottle on the table. Holding it up, she offered a faint smile. "Feel like having a drink with me?" Leon tucked his hands into his pockets and gave a casual nod. He watched as she poured 2 glasses, one for him, one for herself. "This is Ross's favorite," she said softly, handing him a glass. Her smile was warm, touched with something quieter beneath. The two leaned against the stone railing of the balcony, side by side, their eyes fixed on the star-lit landscape. A gentle silence settled, comforting, yet filled with things unsaid. Isa broke it, her voice carrying a trace of nostalgia. "Back then, Ross and I used to sit out here, share a drink, talk about everything. And nothing." Leon smiled, glancing at her. "You two must have been close." Her gaze stayed on the stars. She didn't need to answer. The quiet said enough. Isa nodded slowly, her gaze distant as the stars. "I watched her grow up," she said quietly. "I've been by her side for 50 years, since the day she was born." There was a softness to her voice now, the kind that only comes with memory. "But after she became the Silver Dragon Queen and left this place, we stopped seeing each other. Letters were all we had, just enough to know the other was still out there, still safe." Her tone dropped lower, weighted by something unspoken. "Over a year ago, she wrote to me, said she'd married a quiet dragon king, and was expecting." Leon remained silent, listening closely. He could feel the shift in the air, heavier now, more personal. "She's married," Isa repeated, "but she didn't sound happy. Her letters, they were filled with something I couldn't ignore." She took a slow breath. "She told me you were always unwell, always sleeping. I hardly ever saw you. Even though there was a maid helping, carrying twins isn't easy. She went through it alone. Leon looked down, his shoulders stiffening under the weight of her words, forced to carry the child of her enemy. Alone. No hand to hold, no voice beside her. Only paper and ink connecting her to the one person who still felt like home. It hit harder than he expected. Just then, a playful slap landed between his shoulders, jerking him out of his thoughts. "Hey," Issa laughed lightly, breaking the tension. "Back then, I thought she married the most lazy, irresponsible, completely hopeless dragon around." Leon winced, rubbing the spot she'd hit, offering a sheepish grin. "Do I really come across like that?" Issa chuckled again, the sound lighter this time. "After spending some time with you tonight? No, you're not what I expected." She leaned in slightly, her eyes gleaming. Not with mischief this time, but something softer. "But it also makes me even more sure of one thing." Leon blinked. "Ross likes you." His glass froze halfway to his lips. The words echoed, quiet but unshakable. "Rossweiss likes me?" He shook his head almost immediately, as if trying to physically toss the thought aside. No way. Impossible. And yet his mind betrayed him, drifting back to her voice, her sharp glare, that familiar "go away" barked in frustration. A small scoff escaped him. How could someone that fierce ever... "Like me," he muttered to himself. But deep down, a part of him wasn't as sure. Trying to gather himself, Leon rubbed the back of his neck, glanced back at Issa, and let out an awkward chuckle. "Sister, you're right," he said with exaggerated ease. "We're totally in love." Issa beamed, clearly enjoying herself. She gave his shoulder another playful nudge. "I could tell from how well you two get along," she said with a knowing grin. Leon kept his gaze half-lidded, forcing another laugh, though his nerves were still buzzing. But then, when Issa's smile faded into something quieter, something thoughtful. "Little Ross," she said softly. "She's never been good at saying what she feels. Except with me. You're the only dragon she's ever been that honest with." Her crimson eyes sharpened, glowing faintly now. She crossed her arms, her voice suddenly firm. "Leon, you're a responsible dragon. You know what needs to be done going forward, right?" The heat in the air intensified, not from anger, but from sheer presence. Yassa's energy felt like the edge of a storm. Leon swallowed, his throat dry. This wasn't just a sister speaking. It was the Red Dragon Queen reminding him of the weight he now carried. He stood straighter, squared his shoulders, and met her gaze with quiet resolve. "Sister," he said, his voice low but steady, "rest assured, you can leave your sister to me." He paused, shoulders heavy, heart a little heavier. "I couldn't be there for her when she had Noha and Moon," Leon said quietly. "But if there's a third," his voice caught. He placed a hand firmly over his chest like a knight swearing loyalty. "Then I swear I'll protect my wife and our children with my life." Issa's gaze softened, her crimson eyes reflecting something warmer now. A quiet smile pulled at her lips, the tension in the air gently lifting. "Boy, you'd better mean every word of that," she said, teasing just enough to make the moment feel lighter. Then, stepping forward, she gave his shoulders a light push. "All right, enough with the theatrics. Go back already. Don't keep little Ross waiting and pacing." Leon blinked, startled by her sudden urgency. He looked back, confused but amused. Still, he nodded and turned, boots echoing down the stone corridor. Just as he rounded the archway, Issa's voice called after him again. He paused mid-step and glanced over his shoulder. She stood there, holding up her empty wine glass, a glint of mischief in her eye. "Anything else?" he asked, brow raised. Issa covered a playful smirk with her fingers. "Just this. Don't hold back tonight," she said, her voice sweet and almost sing-song. "The soundproofing in that room is very good." Leon froze. Soundproofing. The realization hit him like a splash of cold water. His ears went bright red, his cheeks even redder. Wordless, he turned on his heel, puffing his cheeks as if trying to hold back a full meltdown. Thank you, he muttered, his voice tight. He reached Ross's chamber. The grand doors stood tall, carved with ancient dragons. He took a breath and pushed them open. Inside, the room was quiet, still, dim. The only sound, soft, steady breathing. Leon peeked inside, letting his eyes adjust. There she was, sprawled peacefully across the waterbed. Her silver hair fanned around her head like moonlight woven into silk. Leon stepped in slowly, the door creaking gently behind him. He moved to the bed and sat on the edge, careful not to stir her. A whisper escaped him, carried only to the silence. She's fallen asleep. He watched her for a moment, eyes softened by something even he couldn't fully explain. No glare, no sharp words, just the quiet rise and fall of her chest. Even her frown had relaxed, revealing a gentleness rarely seen. Even though we're supposed to be enemies, he thought, she's really beautiful when she sleeps. A small grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. Good, he added to himself with quiet satisfaction. At least I won't have to deal with her usual attitude tonight. But then, something flickered. Leon squinted. A faint purple glow, barely noticeable, shimmered beneath the blanket. His smile vanished. His heart skipped. What the? He breathed. Why is her chest glowing? A chill ran through him. Could it be the dragon pattern? Panic rose. He grabbed his own shirt and yanked it open. No glow. Mine isn't reacting. So then, what's happening? With the utmost caution, he leaned closer. One breath at a time, gently as if disarming a magical trap, he peeled back the edge of the duvet and blinked. There, nestled in her hand, was a plush toy, a tiny, adorable stuffed dragon, glowing. Leon stared. Oh, wait, that's it? It's just a toy? He furrowed his brow, more confused than before. Why is that glowing? Then, hi. The voice hit like lightning. Leon jerked up, heart leaping to his throat. Rossweiss was wide awake, silver eyes gleaming with amusement. What? Ah! He flailed backward, nearly falling off the bed. You were awake. Why would you hide a glowing light under the blanket? I thought you were some kind of ancient magic thing. What's happening? Her silver eyes sparkled with mischief, and a small, almost playful smile tugged at her lips. I found this among the old toys on top of the wardrobe, she said, her voice dripping with mock innocence. Thought it might amuse you. Leon blinked at her, utterly lost for words. Ross tilted her head, hair falling over one shoulder. Judging by your reaction, she added lightly, don't you think it's a shame to waste such an effective toy? Leon finally found his voice, though it came out as a flustered huff. Not funny. He crossed his arms, trying to look stern, but the red creeping across his face betrayed him completely. Without another word, he climbed into bed, yanked the duvet up to his chin, and cocooned himself tightly. I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me. Ross smiled to herself, clearly enjoying the moment. She leaned back against the headboard, stretching her legs as she shifted to get comfortable. You'd better not regret this and attack me in the middle of the night, she teased. As she shuffled back, her elbow brushed against the metal frame. A faint click sounded. Something moved near her shoulder. She glanced sideways and froze. Dangling beside her, suspended by a thin, silken thread, was a spider. A large one, upside down, very much alive. For a long moment she didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. Then, a scream. A sharp, high-pitched sound of pure panic shattered the stillness. Leon bolted upright, nearly tumbling off the bed. What happened? Ross didn't answer. In the blink of an eye, she launched herself at him, arms, legs, everything. She wrapped around him like a vine, clutching him tightly, her face buried against his chest. Leon blinked, frozen in place, her sudden closeness catching him completely off guard. He looked down, confused, his hands hovering in the air. Then he felt her fingers tighten around his shirt. "There's a spider," she whispered. Leon's expression softened. A memory stirred. Earlier that morning, flipping through an old photo album, a young Rossweiss crying in a childhood photo, a plush clutched in her hand, and a tiny spider in the corner of the frame. "Guess some fears never really fade," he murmured. Stepping between her and the dangling intruder, he extended a hand. "All right, I've got this. Stay back." Ross gave his back a small, urgent pat. "Less talking, more doing," she mumbled. Leon reached up and carefully caught the spider, but the moment he looked closer, his brows furrowed. "Wait a minute." It wasn't moving. The texture felt fuzzy. Too fuzzy. Leon examined it more closely and let out a relieved breath. "It's a toy." He turned, holding it out. "See, nothing to be afraid of." Ross opened one eye, peeking briefly, then screamed again, retreating behind him like the toy had teeth. Leon blinked. "Oh, still counts as scary, huh?" Ross squeezed her eyes shut and turned her head away, her arms thrown up like a barrier. "Yes. Away. Now." She raised her hand, the soft glow illuminating the sharp edge of her voice. "Real or not, make it disappear." The flames behind her flickered like the breath of a waiting storm, ready to turn the tiny spider into a memory. Leon tensed. He cradled the toy against his chest and took a cautious step back. If she unleashed that flame now, forget the spider. The room itself might be ash in seconds. Okay, he said quickly, one hand raised in surrender. "I'll get rid of it. Just stay calm." Spotting an open window, Leon didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he tossed the toy outside, sending it spinning into the night. He clapped his hands once, brushing away the moment as if clearing dust from his sleeves. Turning back, he smiled, eyes gently closed. "All gone. You can relax now." She said nothing, cheeks faintly pink, eyes cast to the side. Whether it was embarrassment, relief, or both, Leon couldn't quite tell. He sighed inwardly. Only one person could have planted that toy in such a perfect spot. "Isa," he muttered to himself. A little prank, maybe a test, probably both. Despite watching the toy vanish, Ross still looked uneasy. Her brows knitted, lips tight, one hand pressed gently to her chest. Then she looked up at him. "I'll sleep on the inside," she said quietly, "and you take the outside. Is that okay?" Leon nodded with a calm smile. "Sure, sleep wherever you feel safe." He sat on the edge of the bed and motioned for her to move in. Once she did, he pulled the blanket over them both and settled in. But sleep didn't come. They lay side by side, still and silent, both staring at the ceiling. He turned his head slightly. "If you're still scared," he said gently, extending a hand toward her, "do you want to hold mine while you sleep?" Ross's eyes flicked towards his. She parted her lips, hesitating. Then, with a quiet sigh, she turned onto her side to face him. "Oh, since you offered," she replied, her tone pretending to be reluctant, but her fingers were already reaching. She lightly hooked her pinky around his. Leon raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that's it?" Ross narrowed her eyes. "You're the one who suggested it." He huffed, half amused. "Then how do you want me to hold it?" Before she could respond, Leon gently pulled his hand back, then reached again, this time lacing his fingers with hers, palm to palm. The warmth between them was soft but sure. "Like this, fool," he said, giving her hand a quiet squeeze. Ross blinked. She hadn't expected that. Not the way he just did it. so naturally like it meant nothing at all. Leon simply smiled, completely unbothered, as though holding hands in the dark was the most casual thing in the world. Ross, meanwhile, was anything but calm. Her thoughts scattered, her pulse quickened, and a warm flush crept across her face. She squeezed her eyes shut and turned away, suddenly too aware of how close he was. How can he do that so casually? She wondered. Am I the only one feeling like this? She gave her head a tiny shake, trying to clear her thoughts. Nonsense. I fear nothing. This is just holding hands. Why should this matter? You're always this cold, he murmured, half amused. The comment startled Ross from her thoughts. It's just my constitution, she replied, a bit too quickly, then narrowed her eyes and fired back. And you? Why are your palms sweaty? Who's nervous now? A flicker of curiosity prompted her to peek at him through half-lidded eyes. Their fingers, still linked, had begun to tell their own story. Where her skin was smooth and pale, his bore the rough signs of battle, faint scars, hardened calluses. Yet beneath that strength was warmth, steady, reassuring. His grip tightened slightly, protective in its subtlety, like he didn't want her slipping away. It was a simple gesture, but it sent strange pulses through her, tiny electric sensations dancing across her nerves. She turned her face away, cheeks warm. Her chest thudded with a rhythm she couldn't suppress. Whatever this feeling was, it crept in quietly and refused to be ignored. Outside, moonlight spilled through the window, draping the room in a soft silver glow, a quiet witness to their stillness. Leon's thoughts drifted back to something they'd watched earlier, the video where Ross casually listed her ideal partner. He glanced at her. Those standards you mentioned before. Fake, she said quickly, turning away. That was over a century ago. Don't read into it. Leon blinked. So, what are they now? None, she muttered, tone clipped. He got the message and let it drop. Silence returned, wrapping around them like the blanket they shared. Only their breathing filled the quiet. Still, sleep wouldn't come. What started as a gesture of comfort, just holding her hand, had become something else entirely. Leon's thoughts spun in circles, his chest oddly tight, the warmth of her fingers the way they fit with his. It was maddening. He dragged a hand down his face, mentally screaming, I can't sleep like this. He risked a glance. Ross hadn't moved, eyes closed, expression serene. Was she asleep? How can she be so calm? But even still, his hand was beginning to protest. His fingers had gone numb, his palm damp, his wrist stiff. He shifted slightly, just enough to loosen his grip, hoping not to wake her. The faintest rustle of fabric betrayed him. Ross felt it immediately. That subtle change, the light shift in his hold, prickled against her skin. Her brow twitched. First he insists on holding my hand. Now he's fidgeting. Suspicion sparked. She cracked one eye open just in time to catch him. Looking completely peaceful. Breathing even. As if nothing had happened. Her eye twitched. How dare he act so innocent? After that? Annoyance bubbled in her chest. If he wasn't going to stay still, then neither would she. With swift precision, she tightened her grip and began pressing and kneading his hand in exaggerated, deliberate motions. The blanket rustled with the sudden movement, fabric shifting as their hands battled silently beneath it. Leon stiffened, goosebumps rippling across his skin as Ross's fingers moved with unexpected persistence. What is she doing? His eyes remained shut, but the rhythm of his heart gave away his growing confusion. He didn't dare move or speak, not out of fear, but because he couldn't quite decide if retreating or enduring was the wiser path. Their hands twisted in a silent tug-of-war, fingers locked in a comically stubborn contest of wills. They both turned at the same moment, eyes snapping open and locking in the darkness. Faces flushed, expressions caught between surprise and something unspoken. The air between them pulsed with electricity, though no words passed. Both froze. Eyes wide, they stared at the little creature, sitting calmly on the blanket like it belonged there. Ross blinked, then realizing what it was, she gasped and screamed. "Ow!" Her voice rang out so loudly it echoed across the entire Red Dragon castle, rattling furniture, disturbing birds, and possibly waking up a few very confused guards. Somewhere in the castle, the Red Dragon Queen Isa paused mid-sip of her wine. She smiled knowingly, having expected this very outcome. "They must have found the surprise," she murmured, then downed the rest of her glass. Back in the bedroom, Leon chucked the spider out the window without hesitation. Ross was still shaking. He wrapped an arm around her and gently pulled her close. One hand found her waist, the other began softly stroking her hair. His voice was quiet, soothing. "It's all right. It's gone now. Just a toy, I promise." To calm her further, Leon sat up briefly and double-checked every inch of the room, from furniture to bedding, before returning to her side. "I checked. Top to bottom, no more surprise spiders," he assured her. Outside, the two tossed toy spiders now sat and abandoned on the grass, side by side. From a distance, they almost looked like a pair of little pranksters whispering secrets to each other. A fitting end for Isa's odd idea of a romantic joke. Back inside, Ross's breathing began to even out. The trembling stopped. The tension in her body softened as she gradually calmed down in Leon's arms. Seeing her relax, Leon let out a soft sigh of relief. He gently pressed his chin to the top of her head, hoping it would give her a bit more comfort. His own eyes fluttered shut, finally ready to sleep. But then, Your heart's beating really fast," Ross whispered, her voice soft but clear. Leon's eyes snapped open, his face instantly turned red. She was still curled against him, still completely calm, but clearly listening. Her cheek was right over his chest. There was no hiding the rapid thump-thump of his heart now. Without turning his head, Leon mumbled, I'm also afraid of spiders." Ross let out a soft sigh, not wanting to dwell on whether Leon's words were true or just comforting lies. After all, they'd both been through quite a night. As queen of the dragon clan, she felt an extra layer of embarrassment. She closed her eyes again, clutching his shirt as she prepared to drift off. Quietly, she whispered, "I won't do this kind of thing with you again. Don't bring up what happened tonight." Though she sounded stern, her body couldn't help inching closer to him. Leon, eyes closed, nodded drowsily. Okay, I know," he murmured, his voice soft as sleep crept in. Morning arrived gently. The sun climbed into a bright blue sky, spilling warm light through the window. Outside, birds chirped crisply, nudging the world awake. Ross felt the sunlight on her face and blinked open her eyes, surprised to realize she'd slept deeply without waking once. When exactly had she fallen asleep? She only remembered Leon holding her and then the heavy pull of exhaustion. She sat up quietly, noticing the room felt unusually still. Leon was gone. Glancing around, she confirmed he wasn't there. He must have gotten up early, she thought, a small relief washing over her. Lifting the blanket, she got out of bed to change into her day clothes. After everything that happened last night, she wasn't sure how to face him now. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she slipped off her pajamas, recalling the two spider pranks that had left her rattled and embarrassed. "This is the first time I've let my guard down around a human," she admitted silently, adjusting the jewelry around her neck with careful fingers. As queen of the Silver Dragon clan, she felt the night had somehow chipped away at her usual authority. The thought that anyone else might find out made her want to erase the memory from their minds. Dressing, she took a deep breath, steadying herself. Opening the door, she stepped out with purposeful strides, ready to face whatever came next. At the doorway, a familiar voice called softly, "Are you awake?" Ross turned to find Isa leaning casually against the wall, arms crossed and a knowing smile playing on her lips. Though Isa hadn't said anything last night, it was clear she suspected what had happened. With a teasing tone, she asked, "So, how was your night? Exciting?" Ross clenched her fists, a flicker of irritation flashing in her eyes. "Very exciting. Next time, don't play pranks." Isa smiled, clearly amused by Ross's reaction. There was something about Ross's shy, flustered expression that Isa found quietly entertaining. Leaning in close, Isa lowered her voice to a teasing whisper. "Have you tried the toys I prepared for you?" Ross knew exactly what Isa meant. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Though nothing had happened beyond innocent moments with Leon the night before, the question still made her nervous. She quietly answered, "No." Isa pretended to be a bit disappointed, but kept the tone light, closing her eyes as if imagining the possibilities. "So, when are you planning on having another child?" "I'm just waiting for her to inherit the Red Dragon Castle." Quickly, she reached for Isa's arm and gently pulled her towards the dining room, stammering, I don't think you need to worry about that. Let's just have breakfast." Isa smiled knowingly but didn't push further. She understood Ross's attempt to change the subject and decided to let it go, for now. Inside the Red Dragon Castle's dining room, the maids busied themselves setting the table for breakfast. Leon, Noha, and Moon were already seated, waiting. Leon sat with Moon on his lap, playfully pinching her cheek. Moon giggled and waved her hands happily, clearly enjoying the attention. Noha, meanwhile, kept to herself, quietly reading a book nearby. Leon looked down at Moon with a gentle smile. Moon felt a ticklish sensation on her face, letting out a few soft laughs and clutching Leon's arm to steady herself. At that moment, Moon spotted two familiar figures entering the room. "Ah, Mom and Auntie are here," she exclaimed. Ross and Isa walked in together. Ross noticed that Noha, Moon, and even Leon, whom she hadn't seen since the morning, were already at the table. Isa gave a small wave to the maids, signaling they could leave, and the maids bowed before quietly exiting. Moon, excited, hopped off Leon's lap like a bird and ran toward the table. "We can have breakfast now," she said eagerly. Everyone settled into their seats, Leon and Ross on one side, Noha and Moon across from them, and Isa taking the middle seat. The family enjoyed the quiet warmth of the morning meal. Leon and Ross ate in comfortable silence, though an unmistakable tension lingered between them. Leon picked up a piece of meat, taking a bite while stealing a glance at Ross. He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the subtle shift in their dynamic. Inwardly, he thought, "This is awkward," and even fell asleep holding her. At that moment, an angel and a demon suddenly appeared in Leon's mind, his very own internal debate. The angel poked him sharply with a tiny spear, frowning. "Leon, you're practically throwing yourself into the arms of your sworn enemy." "This is surrender," the angel scolded, clearly unimpressed. The demon, lounging casually, shook his head and chuckled. "Come on, they're husband and wife. They've already crossed plenty of lines. This is nothing." Leon glanced first at the angel, then at the demon, but stayed silent. The two immediately started bickering loudly, their voices rising into a full-on argument. "Do you want to fight about it?" the angel snapped. The demon smirked and retorted just as fiercely. Leon, meanwhile, had no interest in their squabble. He picked up a piece of bread, took a bite, and frowned slightly. "This bread's a bit bland. Should add some peanut butter." Reaching for the jar, his hand bumped unexpectedly against Ross's hand. She was reaching for the same thing. Both looked at each other, surprised, cheeks coloring just a bit. Extra story, the hidden secret Isa, ever the mischief maker, had introduced a new surprise. The waterbed where Leon and Ross would be sleeping. "This is my customized, heart-thumping, relationship-boosting waterbed," she announced with a grin, pointing to several mechanisms built into it. "See these buttons on both sides? If you press one, a toy spider, Ross's biggest fear, will drop. The only way to avoid it is to stay embraced in the center of the bed." Isa's mischievous expression said it all. Ross, standing behind her, shot her an annoyed glare. "This is completely unnecessary," she grumbled. Back at breakfast after that earlier hand touch, both Ross and Leon looked shy, quickly withdrawing and turning their heads away, cheeks flushed. Isa watched them with amusement, propping her cheek on her hand and teasing, "Is it getting hot in here? Why are you two blushing?" Ross awkwardly smiled, pretending not to catch the hint, and fanned herself. "Yes, it's quite warm." Leon felt the tension too and pretended to adjust his collar, trying to cool himself off, all while silently hoping Isa would drop the subject. Covering her mouth with a playful smile, she teased, "So, do you two want to head back to your room for a shower?" They exchanged nervous glances, then answered together, "No." Isa's smile widened. Their perfectly synchronized response amused her more than she expected. What a fun couple, she thought, quietly chuckling to herself. No matter how many jokes she threw their way, their reactions always made her day. Breakfast continued, and after a while, Isa remembered something. Looking at Ross, she asked seriously, "By the way, I heard about your dispute with the Duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon Clan a few days ago." Ross nodded, her expression turning grave. She recalled the recent conflicts, the scuffle between Noha and some dragons, and the duel between Leon and the Duke. His son tried to bully Noha and got more than he bargained for. Then he picked a fight with us and got thoroughly beaten by Leon. Leon closed his eyes briefly and smiled. That dragon was weak. He got knocked down with just one punch. Isa's eyes sparkled with surprise. She hadn't expected Noha to hold her own so well. She reached out to gently touch Noha's head, praising her softly. "Our Noha is really amazing." Noha smiled quietly, clearly pleased by the praise. Isa then shifted her gaze back to Ross with a serious look. After the Duke got beaten, he went back to his leader, Constantine, and exaggerated everything. Ross's expression darkened, anger flashing across her face. She clenched her fists, muttering under her breath about the despicable behavior. Leon listened carefully, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He recalled reading about Constantine at the Academy, a heroic figure in dragon history known for expanding territory. A vivid image formed in his mind, a massive red dragon spreading its wings, roaring fiercely with flames swirling beneath its feet, marking its domain. Isa continued, "Constantine has been very active in expanding his territory lately, and might see this as an opportunity to cause trouble. You should be careful." Ross's resolve only hardened. Closing her eyes briefly, she spoke firmly. "If they target my silver dragon castle because of some useless duke, I won't hesitate to teach the Crimson Flame Dragon Clan a lesson." When she opened her eyes again, they were burning with determination and anger. The duke's reckless actions had crossed a line. If war came, she would not show mercy. Outside, the bright morning sun shone early over the Red Dragon Castle, casting warm light across the battlements. After breakfast, Isa escorted Leon, Ross, Anoa, and Moon to the castle gates, where the soldiers of the Red Dragon clan stood in neat formation, silently guarding their home. Isa wrapped Ross in a warm hug, though she seemed a bit reluctant to say goodbye. With a gentle smile, she said, "Take care on your way home." Ross returned the warmth with a soft pat on Isa's back and a cheerful, "Okay, Isa, we'll visit again soon." Then Isa pulled out a small pink gift box from behind her. With a mischievous blink, she handed it to Ross and whispered, "This is a farewell gift. Open it when you get home." Ross took the box, surprised and grateful. "Thank you," she replied softly. Moving on, Issa crouched down to embrace Noha and Moon, beaming. "Eat plenty of meat and grow up fast. Come play with me again soon." She kissed them both on the cheek. Moon happily clenched her fists and nodded, while Noha blushed faintly, shy but pleased, crossing her hands and whispering, "Okay." Standing up, Issa glanced toward Leon with a faint smile. "Don't forget what you promised me," she said mysteriously, extending her hand. Leon instantly understood the meaning. He recalled their rooftop conversation clearly. Smiling lightly, he reached out and shook her hand. "I'll keep my word." Ross, standing nearby, looked puzzled. She didn't quite catch the meaning behind their exchange. Suddenly, Ross shifted into her dragon form, purple magical energy shimmering around her wings. Leon, Noha, and Moon climbed onto her back. With a strong leap and a powerful flap, Ross soared into the sky, the wind tossing Issa's hair and clothes. Issa waved after them, calling out, "Safe travels!" Though Ross's figure soon disappeared into the distance, Issa still heard Moon's clear voice. "Goodbye, Auntie, and imagine the little dragon waving back." As the family flew away, the castle fell quiet, unusually still and a little empty. The sunlight streamed into the room where Leon and Ross had stayed together. Suddenly, the soft click of high heels echoed down the hallway. Issa approached the door with a cheerful hum, recalling her time with Noha and Moon. "Those young dragons are something else," she thought, smiling. "I wonder when Ross and Leon will have another child." She reached out, hand on the doorknob, about to open the door, unaware of the small toy spider perched silently on the doorframe, patiently waiting. As Issa pushed the door open, the spider shifted with it and then tumbled down, landing right in front of her. Startled, Issa jumped back slightly, her surprise mild but unmistakable. Nothing like Ross's dramatic reaction, but enough to remind her to stay on her toes. Issa calmly plucked the toy spider from the doorframe, holding it in her hand. Though there was no direct clue about who placed it, she had a good idea. After all, she had once hidden a similar spider on the bed Leon and Ross shared, hoping to nudge their relationship forward. Smirking to herself, she murmured, "That guy sure is protective of his wife." Just then, Leon, sitting on Ross's back, let out a loud sneeze. His body seemed to pick up on Issa's quiet remark. "So she already found the surprise I left for her," he thought, closing his eyes and rubbing his nose. The spider on the doorframe was actually his doing, a little playful payback aimed at Issa. The long flight had taken its toll on Noha and Moon, who were dozing quietly on Leon's lap. Gently, Leon patted their backs, letting them rest peacefully. As he watched them sleep, his mind wandered back to the time spent with Issa over the past few days, leaving a deep impression. "Ross and Issa are nothing like the dragon kings I've met before," he thought. In his memories, Issa often teased Ross playfully, covering her mouth while Ross blushed and shyly looked away, helpless but clearly enjoying the banter. They were friendlier, more peaceful, and above all, devoted to their families. Leon could see the love shining in their smiles whenever Issa and Ross embraced warmly. That night, Leon recalled his rooftop conversation with Issa. Her words revealed how much she treasured Ross and trusted him. Surprised, Leon touched his chin thoughtfully and whispered to himself, "She's actually entrusted her most cherished sister to me." Ross suddenly stirred as if recalling something. "Leon," she asked softly, "when you were leaving, what did you promise Issa?" She looked at him with gentle curiosity, wanting to know what secret exchange she had missed. Though puzzled, she didn't press further. Leon chuckled quietly, secretly pleased to have a secret Ross didn't know. He grinned and teased. Want to know? Nope, not telling you. Ross's expression shifted to mock annoyance, feeling a little tricked. You, she said, half laughing, half exasperated. Outside, the sun dipped low, painting the sky in warm oranges and pinks. After their brief chat, Ross stretched her wings and took off toward the glowing sunset. After a long flight, they finally arrived at the Silver Dragon Castle. Night had fallen, stars twinkling softly in the dark sky. Some castle windows glowed warmly, guiding them back inside. After changing into pajamas, Noha and Moon took each other's hands and fell asleep together, peaceful smiles on their faces, tired but happy after their day at Issa's. Confirming they were sound asleep, Ross quietly slipped out of the room and gently closed the door behind her. Leon stood quietly by the door, not heading back to his room. It was clear he was waiting for Ross to come out. Leaning casually against the wall, a playful smile tugged at his lips, as if he'd just thought of something amusing. When Ross turned to head back to her chambers, Leon's voice stopped her in her tracks. She looked back at him, puzzled, unsure what he wanted. After joking around with the Silver Dragon Queen, Leon found her reaction surprisingly intense and a little amusing at first. Ross, however, didn't find the joke funny at all. Ross stood silently, head slightly lowered, her fists clenched. Though clearly annoyed, she didn't lash out. Instead, she took a long breath, lifted her head slowly, and narrowed her eyes. You seem a little too energetic tonight, Leon. Before he could respond, Ross placed a firm hand on his shoulder and pressed him gently, but unmistakably, against the wall. Leon blinked, startled, as her expression grew serious. Her grip tightened just slightly, not enough to hurt, but enough to send a clear message. Leon gulped. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Ross wasn't shouting, but her eyes said enough. In his mind, Leon suddenly realized he may have crossed a line. And with that realization came a single, undeniable instinct. Run. The moment Ross turned her head for a brief second, Leon slipped free and made a dash back to his room. Ross snapped back around in time to catch him in flight. Stop right there, she shouted. Leon didn't stop. He sprinted down the corridor, flung open his room door, and nearly slammed it shut, nearly. Just as the door was closing, a hand appeared, catching it mid-swing. Leon jumped. Ross stood just beyond the threshold, her expression unreadable but clearly determined. She slowly pushed the door open just enough to peek in. With a voice that was calm but firm, she said, You have 5 minutes after your shower. Come to my room. Leon froze. Ross narrowed her eyes, her tone final. Tonight, Miss Melky will show you what happens when you make fun of her past. Before he could say anything, she shut the door with a solid thud that echoed down the corridor. Her footsteps faded as she walked away, leaving Leon standing in stunned silence. He stared at the closed door, then slowly raised his hand and tapped himself lightly on the lips. Why can't I just keep quiet sometimes? He muttered to himself. Leon finally realized that his earlier joke had led to an unfortunate outcome. He stopped tapping his lips in frustration, lifted his head, and recalled Ross's very displeased expression just moments ago. I didn't think she'd react that strongly, he mumbled to himself, rubbing the back of his neck. But even in his moment of regret, a mischievous idea crept into his mind. Guess that means her old stories still get to her, he thought, folding his arms and smirking to himself. Rather than learning his lesson, Leon began plotting. He imagined digging up even more childhood memories of Ross, the kind that made her cover her face in embarrassment, and using them to playfully tease her. The thought of catching her off guard brought a gleam to his eye. Of course, he knew this came at a price. Every time he tried something like this, Ross had a way of retaliating. usually through long, exhausting lectures or by giving him impossible tasks until he was too tired to think about teasing again. Still, Leon clenched the front of his shirt dramatically, staring off into space like a hero ready to face a noble sacrifice. "For the sake of justice and a little harmless revenge," he whispered, "I'll endure it all." Meanwhile, in her room, Ross was finishing up a warm shower. Behind the curtain, her outline moved with ease, and the gentle sound of water filled the room. Humming a soft tune, she seemed much calmer than before. She tapped her foot to the rhythm, smiling faintly as she rinsed her hair and shoulders. The mist in the bathroom wrapped around her like a cloud, and her mood was noticeably lighter. Perhaps, deep down, she had already forgiven Leon, or maybe she was simply planning something herself. Back in the hallway, most of the castle was already quiet. The lights were dimmed, leaving only Leon's and Ross's rooms glowing faintly in the dark. Still unaware of what truly awaited him, Leon stood tall. "Wait for me, Ross," he said confidently, convinced that his plan would turn the tables in his favor. But not long after he stepped into her room, things didn't quite go the way he expected. She had changed into a sharp, tailored outfit that gave off a formal, almost instructor-like vibe. Red-rimmed glasses perched on her nose gave her a scholarly look, and in one hand she lightly twirled a thin, harmless prop whip, clearly part of the character she was playing. "You should address me properly, Leon," she said, her tone cool. "It's Miss Melvick, if you remember." Leon stared up at her, arms crossed, unimpressed. "Call you Miss Melvick? You're really committed to this whole performance, she-dragon." Before he could finish his remark, Ross's expression darkened. That nickname had clearly crossed a line. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she snapped the whip, not hard, just enough to sting lightly as it grazed his arm. "Ah!" Leon yelped, rolling to the other side of the bed. He winced more from surprise than pain. "You still don't understand your position, Leon," she said, half amused, half serious. This is just a weird way of getting even, Leon thought, feeling caught between confusion and mild second-hand embarrassment. It doesn't even hurt, it just feels awkward. As Ross stepped off the bed, she assumed he was reflecting on his actions. She stood tall, tapping the soft whip against her palm, her expression stern but not without a hint of playfulness. "Now then," she said, eyes focused on him, "do you understand where you went wrong?" Leon propped himself up slowly. His plan to tease her had clearly backfired, and if this performance was the only way to wrap it up, he'd have to play along. He averted his eyes, his face warming as he prepared his line. I'm sorry, Miss Melvick," he mumbled. "I'll study hard next time. I'll listen and won't mess up again." Ross's expression softened. She removed her glasses and gave a satisfied nod. "Good. Now," she said calmly, "are you ready to submit your homework?" Leon blinked. "Homework? What homework?" Ross's eyes narrowed in disappointment. Clearly, he hadn't caught on to the next part of her improvisation. Ross raised an eyebrow and said sternly, "You don't even know what the homework is, and you still dare to say you're going to study hard." Leon blinked, clearly confused. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed by the vague demand. "Could you say it again, Miss Melvick? I'll listen carefully this time." Ross, somewhat amused by his serious attitude, didn't turn him down. Instead, she gave a small nod of approval. "At least you're trying. That's a good student." She placed her glasses and prop whip gently on the cabinet beside her. Then, without warning, she sat down on the edge of the bed beside Leon, looking at him with a mock-serious glint in her eye. "Today's homework," she said, tapping a finger on his chest like a teacher lecturing a particularly clueless student, "is to make my dragon mark light up." Leon stared at her, stunned. "Wait, what?" Ross crossed her arms, clearly enjoying his puzzled expression. "You heard me. I expect results." Leon sat upright, clearly still unsure what she meant. How do I even begin with that? He muttered to himself, clearly trying to piece together her game. The stars shifted, and eventually dawn arrived outside the Silver Dragon Castle. The once dark sky turned gentle blue as the sunlight peeked over the hills. Ross, now stepping out into the soft morning light, looked radiant. Her mood had clearly taken a turn for the better. She clasped her hands in front of her, her smile calm, eyes peaceful. There was a fresh lightness in her steps, like someone who had just completed a great task and was now basking in its afterglow. In short, she was glowing. Leon, however, painted quite a different picture. He trudged beside her with the grace of a worn-out scarecrow. Dark circles framed his eyes, and his shoulders drooped as if he were carrying invisible weights. His steps were wobbly, each one like a gamble between standing upright or toppling over. Clearly, homework had taken its toll. At the castle gates, Noah and Moon spotted the pair. Noah tilted his head, confused. "Leon, why do you look like you didn't sleep all night?" Moon leaned in closer, inspecting Leon's panda-like eyes, then burst out laughing. "Ha! Dad, your eye circles are so dark. Did you stay up doing homework?" Leon's head swayed slightly, but he still managed a dry chuckle. He pointed at his face and nodded. "Exactly. Stayed up late. Doing homework." Moon blinked. "But you're a grown-up. Why do you have homework?" Ross, ever the smooth operator, stepped in with a warm smile. "Children have children's homework, and adults have their own kind of homework too." Both kids looked up at Ross, then at each other, trying to digest that mysterious wisdom. A long pause. Then suddenly, Moon's ears perked up as if she'd cracked some ancient code. "Wait, I get it now!" she shouted excitedly. "When Mom looks really full of energy, Dad looks really tired, but when Dad looks super happy, then Mom looks all sleepy instead." She pointed a little finger at both of them triumphantly, like a detective revealing the final clue in a mystery. Leon and Ross exchanged a glance, caught off guard by the accuracy of her observation. Even Leon, half-conscious, couldn't help but laugh softly. He reached out and gently patted Moon's head. "You're way too smart for your age," he said, his tired voice full of fatherly pride. Moon wagged her tail and grinned up at him. Leon stood behind her, protective and proud. With a small but fierce determination, he looked into the distance and declared, "If anyone ever says you're just cute and not clever, I'll be the first one to prove them wrong." Just then, a sound echoed from above. Noah's ears perked up. She looked toward the sky and pointed. "Oh, it's here!" From the clouds descended a majestic figure, Leviathan, the magical school transport beast. With massive wings flapping gracefully, it soared in their direction, letting out a gentle, echoing call as if to say, "I'm here." The huge creature hovered steadily near the Silver Dragon Castle, its carriage doors glowing with soft magical light. It waited patiently in the air, wings stirring the breeze as if encouraging Noah to hop on. Noah turned around, calmly adjusted her backpack with one hand, and waved with the other. "Bye, Mom. Bye, Moon." Ross smiled warmly, giving a graceful nod. Holding Moon's tiny hand, she waved back. "Take care on the way, sweetheart." Moon, though slightly sad to see her sister go, smiled wide and waved both hands. "Noah, come back soon and play with Moon, okay? Moon will miss you a lot." Leon, still not fully recharged from the night, managed a soft chuckle. His voice was calm, if a bit tired. "Study well. See you next weekend." Hearing Leon's encouragement, Noah looked slightly shy. She wasn't used to talking directly to him yet, but she turned back and gave a small, serious nod. "I'm leaving now." With a pulse of blue magical light, Leviathan gently released a beam onto the ground. Noah was lifted smoothly into the air, surrounded by shimmering energy, and transported into the waiting carriage on Leviathan's back. Once she was on board, Leviathan let out another deep call, flapped its massive wings, and slowly turned. It had more young students to pick up before the school day began. Leon and Ross stood side by side, their gazes following the beast's silhouette as it faded into the morning sky. To help Moon see better, Leon gently lifted her into his arms. She waved energetically toward the sky. "Bye-bye, Noah. Bye-bye, big dragon." As Leviathan disappeared beyond the clouds, Leon turned to Moon with a curious smile. "So, now that Noah's off to school, what are we doing today?" Moon didn't answer right away. She tapped her chin with a tiny finger and tilted her head deep in thought. In her heart, Moon was silently worried. Dad looks tired all the time, and Mom too. If this keeps going, Dad might get sick. I need to help him. With a bright and decisive look, she jumped down from the Leon's arms and grabbed his hand. "Dad, let's go to the training ground and do some running today." Leon blinked, surprised by the sudden suggestion. "Huh? Running?" Still, he saw her excitement and couldn't say no. All right, let's go." Ross, watching from behind, smiled subtly at their backs as they walked away, two together. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and thought to herself, this might actually be fun to watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Loud chants echoed across the training ground. Leon and Moon, now dressed in matching sportswear, had started their warm-up session. The morning air was crisp and their breaths misted faintly in the sunlight. Leon led the exercise, calling out the count while demonstrating each move. Moon, with her arms outstretched and a determined expression, did her best to follow along, even if her tiny limbs made some stretches a bit of a challenge. She glanced up at Leon, puzzled. "Dad, why do we have to do this?" Without breaking rhythm, Leon transitioned into the next stretch, twisting his torso with his right hand, pressed on his left. "Warming up helps your body get ready," he explained. "It relaxes your muscles, makes you more flexible, and helps prevent any tumbles." Moon nodded with understanding. She closed her eyes, mimicked the pose, and responded firmly. Got it. Count me in." Just then, from the far end of the field, Ross approached. She had swapped her usual attire for a sporty white vest and blue training pants. Her long hair was tied up into a neat high ponytail, and her steps were light, confident. Moon's eyes lit up. "Yay! Is Mom going to run with us too?" Ross knelt slightly beside Moon, gently patting her on the head. "That's right, Moon. But I won't go easy on you." Moon grinned wide. "Then I won't go easy on you either." Leon, observing the moment, raised an eyebrow. He crossed his arms with a hint of doubt. "You're at your desk all day. Don't blame me if you twist an ankle or something." Ross chuckled, unbothered. She spread her arms with a teasing smile. "Still sore from last time? Don't forget, I won that little duel." Leon's frown deepened. "Barely. I wasn't even trying." Ross smirked, playful. "Then how about a rematch?" Moon's eyes sparkled. "Yes, let's see Mom and Dad go again." Before things escalated, Leon quickly walked over to Moon and gently cupped his hand over her mouth. "Shh, shh. Little ones shouldn't go around cheering for duels, all right?" But Moon tilted her head and asked innocently, "Why can't Dad beat Mom?" That hit Leon like a direct spell to the chest. He blinked, caught off guard. How did she learn to roast people at this age? With a serious look, he mumbled, "That's because I didn't want to hurt her, so I let her win." Ross, nearby and definitely listening, chuckled and drew a straight line in the sand with her tail. "Still won't admit it, huh? How about a race this time? Let's see who lasts longer." Leon's pride kicked in. He cracked his knuckles, fire in his eyes. "All right then, let's do it." The three of them, Leon, Ross, and Moon, lined up at the start. Leon loosened his shoulders again. Ross glanced ahead, calm and focused. Moon stood between them, her fists clenched in excitement. Moon won't lose either. Anna, standing nearby as the silent starter, raised her hand and called out clearly, "Ready? Go!" In a burst of motion and laughter, the trio sprinted forward, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them. To everyone's surprise, Moon took the lead, arms spread wide, legs moving like the wind, joy radiating from her with every stride. Leon and Ross ran behind, each with their own focus. Leon, noticing Ross's tail swaying behind her, smirked. "Doesn't that slow you down?" Ross didn't miss a step. "It helps me balance. You should try it sometime." Up ahead, Moon widened the gap, her energy unmatched. Meanwhile, Ross turned to Leon with a mock-serious tone. "Still hiding your tail?" Leon kept his gaze forward, picking up his pace. "I can beat you without a tail." After completing just 2 laps, little Moon slowed down. Her steps grew heavier, and her hair bounced tiredly with each movement, like even her strands were sighing in exhaustion. She finally stopped, dragged herself to the bench nearby, and plopped down, using both hands for support. Her eyes shut tight, and she panted heavily, clearly worn out. Moon's young body wasn't built yet for long-distance running, and it showed. Gasping for air, she muttered between breaths, "Moon, can't run to you anymore." Right then, Anna quietly approached with a calm smile. She gently crouched beside Moon and offered her a chilled bottle of pineapple juice, Moon's favorite. As she lightly patted Moon's head, she praised her. "Your Highness, you've already done wonderfully." Moon's tired face lit up instantly. Back on the training ground, the real match was still ongoing. Leon and Ross were locked in a head-to-head race, kicking up clouds of sand with each powerful stride. At this point, Ross had slightly edged ahead, her breathing steady and focus sharp. Anna, watching with interest, turned to Moon and said, "Shall we cheer on Her Majesty and the King?" Moon nodded, her eyes sparkling as she watched the 2 adults. Leon, meanwhile, wasn't doing as well. He was beginning to feel the pressure. Ross's form was flawless, fluid, balanced, and fast. He clenched his jaw and thought, "Silver dragons are naturally quick. I'm already at a disadvantage. But since I'm here, there's no backing out." With resolve bubbling up, Leon gritted his teeth and pushed harder, increasing his pace to close the gap. "A dragon slayer doesn't retreat," he whispered to himself. With a sudden burst of energy, Leon surged forward, closing in on Ross. Their eyes met for a split second, and without holding back, Leon lightly shoulder-bumped her in a playful challenge. Ross responded immediately, bumping him right back. It was game on. They ran side by side, neither willing to lose even an inch. As the sun dipped lower, bathing the field in golden light, the race carried on. 20 minutes passed. Finally, it ended. Leon collapsed dramatically on the ground, arms flopped out like a starfish, completely out of breath. His chest heaved with every gasp. He was too tired to even sit up. Ross, on the other hand, barely looked winded. She walked over, crouched slightly, and peered at him with a sly grin. "So, do you concede?" she asked playfully. Leon wheezed, trying to keep his pride intact. "No. Not yet." Ross chuckled gently, amused at his stubbornness. "No? Then want to keep running?" she teased, brushing her hair behind her ear. Leon could only shoot her a look that said, "Don't push it." He was drenched in sweat, visibly frustrated. Still lying on the ground, he wiped his face and declared, "Give me 2 days, just 2 days of practice, and I'll beat you." Ross raised an eyebrow, clearly entertained. Resting her chin on her hand, she replied, "2 days? Even 2 years might not be enough." That got under Leon's skin. He scowled. "Who said I couldn't do it?" he shouted. Ross, still smiling, leaned in and poked his cheek lightly with her tail, clearly enjoying the moment. "Well then, Mr. Leon, our brave but very defeated dragon slayer, ready to go again. I remember you saying something about bath time making you stronger." Leon froze, his eyes wide. "That joke, she remembered it?" He sat up, pointing at her with mock indignation. "You really hold grudges, huh?" Ross stood up with a casual wave, turning her back to him. "Thanks, I'm very good at it." As she strolled off, she called out to Moon. "Moon, Dad's too weak. I'll train with you instead." Moon instantly perked up and sprinted over with a big smile. "Yay, Mom, wait for me." Ross took Moon's hand and the two walked off cheerfully. But before they got too far, Moon turned back and called out, "Dad, your body's too weak. You need more training." Leon, still on the ground, froze. Her words hit harder than any defeat. He slowly looked up, expression stunned. "Even Moon thinks I'm weak." His pride stung more than his legs did. Clenching his fist, he shouted after them with all his remaining energy. "Fortunes rise and fall. Don't underestimate your dad's body." But Ross and Moon just kept walking, chatting and giggling. They didn't even glance back. It was finally dinner time. After an intense afternoon of running, racing, and light-hearted rivalry, Leon, Ross, and Moon returned to Silver Dragon Castle. Moon, ever the helper, scooped up a juicy piece of meat with a spoon. With her left hand carefully placed underneath to catch any dripping sauce, she turned toward her father and beamed. "Dad, say ah," she chirped. Leon, still drained from the day's events, leaned forward like a balloon losing air. Eyes half closed, he obediently opened his mouth and accepted the bite, chewing slowly while resting against the table as if it were the only thing holding him up. Moon watched him closely. When she noticed the spoon was still in his mouth, she gasped and reached forward in a hurry, pulling it back. Ross, sitting across the table, calmly enjoyed her meal, but seeing Leon so dramatically slumped, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle. "Those creaky bones of yours aren't getting any younger," she teased. "Don't push yourself too hard next time." Leon let out a muffled grumble between chews, clearly not thrilled. Still visibly tired, he defended himself. "It's because of last night's homework. If I hadn't stayed up so late with it, I'd have easily beaten you today." Ross raised an amused eyebrow, put down her cutlery, and folded her arms with a gentle smirk. "Oh? Want to continue tonight's homework, then?" Leon's eyes popped open. He sat bolt upright, all traces of exhaustion evaporating like steam. That was the last thing he wanted to hear. Panicked, he scooped up Moon in a big hug and pressed her face to his cheek like a shield. "I, already have plans. Moon and I scheduled a bedtime story session, right? Moon?" Moon blinked in confusion. She looked up at her dad, then at her mom. "We did?" she asked, genuinely puzzled. Leon chuckled nervously and gave her the kind of look that begged her to just go with it. "Well, we do now," he whispered hastily. Ross glanced at both of them, clearly catching on. She didn't call Leon out on his obvious escape tactic, but her smile said it all. Standing up gracefully, she offered them a final reminder. "Don't stay up too late, get some rest." She left the room, her footsteps echoing down the hallway. Leon finally exhaled, slumping in his chair again. He patted his chest with relief. "Safe. For now." Moon still didn't quite understand what just happened, but she looked at Ross's retreating figure with admiration and called out sweetly, "Okay, Mom." Meanwhile, Ross wandered down the moonlit corridor of the castle. The soft silver glow poured in from the windows, wrapping her in a cool light that made the hallway look like a dreamscape. The castle was quiet, no voices, no footsteps, just the sound of her heels on polished stone. Then she paused. Without turning, she calmly said, "You can come out." From the shadow by the window, a dark figure slipped into the corridor. It was Sherry, Ross's stealthy informant, dressed in black, prepared for quiet travel in human territory. She approached with grace and respect, bowing slightly. "Your Majesty." Ross turned to face her, voice steady. "Any news?" Sherry nodded and gave her report in a composed tone. "I found the old residence of Tiger Lawrence and his wife, but they moved out over a year ago. They've left the Empire. Before leaving, they donated all their property to an orphanage, gave their livestock to neighbors. Except for one thing." Ross's brows furrowed. "Except?" Sherry nodded again, her tone completely serious. "Except for a donkey." Even she seemed unsure how to explain the importance of that detail. Apparently, the tiger couple treasured that donkey, so much that they took it with them when they left. Ross blinked, silently recalling a strange story Leon once told her. Something about a donkey from his past. Could it be the same one? After a moment of thought, Ross lowered her gaze. "Keep searching for Tiger Lawrence. Report any findings immediately." "Understood," Sherry said, bowing again. In a blink, she vanished back into the shadows. Ross turned back toward the window, moonlight washing across her thoughtful face. There was still one puzzle piece missing, something she couldn't quite figure out yet. But answers would have to wait, because just a few days later it was the weekend. The sun was shining brightly, bathing Silver Dragon Castle in golden light. The entire building looked like it had been wrapped in a shimmering scarf. And in the midst of this lovely weather, Noah finally returned from school. Just as things were settling down, a voice rang out through the castle. "What? Family sports meet?" Leon and Ross, seated side by side on the couch, turned to look at Noah. Their eyebrows arched, mouths slightly open, both echoing the same disbelief at once. "Family sports meet?" Noah stood calmly in front of them, repeating the announcement. "Yes, the Academy is organizing a family sports meet next week." Ross leaned back slightly, glancing at the ceiling with one hand on her chin as memories resurfaced. "I remember the sports meet back when I studied at St. H. But back then, parents didn't have to join." Noah nodded in agreement. "This is something new, a special event they're trying out." Nearby, Moon was happily munching on snacks. Her ears perked up at the mention of sports meets. She looked at Ross with wide, sparkling eyes. "Mom, what was your rank back then?" Ross, clearly enjoying the attention, leaned down slightly and gave a proud smile. One hand covered her cheek, the other raised a confident index finger. "Of course. First place." Moon gasped in amazement. "Wow, Mom's amazing." Her gaze then turned to Leon. "What about Dad?" Leon responded casually, arms crossed and calm. "I didn't have a ranking." Moon tilted her head, confused. "Leon, no ranking? Why?" she asked innocently. Leon's expression shifted into one of smug satisfaction. He closed his eyes and smiled faintly. "Because I always scored so far above second place that the Academy suspected me of cheating. They didn't include me in the official rankings." Moon blinked, still confused. "So, did Dad cheat?" Leon didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked over, gently flicked Moon's forehead, and raised an eyebrow. Moon wobbled slightly and let out a surprised, "Ah." With a soft sigh, Leon explained, "Of course not. The Academy secretly gave me a medal later. I melted it into a bracelet and gifted it to your grandmother." Moon rubbed her forehead and gave a small nod. The answer made more sense now. Sort of. Ross watched with interest. "You melting a medal?" she asked, a bit surprised. "Don't you always care about honors and titles?" Leon shrugged, opening his palms as if tossing the idea aside. "I only care about what's earned openly. Hidden glory isn't glory at all." Ross turned back to Noah, her tone curious. "So, are you planning to participate in this meet?" Noah thought quietly for a moment before responding. It's just for fun and doesn't count toward our grades, but still, I want to take first place." There was a fire in her eyes, determined, focused. She gently clenched her fists. Seeing that expression, Leon silently thought, "Noah's drive to win is even stronger than most young dragons. She really takes after us." Without saying a word, Leon and Ross exchanged a glance. An unspoken agreement passed between them. Together, they each placed a hand on Noah's shoulders and said in unison, "Let's participate together." Noah's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then brightened with a soft smile. She hadn't expected that, but it made her happy. Moon, who had been watching from the side, suddenly shouted with joy, "Moon wants to join, too." But Noah hesitated. She glanced down, voice quiet. "The rules say only 3 members can join." Moon puffed her cheeks and looked down, clearly disappointed. Noticing her mood, Leon walked over and gently patted her head. "That's why Moon will be our cheerleader. With your support, we'll definitely win." Moon's eyes lit up again. She raised her tiny fists beside her head, full of renewed energy. "Yeah, Moon will cheer super hard." Leon stood proudly behind her, raising his fist. "We're going to win this thing, together." "Yeah," Moon echoed. Even Noah, though a little shy about joining in, quietly raised her fists too. "Yeah," she whispered. Ross crossed her arms and stood behind them, with a calm expression, watching the 3 of them standing side by side, full of energy and determination. She couldn't help but smile. What exactly is that one? Find out next time, same dragon channel. Bye-bye.